And we are live. Sorry it took so long. I was out on a house tour, but I'm back now. I wanted to start a lot sooner, at like 5 or something. That's partially my bad. There we go. Perfect. Hide. Welcome to hell. Won't be leaving that open. No, I have not yet. Yep. How about the rest of you? Well, we will find out what the worst is soon. Okay, what the hell is up with the screen share? I just wanted to screen share one application. What the hell? Piece of junk. I don't want to share my entire screen with the F and H. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, the one that started a flame war. Yeah, that one was brilliant. Fucking watchMojo. Fucking dickbags. Bunch of out of touch. That was such an intellectually dishonest video. They just poisoned the well right out the gate.
You know, I see people commenting on their videos that watchMojo's run out of ideas. They never had any ideas to begin with.
Nope, they did not. watchMojo has always been a corporate shit show.
Oh yeah, I remember their top death battle list.
Yep, this is the one I chose because, of course, they decided to jump on this. This isn't going to be pretty.
It's probably going to get bowling shoe ugly.
Oh, you think so?
Yes, I do.
Well, why do you think that?
Because this is
besides the fact that it's watchMojo.
Because it's both watchMojo and Death Battle in one video.
Well, let's find out.
If you're one of those people forever wondering who would win between two random characters, concepts, or things, then you might just find a myriad of answers in our next video.
I was going to ask you who you think would win in a fight between a grilled cheese sandwich and a taco.
Hello and welcome.
Lovely humor there, watchMojo. You managed to sink lower than even Animation Rewind would dare dream. This just shows us how this is the problem with watchMojo. For as bad as people like Animation Rewind are, they're not like stale, corporate, out-of-touch jackasses that rely on polls for everything. Like, watchMojo is the equivalent of, like, if a focus group became a YouTuber.
Welcome to Top X, movie countdown, the very best that YouTube has to offer. Today we're pitting some pop culture legends against one another as we take a look at the top 10 episodes of Death Battle.
Come on! Are you really that scared of a little blind
Don't
girl?
you do it. I swear if you do
For
it.
this, we looked at the best
Huh?
fights
Oh,
ever
no,
recorded
this
by
battle
using
ain't
the
good.
stick from the
How are you
start.
going to sit here and talk about the best while showing scenes from some of the worst, most hated episodes? Even back then, Gara versus Toph pissed everyone off.
Celebrated Screw Attack series.
He's Liz and I'm Boomstick, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Number 10, Pokemon Battle Royale. Our opening act can only be described as all-out chaos, as the fully evolved Kanto starting Pokemons go.
I think I remember this episode being bad because the research was completely screwed. And they just did characters like Venusaur dirty. I think I remember someone debunking this, but I can't remember who it was. But he went over how like they fudged the stats and all that. They didn't even bother properly power scaling Venusaur, who has a lot more advantages over some of the others, such as having access to healing abilities.
Yeah, people always crap talk Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, and it pisses me off. Especially because
And then they wonder why the meme exists of Bulbasaur that says what I expected and what I got. Because funny enough, Bulbasaur is one of the most powerful. He's one of the most powerful starters. Venusaur is incredibly powerful, and he always has been.
Yeah, that's why I got him in X and Y.
Yeah, Bulbasaur is great. Anyone who tries to shit on him doesn't know what they're talking about. They don't. Dorkly did the same thing, saying that nobody ever picks Bulbasaur. Bullshit. Nobody doesn't pick Bulbasaur. And Dorkly is another bunch of out-of-touch jackasses. The only difference is Dorkly is run by a bunch of idiotic millennials, and watchMojo is run by a bunch of out-of-touch corporate fuckheads.
I want to say something. You know that Red from the manga used to actually have Venusaur as the starter,
Yeah.
and then I think then later they actually they switch it to Charizard.
Yeah, did such bull crap.
Toe to toe.
It's finally time to learn if the one you chose was really the strongest.
This battle sees Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise bite, whip, and water gun each other for our viewing entertainment. Grass meets fire meets water, and it's genuinely impossible to predict the winner. Venusaur is clever, Blastoise is strong, and Charizard's a fire.
I'm pretty sure I remember this fight also being very clunky and awkward animation-wise.
Dragon that can fly. It takes Pokeballs of Steel to step into that ring. One nice touch to this clip, though, is the math at the end. We won't give away the results, but there's an actual method to this madness.
So, by comparing every move, effect, choice order, and likeliness of occurrence, there are over 7,000 different possible ways this battle royale could play out.
Number 9. Mario.
Yeah, and that's why Deadliest Warrior would run a fight like 5,000 times. There was a reason for that. Oh, and fuck you for this shit. Mario versus Sonic was trash.
Yeah,
Definitely one of the worst legacy matchups because Mario won. Okay, Sega lost the Bit Wars. Game over. Sonic loses. At the end of the day, All Sonic was just meant to be a glorified promo for the processing power of the Sega Genesis, and he only stuck around because he's one of the only mascots they had. And Sega got decimated in the Bit Wars. Once the Super Nintendo came out, Sega didn't have a fucking chance in hell.
Yeah.
They had to keep making stupid crap like the 32X and the Sega CD just to keep up with what the Super Nintendo was already capable of.
Yeah, they like to say Sega does what Nintendo don't, yet Nintendo's been kicking their asses all these years.
Yeah. Sega even works for Nintendo now. Like, legacy matchups are fine and all, but this is definitely one of the worst legacy matchups because the winner was already decided decades ago.
Versus Sonic.
Their rivalry is legendary and their fame unmatched.
They're both undisputed video game legends and have been at the forefront of fanboy debates for decades. So, when you throw Mario and Sonic,
All right, Chubby, let's settle this.
Of all the times for my internet to decide it wants to fuck up.
the mustachioed lover meets the revved up rodent for a fight, which sees a cavalcade of gold coins and powerings of two modern gameplay.
Sorry about this. I hate my computer so much. What the hell? Why is my computer pulling up Visual Studio for no reason? Oh my god. I swear I'm the world's worst streamer. Yes, close the program. Why would I not want to close it? Why would I click X if I didn't want to fucking close it?
Play for two timeless characters with masses to offer. But where does your allegiance lie? In Nintendo's hammer.
Seems slow.
Number 8, Batman versus Spiderman.
They're the guardians of the night, the superhuman saviors of the lone
Of
and
course.
This battle brings the
Oh yeah, fight only lasted like 10 seconds.
The first part real score.
You're not a black belt and stupid if you think you're going to beat me.
Spider-Man has speed, agility, and senses that just won't stop tingling. Batman.
It's one of the better sprite fights, I'll give it that much.
that belt has pretty much everything I would.
Boomstick's never-ending innuendos for Spidey's web-slinging ways are particularly enjoyable.
Who cares about Boomstick's innuendos?
Laugh-inducing lines.
First, it's not their butt. It comes out of their Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Grab some webs like a spider.
I tell you who dies, but it's brutal, man.
All or nothing.
Number 7, Ryu versus Scorpion.
Ryu, the wandering world warrior. And
Oh, not this for a matchup.
That ever exist.
Shut up, WatchMojo. Seriously, shut the fuck up. Who cares if they're rivals? That doesn't automatically make for a good matchup, especially when Ryu has no chance in hell against Scorpion due to his ever-growing power and teleportation abilities.
I think a better opponent would have been Jin Kazama.
Mm-hmm. Which they ended up doing anyway. I really hate you sometimes, WatchMojo. Oh, wait. I've always hated you, WatchMojo.
Can't fool me. Street Fighter's Ryu is a highly trained martial arts master who occasionally unleashes a darker, demonic side. On from hell with the ability to take enemies back there. Even before these two square off, The battle of the backstories is serious and intense.
I can't believe that was a real thing.
I'm not gonna trust anything that guy makes.
There's just so much death and destruction in both of their histories, even before the fists are flung.
Can you stand up after that? I'll fit.
So I'll give them this one, I suppose.
For one of the longest episodes to feature today, we get supremely suited and booted in expectation of anarchy.
Actually, sir, I should probably remind you, the contents of this warehouse belong to the spies.
A-list Avenger Iron Man and Superman nemesis Lex Luthor aren't really all that different. And ego's bigger than planets.
Hey, you're the one who looks like a giant rusty trash can with legs. No judging.
In another world, Tony and Lex might have been best buds, but now it's time to put their money where their metal is.
No problem, pal. Thanks for the suit.
It's a high-tech free-for-all with the Hulk Buster Prime and ready at precedented levels.
Wait, is
That one might actually make a dent in your wallet.
What are you talking about? It's just a car.
Why was the Batmobile even there?
Number 5, Yang
I
versus
didn't get that. Oh, what?
And,
Oh,
and no, bad. This is really,
Oh my
really bad.
God.
On top of the fact that Stream doesn't want to cooperate with me. Hold on.
why Yang versus Tifa? All thanks.
But yeah, that is just unacceptable. I made an entire video debunking Yang versus Tifa. I proved that Death Battle just made up their own calculations. But even when you use their own made-up calculations, their own made-up calculations debunk them. How do you make up calculations that manage to debunk you? How? How does that happen?
Oh, it wasn't boosted. They used calculating just so they make themselves look smart.
I mean, this is Death Battle we're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. You have people that try to hide behind big numbers to make them seem way smarter than they actually are.
Yeah.
Sure, just DM me on something so I can send you the link. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I don't know if StreamYard is messing up or if it's my crappy computer that's overheating for no reason. I really hope it stops screwing up. Yeah, I gotta find a good streaming software. But everything I have either just works the same way or makes me or just charges you. But yeah, it goes out saying that Yang versus Tifa is bad. It was so bad that even Death Battle's own researchers was like, yeah, this is wrong. There are entire memes dedicated to how bad this is. Yeah, the animation is okay, but no amount of good or even decent animation is going to make up for making this fight just a blatant advertisement for Ruby and throwing Tifa under the bus.
Yep. Even Ruby fans.
Hey, there are people that argue that this is the worst Death Battle of all time. If you look at my community thing I made of what the people think is the worst Death Battle, they're very harsh on Yang versus Tifa, and I don't blame them.
There are even Ruby fans who think this fight is BS. Hell, back when that came out, I was a Ruby fan. I thought the fight was BS.
Mm-hmm.
I played Final Fantasy VII by that time. I knew about Tifa. I knew about the Supernova.
Mm-hmm. But even without the Supernova, you don't need the Supernova to know that Tifa would absolutely destroy Yang.
Yeah.
I mean, Yang has fought against things that would make the mechs that Yang fights against look like shit. I mean, really. I mean, it blows my mind that anyone can unironically think that this is good in any capacity. Even the soundtrack completely shits the bed when they shove that garbage Ruby theme in there. And yes, I'm going to say the Ruby theme is just terrible.
Yeah, I used to like it, but I don't really like it anymore. It kind of...
Me neither. Whenever I hear it, I just get pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
Same when I always see Yang's stupid face or stupid voice, I get pissed off.
Mm-hmm. And even other Ruby fans, like if you remember, Fan War went after this one, saying that it was way too early in Ruby's existence for them to even do this matchup. And he's not exactly wrong.
All this was anyway was a crappy advert for Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also think at this time is when they started to merge with Rooster Teeth. I think Rooster Teeth told that battle to make Yang win. If you have to make a bunch of shit up, just do it. Just make her win.
Yep. Yeah, that's all it really is. And all it really did was just antagonize the Final Fantasy fan base, which I really wouldn't advise pissing off the Final Fantasy fan base, considering that Final Fantasy has some of the most overpowered characters. I wouldn't advise fucking with them because the Ruby universe wouldn't even be able to take on the weakest of Final Fantasy characters without dying horrifically.
Oh yeah, they would get their asses whooped by Wakka, who's considered fodder in Final Fantasy X.
I mean, Wakka has access to magic blitz balls that can turn you into stone.
Yep.
Not to mention, Wakka can also access some of the most powerful Final Fantasy magic. Thanks to the sphere grid, almost anyone can learn the most powerful white magic and black magic spells. Wakka is capable of using the auto life spell alongside the Ultima spell.
True.
That alone would let's put this in perspective. The meteor spell alone is able to decimate planets. And that's just the meteor spell, and that's not even the most powerful spell in Final Fantasy. And the Ultima spell becomes more powerful the stronger your magical spells are. So the more higher levels you have of magic, because Final Fantasy actually has magic levels with 8, I believe, being the strongest. And yeah, the Ultima spell can do some really serious damage.
Yeah. The Ruby characters, they would barely be able to survive the basic first hero spells like fire and thunder. Even if they did, the second spells would decimate them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's embarrassing to me. Well, let's see what they have to say.
If Death Battle did Ladies' Night, these two would be first in line and last out the door.
Having fun? I sure am. Don't mock me.
Here we see Final Fantasy VII's Tifa Lockhart take on Yang Xiaolong of Rooster Teeth's web series Ruby. And for some extra awesome points, Barbara Dunkelman, who voices Yang, reprises her role for the battle.
Hello.
Okay.
No, kind of people.
And whoop-de-fuckity-do.
I'll take a strawberry sunrise, though.
The fight choreography is the absurdity of both series perfectly encapsulated in the battle. From a dolphin appearing out of Tifa's uppercut to Yang using her aura rage mode at the sight of losing a strand of hair.
Did I just explode?
While that's all well and good, they completely shit the bed with the inexcusable research, turning this into a glorified advertisement and shitting all over Tifa.
Versus Sam Fisher.
Okay, I'll give them this one, but this should probably be higher, though.
Yeah,
For those of you who have seen my review, my only problem with this fight was their soundtrack choices. I was not down for the hip hop soundtrack that they used. It was like when they used a slow rap song for Darkseid versus Thanos. Made no freaking sense.
Yeah, I do agree with this one. This one was really damn good. I'd consider it one of the best ones.
I think
One of the few times they got something right.
Secrets, masters of stealth, trained to kill in 100 different ways from the shadows or face to face.
They're both masters of stealth combat, but as the main man of Splinter Cell and Metal Gear Solid meet, things were always going to get intense.
Hey,
This
sorry
episode-
again for suddenly dropping in like this.
They can focus on more stealth techniques rather than contested combat. Solid Snake and
Just out of
Bishop
curiosity, can you guys hear me?
Can they ever
Yeah.
lay it down? With a
Yeah,
whole
I hear you guys.
skills, techniques, and
Cool.
weapons to drop. They both have to think outside the box to gain advantage. Literally in this case.
Otacon, I'm not exaggerating when I say the success of my mission hinges on how I use this cardboard box.
Oh,
But in the end, a cardboard box.
only made out of paper.
As they're backed up by their respective intelligence whiz kids, Otacon and Anna Grimm, the end result is an awesomely cinematic showdown.
The fact that they don't even address any of the power scale stuff shows that WatchMojo just completely misses the point of a lot of things.
Yeah, like
No. Even back then, this matchup was garbage, and now it's even worse. Link has become even more powerful than he was before, and Link was already pretty powerful. This fight was so shitty, they had to lowball both Link and Cloud. And Death Battle has admitted on several occasions they don't know how to power scale Final Fantasy characters, and they don't like to power scale Final Fantasy characters because Death Battle, ironically enough, is afraid of all the numbers. Even though Death Battle regularly hides behind big numbers to make them seem smarter than they actually are, and like they actually have a clue in their head of what they're talking about.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't
what's the
consider.
point?
I don't consider this one the worst of all time. Not even close to being one of the worst. But yeah, it's definitely up there and bad.
This fight is terrible. The fight itself looks nice, but everything else is just a train wreck. And this fight, just the more I watch it, the more I realize just how bad it is. And a rematch would be absolutely disastrous. Link now has access to arrows that can erase you from existence. You still think Cloud has a chance against Link? Not only that, Link has gained more access to abilities that revive him from the dead. So even if you do take away his fairies and his Triforce, which grants him immortality and the ability to come back to life, he has other techniques such as Mayfa's Grace, which not only brings him back from the dead, but it can be recharged and used multiple times if given enough time, making Link effectively unkillable. But when it brings Link back to life, it not only restores all of his life energy, it gives him extra life energy that he didn't have before. What the fuck is Cloud gonna do to him? That whole supernova thing is only gonna get him so far against Link.
And
Yeah.
also,
Yeah.
again, if you don't like power scaling characters, what's the point of even using them? Is Death Battle just willing to hoard themselves out that much? For views?
At Link's current level, he could probably even go up against Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's just this.
Sorry, bad flashback.
This is bad, and I hate my fellow Final Fantasy fans that get all pissy about this matchup and think, yeah, Cloud should have won. No, he shouldn't have. Okay, Link has access to an armor that makes him completely invulnerable. You really think Cloud's gonna beat him? But the supernova, once again, that supernova excuse will only get you so far. It's an easy way to explain away Tifa versus Yang, but not Link, because Link is not Yang.
Yeah, although to be honest, I was upset that Cloud lost, but that was before I knew about how powerful Link was.
Yeah.
There are actually people that I don't know if this is true, but is it there's people that say Link does have certain means to beat Superman. I don't know if this is
wait, if you're talking about both Link and Cloud have the means to kill Superman, both have access to magic. And yes, Link could absolutely kill Superman. That is not an opinion, that is a straight up fact. Link can kill Superman.
Is it weird that that's a matchup I actually kind of want to see?
Are you trying to make Link look like a homosexual? Because right now he doesn't need that because of the whole trap Link thing that is trending. And the fact that people like to make fun of him for being quote unquote a fairy boy. If you put him in a fight with Superman, everyone's just gonna think he's gay.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it says the Superman.
Although it could be gayer, they could use Captain America. Which I have actually seen people say that Link should fight Cloud just because... Not Cloud. Link should fight Captain America just because they both use shields. I shit you not.
Link will slaughter Cap.
Yep.
Link with one shot him.
No shit.
All right, let's see what they have to say about this.
Most iconic swordsman in video game history, known for taking on things way out of their league.
But Link is not a swordsman. Yeah, he uses a sword, but he's not a swordsman. Link is proficient in a lot of different weapons. Even before Breath of the Wild, Link was still skilled in a lot of different weapons. And he's only gotten skilled in even more weapons as time goes along. And now, thanks to Breath of the Wild, Link has access to sci-fi technology.
Oh, that's cool.
Battlers live by the sword, and one of them is about to die by it.
Why? Link is the video game equivalent of Batman. Yeah, he uses a sword, but he's not a swordsman. At least not in the sense that that's the only thing Link is capable of doing.
I mean,
Link can use grappling hook guns, magic. He can wield hammers, spears, magic wands. Link can wield all kinds of crazy gadgets and weapons.
I mean, you probably could say that Cloud is better at the art of swordsmanship than Link, but that's not going to help him at all.
Even describing Cloud as a better swordsman is highly debatable because Link has been trained in almost every form of sword combat out there. The only thing I think he hasn't been trained in is things like Bushido, and that's only because I don't even know if Bushido even exists in Hyrule. But for people that try to say that Link is only a swordsman and nothing else, that is just a gross misunderstanding of what Link is and what he's fully capable of.
In the first episode from the series to be done in 3D animation. For The Legend of Zelda's Link, strategic tactics and quick thinking are what he does best.
Also, this fight was way shorter than it probably should have been.
Whether or not he can be classified as a pixie, but both presenters agree that this guy's range of weaponry and
Okay, so do watchMojo even know what a pixie even is?
To each other, no moves, not fair.
Also, what does him being left-handed have to do with anything?
Final Fantasy's
What the hell? Okay, Boomstick, do you even know what the hell a fairy is? Like, how does him having pointy ears and tights mean he's a fairy? Are you confusing fairies with Peter Pan? If so, you fail, Boomstick. In fact, if you look into the mythology of fairies, they're actually very scary creatures.
He probably would know that.
I would recommend looking into the mythology of fairies. They are terrifying monsters. And yes, fairies in mythology have always been monsters.
Oh, wow, this explains that.
Honestly, never knew that. I guess I'm used to fairies being good guys because of Pixie from Megami Tensei.
Again, they probably wouldn't know that, but that would require actual research.
Again, extremely debatable.
Touche.
Not to mention, well, real quick, I blame Peter Pan for why people have a misunderstanding of what fairies are. There's just so much wrong with this episode. And again, the more I think about it, the more worse it gets. I know I was a little bit soft on it in my review because I did like the fight and it was my first death battle. But the more I think about it, the more problems I find with it. And even a rematch will not save this fight. It'll only make things worse.
Cloud has a comparably intimidating arsenal and is also notoriously difficult to kill. But for what is in many ways a strength over style conundrum, that's exactly what Link must do. Number 2, Deadpool versus Deathstroke.
I guess I'll give them this one.
Oh boy, it's Joe. Can I get popcorn first? I hope they have salt and pepper shakers. It's like
Although one thing that is a little bit sus about this fight, they gave Deadpool the carbonadium sword, which conveniently has the ability to cancel out healing factors. And as far to my knowledge, that sword existed in one non-canon comic book. Some of that composite bullshit that Death Battle likes to use because they're too lazy to actually power scale the characters half the time. Also, it also loses points for throwing a song from the SAO soundtrack. I don't know why they did that, and as a notorious SAO hater, that just triggers the fuck. I mean, it's like when they used one of the songs from Death Note in Bane versus Venom for no reason, other than I guess they thought it sounded cool.
Deadpool was seemingly born for the death battle ring, but in Deathstroke, he has an opponent who shouldn't be taken lightly.
Deadpool is a master martial artist, seasoned assassin, and a raging sex machine. What?
Yeah, I noticed you left out a few things in the script, so I made some changes. You know, just the important stuff. In DC lore, Deathstroke, aka Slade Wilson, is one of the world's most feared assassins, while Deadpool, aka Wade Wilson, was originally created by Marvel as a parody of Slade, and is as unpredictable as they come.
Yeah, that's really interesting and all, but what separates this from all the other Deathstroke versus Deadpool fights I've seen?
Huh?
Just thinking out loud. Like, I was basically asking watchMojo, like, all this info is cool and whatnot, but what makes this different from any of the other Deadpool versus Deathstroke fights on the internet? Like,
I don't know.
That's kind of where I feel like
watchMojo is
fails.
not very good at explaining things, which you'll quickly find out because we're gonna try to go over a few of their videos because there's some really bad ones, and there's one I have a personal vendetta against that I mentioned a little bit with Wolf last night. But I won't say what it is. But they put an anime at number 1 that is absolutely unacceptable. But we'll get into that when we get to it. Yeah, but here's the thing. While I get why people wanted to do Deadpool versus Deathstroke, I feel that Deadpool probably could have benefited from being put against another parody character.
Yeah, totally.
For example, Animation Rewind did Deadpool versus Saitama, which in theory could have worked, but sadly, Animation Rewind doesn't seem to understand how Saitama works, and the fight was literally just Deadpool wailing on Saitama, nothing happening, and then Saitama punches him once and wins the fight. Which shows that could have been good if Animation Rewind knew a fucking thing about Saitama.
But they seriously don't. Like, it's like when a 1 minute melee where they did like a brief thing with Saitama versus Goku. Saitama punched Goku once and Goku exploded.
Yeah, that was Superman as well.
They don't know a damn thing about One Punch Man.
Yeah, this will get you crucified. You should probably hide because the anime community is coming for you. You are no longer safe, Quentin.
Well, I guess I'm fucked too. I don't watch Death Note.
Well, you're missing out because Death Note, bad ending aside, Death Note is really good. I would highly recommend it.
Oh,
If
I'll watch
Death
it,
Battle
just-
did pay WatchMojo anything more than peanuts, they're getting ripped off. Because WatchMojo isn't even good at advertising them. I'm a better advertisement for Death Battle than these guys, and that's saying something.
Aaron is not lost on me.
Who else could realistically stage a mid-battle dance-off atop a moving bus on a massive bridge, am I right?
There's quite a few characters I can think of. And, oh, before I forget, there was another point I wanted to make. Like I said, going back to the whole why not have Deadpool fight another parody character, that's what I did with Blood Royale. Juliet Starling is a parody character of scantily clad, over-the-top, impractically dressed female archetypes in video games, and I'm having him fight another parody character, Ayamu from Is This a Zombie, who is meant to be a parody of, I think, harem protagonists, but I could be wrong. But I do know that Ayamu is also a parody character.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm not going to say this episode is 100% bad, but I will say there were some things that could have made it better. Drop the unnecessary, out-of-place SAO music. Stop focusing so much on the fourth wall bullshit, except for what's in the fight itself. And maybe have him go up against another parody character. So that way you can just embrace more of the insanity even more.
In our runner-up rumble, and in true Deadpool style, he likes to provide commentary for his own battle, which can only ever be a good thing. I gotta say, it's kind of an honor to get the snout beat out of. Before
Stop.
we reveal our top pick, here are a few honorable mentions.
Just put up your hand and say, I swear I won't kill anyone.
Oh, this episode was terrible. I reviewed this episode. They really screwed over the Terminator. No.
I mean, it doesn't sound like a good match on paper.
Don't
just,
you?
It's horrible.
Oh God.
Snails.
For those of you who may not know, I went over this in my first video about the top 10 worst death battles. It's shit. Don't go watch it. I'm probably going to end up deleting it because I'm sick of people responding to it. But anyway, I mentioned how this fight happened because it was an April Fool's joke by Pro Jared, if you're familiar with him. Well, honestly, I don't know how you cannot be aware of Pro Jared, considering that he's now a legend for beating the internet. But anyway, Pro Jared made this matchup idea as an April Fool's joke, and Death Battle took it seriously. Why? Oh yeah, because they looked at Rainbow Dash's feats and were surprised at how powerful she was. Get fucked, Death Battle. If I was a Transformer fan, I would be enraged at this episode's existence.
To kill you! Tag! You're it!
Come back in here. Look at you so many rights. We're gonna beg for that.
This should probably be higher. This is garbage. Don't even try this. This should probably be a little bit higher. Nope. We're done. We are done. We are not even going to justify this one. We're done here.
I can't believe this was actually the first death battle I ever watched, Goku versus Superman. It's like, it was really bad. It made me mad.
Sadly, the first death battle I watched was actually Mario versus Sonic.
I can tell you what my first death battle was, but I feel like you guys would laugh at me.
Why?
It was Koopa versus Goomba.
That one's okay. By the way, I just found this. Death Battle, go fuck yourself. Seriously. This video is garbage, and you have to be aware of that. I know that you're self-aware to some extent, Death Battle. Come on.
I didn't even know that they commented.
No, we need another top 10 food that death battle episode. No, we don't.
Yeah, well. Can I have a quick message for Death Battle? All right, here it is. Yes. Fuck you guys. I'm done. That's all.
Someone said they like Boo versus Kirby.
Oh my god.
Boo versus Kirby. That was another matchup that caused a complete shitstorm when it came out. Even when I saw it, the trailer for it for the first time, I'm like, oh no, this is not going to end well. And I was right.
I'm sorry, might have to say this, but I think Boo really didn't stand very much chances against Kirby.
Top 10 movies that went from loved to hated.
Uh-oh.
Blah.
That should be interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing. There are so many WatchMojo videos that we could talk about. There really is.
Characters.
Yeah.
And they got like 1 million videos or something like that. They upload like up to 20 videos a day.
Yeah, they just spam content.
Mm-hmm. I think I've only seen like one WatchMojo rant video. And
yeah, IHE completely wrecked WatchMojo. I recommend checking out his video. Like, what the hell is this? 10 times anime villains flexed on the hero? Who cares? I hate these oddly specific ones.
Man, Creepy was right. These guys just need to stop.
Yep. Again, there's so many to go through. I'm trying to... I considered talking about this one, but I didn't really think it would matter too much. Plus, I already have a stream figured out for talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm going to be going up against a YouTuber I never thought I'd ever have to go against, but he may have gone full retard. But I'll save that for another time.
Huh. Let's see.
Top 20 movie theme songs. Oh, come on, WatchMojo. I remember Misty / Carnexia, who's basically the anime equivalent of WatchMojo, actually did his own list of like the top 10 Karens in anime, and most of them just turned out to be tsunderes.
That cartoon fan theory video was okay. Pretty decent.
Oh, something Godzilla versus King Kong.
That's it.
If they're trying to say that April O'Neil is weirdly sexualized, what the fuck? April O'Neil is a reporter. Reporters are supposed to look good. Reporters have been sexualized for a long time, so I don't get that one.
You know what? I want to see this one. I want to tear that one apart. That's all right with you.
I guess we could take a look at it. If April O'Neil is on here, then what the hell?
Welcome to WatchMojo. And today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 weirdly sexualized cartoon characters.
My God, that is... I knew Thundercats was old. I didn't know it was that old. That freaking animation, I tell you. Nothing against Thundercats, by the way, but damn, that cartoon is old.
It looks better than the roar, that roar you do.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll see you later.
What?
Dude,
what are you doing, WatchMojo?
I'm convinced that these guys are always baked when they're making these lists.
Audiences blush. We're just
like
Family Guy's adult cartoons that can be sexualized if you want.
Inadvertence, at least as far as we know, or otherwise awkward, will be excluding bombshells intentionally drawn that way. A few Freudian slips are inevitable, so consider this your spoiler alert. Have you had a crush on one of these fictional stunners? Let us know in the comments below.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Let's do this.
I used to like the insurance girl.
What the? Oh my God. What the fuck is wrong with you, WatchMojo? Are you that desperate to fill up this list? April O'Neil. Her being sexualized is one of the more normal things. Really? You couldn't throw Misty on here or something?
Doesn't even look that sexualized anyway.
Yeah, she spends most of her time wearing a fucking jumpsuit. What the... whatever.
Ninja Turtles. No one pulls off a yellow jumpsuit like this TV reporter.
The Emperor is here to sell the mining rights to a vast
JW say anyway.
Like, not every girl can rock a jumpsuit and look good.
While Megan Fox's version of the character was a knockout, it's the heroine's depiction in the first animated series that has curiously enduring appeal all its own.
Why not use the one from the early 2000s Turtles that I grew up with, where she wears a skin-tight jumpsuit with a katana? Or how about the one in the Nickelodeon Turtles where she's wearing booty shorts? Or can they not mention that one because that version of April's technically a teenager?
How is this even
This is
sexualized?
stupid.
How's she even sexualized anyway? All she does is have a pretty face and show a bit of cleavage. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah, just look up April O'Neil from my generation of the Turtles, the early 2000s, or even the new generation, the Turtles from the Nickelodeon TV show. That April O'Neil is far more sexualized. Like I said, they straight up give the girl booty shorts in the Nickelodeon version.
Jent's bravery and plucky attitude made her attractive both as an ally to the Turtles and for fans of the show.
Against your will. You're too pretty a lass to be mixed up with the likes of these.
Sergeant, you've got to believe
You're
it.
too pretty,
He did
alas.
not steal
Can
the
this guy's
toy.
Scottish accent be any more fucking offensive?
This ginger stunner is
Get
total
the
crush
baby.
fuel
Aren't you?
and undoubtedly a major reason why Channel 6 News got such good ratings. When she dresses up, Miss O'Neil leaves the turtles stunned.
Or it could have just been because the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a global phenomenon like Pokemon, and kids loved it. It couldn't get enough. I'm sorry about the choppy video. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if it's my internet or if it's StreamYard. I don't know what to do. I need to figure out how to invite people without having you StreamYard.
What the?
This one? Okay, this one. This
When
one
has
is
anyone
explanation.
ever thought, you see that fish? Looks good.
Alright, is watchMojo telling us that they would fuck a fish?
Just a fish. The woman's face on it.
It's a fucking fish, for God's sake. I have...
Honestly, I take that back. I don't know if I want an explanation.
I feel like they're just trying to fill up the list as much as possible because they probably only planned on having characters like Lola Bunny on here, but realized, oh shit, Lola Bunny isn't enough.
Bold and scaly figure, she's also loyal and honest.
It's like saying Pikachu is sexual. What the fuck?
Yes, we are together again.
While she's not as traditionally attractive as some Disney princesses, Cleo's as captivating as any mermaid. Number 8, Tiger on the Bus / Tiger Backup Dancers.
What the
While
fuck?
the city zoo of the film has a
I'm genuinely surprised they showed restraint by not mentioning Judy. I fully expected them to mention Judy.
Solve the case involving predators mysteriously going crazy. She inadvertently sparks public
I
fears
guess you gotta
about
have some
carnivores.
standards.
May have something to do with the component.
I've accidentally come across porn of Judy Bunny or Judy Hops, whatever the hell her name is.
Blue spots a tiger on the train experiencing some unfair discrimination. But the internet didn't care that he was an apex predator. striped Lothario. Meanwhile, during the film's closing, a pop star voiced by Shakira named Gazelle is flanked by a new foursome of beefy tigers. And these fierce predators definitely made fans
furries, go away. Go jerk off elsewhere.
Number 7. Lion.
What?
Thundercat.
I'll let the Thundercat fans decide if this is BS or not.
Well, at least they actually put.
I grew up with He-Man, but not Thundercats.
Thunder. Physically, he looks like an unshaved Arnold Schwarzenegger, but admirers seem more
That's because that's what all protagonists in the 80s looked like. Look at He-Man.
Pride, calling him Prince Charming is more than accurate. This royal also wields
At this point, they're not even trying to justify this list.
Of omen. Stand when they even stand up to Excalibur. While he's all hunk on the outside, he's as gentle as a kitten on the inside.
And I
Well, I bet you thought that was.
I should never have fought him. Chitara was right. I let him get to me, and until I.
I'm surprised they chose Lionel over that one girl that he just mentioned.
Given Lionel's complex origin story, it's probably best that we avoid overanalyzing this beloved 80s cartoon character. Number 6. Aaron Insurance.
Who?
Fish insurance company spokeswoman was meant to attract policy sales, not the gaze.
I never was aware that this was even a thing that existed.
I'm surprised you never seen the girl before.
Expires, you can switch.
I remember with that black dude, but not her. Was this before I was born or something?
No, this was early 2000s.
Yeah,
2004,
early 2000s.
2005.
Yeah, I never saw all these commercials.
Saying these products when there's tons of porn there.
If you find a better deal for insurance, we'll help you find a policy right away.
While
Weird.
mascot attracting eyeballs is normally a good
I'll give
thing,
watchMojo points for this one, I guess. Only because I didn't even know this was even a thing.
Blowing up everywhere online. When combined with Adultery Spy, will live on forever as an internet legend, however. Number 5. The Chipettes.
Oh, dear.
Wait, aren't they kids?
This is going to get real weird.
1983, they appeared alongside their male counterparts on the small and big screen.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I grew up with the live-action movies over this.
I did
Each member of this terrific threesome has a different appeal for fans.
Did you really have to say threesome, watchMojo?
Leader of the trio.
Did you not? What? Did they not go over their script when they wrote this? You could have said trio, not threesome.
I think I'm going to be sick again.
Like, I know this dude mentioned Freudian slips. I'm guessing this guy is implying he jerks off to threesomes with these girls. Fuck. Thank God I never grew up with this.
That is the brains of the outfit. And if you've got a thing for librarians,
like, there's as many average anime.
We gotta get this little guy back to Antarctica.
I don't believe given this one, they are really sexualized.
And now,
that's with these legendary performers.
I probably should have quit while I was ahead.
Sarah Bellum, the Powerpuff Girl.
Why?
The Country Secretary is made of sugar, spice, and
It's just a
everything
freaking
nice.
secretary. Why wouldn't she be sexual?
No one even showed her face either.
Powerpuff Girls, but serious.
Phew. Besides, you haven't lost. You've just been attacking the problem.
By the way, apparently they're making a live action Powerpuff Girls. And now, how I hate the world again.
Just kill me.
Considering that the Powerpuff Girls are literal preschoolers.
My childhood died almost immediately at this point.
Miss Bellum has an equally stimulating effect on viewers
I
as
have
well.
no value
While we've
of
only seen
anything.
fleeting glimpses of her face.
This character reminded me of that woman from Tom and Jerry that owned Tom, but never saw. How are they going to mimic the hyperactive style of the Powerpuff Girls cartoon into live action? It's not impossible, but how the hell are they going to do that?
Pencil or fighting female supervillains seduce enough of this loyal and mayoral secretary.
At least they haven't gone on a rant about like massage.
Wait. What?
I grew up watching He-Man. That was never a thing. They never sexualized Skeletor, and nobody ever whacked their bag to Skeletor. He-Man, yes. That girl that He-Man teams up with, yes. Skeletor, absolutely not. Now, maybe if this was what's his fuck from Undertale, because they actually want to jerk off over him and Papyrus. But Skeletor, again, I grew up. He-Man was a huge part of my childhood. I never remembered that being a thing. This is weird. This is really, really weird.
There's a lot going for him. For one, his chiseled and massive muscles are easily.
Again, I'm having Lola on here.
Several other attractive qualities. Unlike He-Man, who thinks whipping out a big sword solves everything, he's creative with his evil plans.
Now to begin the incantation.
80s cartoons have not aged well.
Skeletor's drive will make you feel like you can do anything. This villain will never pretend to be a white knight.
Though.
Even putting She-Ra on here would have made no sense. Because she was supposed to be.
However, he might just be the gothic ghoul of your secret desires.
No.
Who doesn't love a brooding bad boy?
How am I supposed to jerk off to something that doesn't even have a dick?
That's just weird. A skeleton.
Number 2, Ian Flux. Ian Flux.
Oh my god. watchMojo, you're not even trying.
This self-directed spy for the Society of Monica is the flex.
You couldn't put one single Pokemon character on here. Not one Pokemon character. And that would have been the easiest thing for you to do.
We would go there in a heartbeat for a chance to go undercover with her. From her high cheekbones to the soles of her feet, every part of the lean lady's body is a weapon.
Yeah, because the human body is a weapon, you dumb shit.
The constant danger that this femme.
Wow.
It's no wonder that her arch nemesis and sometimes partner, Trevor Goodchild, became as obsessed with Eon as every teenager in the 90s was. Before we unveil our top pick, here are a few other
This one's
stunning
a looking boy, though.
Chelsea and the Pussycats. This trio is ridiculously cute
Yeah.
in their cattails and ears.
Josie and the Pussycat. Long tails and ears perhaps.
Lois Griffin, Family Guy.
Oh
no,
my!
no, 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 no,
my
no.
God.
Why Lois Griffin? Like, what the actual hell?
He's a human being, for Christ's sake.
Beauty and the Beast.
Fine, I'll give you that one, I guess. But even then, he was once a human being, you dumb shits.
Throttle, Moto, and Vinny. Biker mice from Mars.
Yep, that's me. I'm the baddest motorcycle mama jammer in the universe.
Who even remembers this cartoon?
Before we continue, be sure to
I've
subscribe
never.
to our channel.
No, I don't think I will watch
on
Mojo.
episode
The
on
fact that you
YouTube.
have 28 million viewers makes me sick.
For occasional videos.
I mean, subscribe. No.
Number 1, Lola Bunny.
Yeah.
Space Jam.
You want to play a little one-on-one, doll? Doll? On the court. Bugs. Sure. Oh, hey,
It's pretty normal to associate rabbits with fertility, but the mammal took on a whole new association in a popular live-action animated hybrid 90s movie. And no, we're not talking about Bugs. Lola strutted onto the court, completely captured Bugs' attention, and hopped straight into the hearts of loyal Looney Tunes lovers. Her hourglass figure cut...
Really? Because I don't remember really giving that much shit about Lola because I was a Looney Tunes signing up.
And I honestly do.
I mean,
not
I knew
care.
about Lola Bunny, but I never really remember caring all that much about her.
Her hyper-feminine
I
attributes
think I might as well say it since we're on this topic.
Because I preferred
do not
characters
care
like
if Lola
Bugs
is a
Bunny
character or not.
because Bugs Bunny was funny. Yeah, Lola Bunny is just an unnecessary sex symbol that I don't even know why they even included.
She was just in Space
I
Jam.
would
She's
much rather
only in the
have
Looney
Bugs
Tunes
Bunny
show.
or any other of the Looney Tunes because they're funny.
She was only in the Space Jam movie. She's only in the Space Jam movie and that 2011 version of the Looney Tunes show.
Oh God, I hate that card. I hate that show. Lola was just so fucking annoying. I can't. Come on, guys. I can't be the only one who feels that way.
Kind of caring about Lola Bunny was in that Looney Tunes show. I think it was called The Looney Tunes Show. It was on Cartoon Network because they give Lola Bunny an actual personality and she becomes Bugs Bunny's girlfriend. And she's actually funny. Top 20 anime of the century so far.
I guess I was kind of annoyed with her because of how stupid she was at times. Like, she's so stupid, maybe I actually want to slap her.
Top 10 underrated anime you need to watch. And is KNJ going to be on here? Probably not.
Top 10 greatest cartoon series finales. Oh my god. And of course, they put Adventure Time on there with the stupid lesbian kiss.
Yep. Top 10 anime series where the hero is overpowered. Okay. Okay. Top 10 anime moments you'll remember for the rest of your life. And I'm willing to bet I will probably remember barely any of these. Top 10 anime fights that blew everyone away. Okay. I'll play watchMojo. If any of these fights blew your fucking mind, let us know. Oh, yeah, and I actually give you guys full permission to downvote the fuck out of watchMojo because they deserve it, because watchMojo isn't a person. It's the equivalent of downvoting a corporation. Nobody gives a shit about watchMojo.
So here's my question, Kimi. Are these fights actually going to blow our minds, or are they going to make us want to blow our brains?
I don't know. Guess we'll find out.
This is Ashley with watchMojo, and today we're counting down our picks.
Never name a dude Ashley, for God's sake. Why do people do that?
Oh, don't you dare reference this piece of shit anime.
For this list, we're going to be looking at some of the lesser-known battles that came out in the anime scene, ones that still shocked everyone with their presentation. Did these fights knock your socks off, or did they not even qualify as a fling? Let us know in the comments below, and as always, you can catch me on Twitter at @AshJBo.
Yeah, why would I ever do that?
Let me know which anime fight video you want to see next. Number 10, Brawler vs. Master. Akudama Drive.
Never heard of this anime.
Me neither.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Yep. So I'm just gonna skip it. If any of you have seen this anime, sorry, but if nobody here has seen it, it's just gonna be a waste of time.
No objections.
Punches until they push themselves to the edge of death.
It looks like an anime, though. The animation looks decent.
Yeah. Again, another anime I've never heard of. I mean, it looks nice, but I've never heard of this anime. I'll at least give watchMojo credit. I expected them to just use a bunch of basic bitch anime, like Dragon Ball Z and Bleach. No offense to Bleach, but it is a basic bitch anime. And this is coming from someone that adores Bleach.
Not yet.
Unleash a massive hydra to tear apart a giant deer. Only for
We're only getting started on this
friends to come in and punch the damn thing into oblivion. Both
Yeah, the second doesn't look too bad. I think he's up sometimes.
Number 8, Captain's Brawl, Black Clover.
Okay, now there's the basic bitch anime.
Told you.
Although Black Clover has gotten really good, though.
Yeah,
I'm sure Black Clover is good anime. Just because an anime is basic bitch, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's just another way of saying it's a very popular gateway type of anime that almost everyone has seen at some point. That's all I really mean when I say basic bitch anime. It doesn't necessarily mean it's bad.
It was an anime that started out bad, but it got better and better.
Yeah, I heard stories about how bad Black Clover started out, which is why I never bothered watching it. Because why would I want to watch an anime that starts out shitty? Why can't it just be good from the very beginning? It's like those people that play Final Fantasy 13 and try to defend it by saying, well, after 20 hours, the game gets really good.
Oh,
why can't the game just be good from the very beginning?
Gamey, could you not mention FF13? I'm having bad flashbacks.
Thus far, fans who have been waiting for the action
Oh
to pick
God,
up again.
Digimon.
Insanity.
Yeah,
After time,
I grew up hating Digimon because of the Flame War back then.
Yeah.
A Flame War that may have not been deserved towards Digimon, but even so.
Yeah, I know our good friend Benjamin liked this anime, but we don't.
I mean, I admit the only reason I hated Digimon was simply because of that flame war between Pokemon and Digimon back in the day. Now I'm just kind of indifferent towards it.
I was somewhere in the middle. I actually watched both when I was a kid.
Again, another anime I've never seen. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, same here. I heard it's quite good, though.
Yeah. One of my friends, Nero, was telling me all about it.
And it's got the Puritans bitching about it, so it's got to be good.
I'm interested already.
Ogun proved to be an exception, all thanks to the power of his flamey ink, generating enough force to match the captain of the first division.
One they bitch about is the girl that's ripped. They say like she's like oversexualized and shit like that.
Number 5, Seek vs. Kana, Fate
Huh?
Apocrypha.
Okay, interesting choice.
This is what it looks like when you blow your budget in a single fight and throw in 2 kitchen sinks for good measure. Say what you will about Apocrypha's story, the confrontation between the...
I don't even think Apocrypha's story is even really that bad. It has its problems, but it's not the worst thing ever, like some Fate fans would have you believe. And it doesn't disrespect series like Khaled does.
With psychedelic animation, the whole thing really pushes the boundary of just how much you can.
And these anime always do have some pretty good fight scenes.
Fate, I knew Fate was going to be on here. I just didn't know which one they were going to do. I expected them to do Saber.
Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon?
Oh my god, this anime is complete dog shit. Why is it so popular?
The ball is back, and
Yeah, I
this
tried
time
to get into this anime, but it just didn't really work.
I have never understood the appeal of this anime. Never.
Demands a rematch against the adventurer who bested him before.
Plus,
Natural
no.
be able to repeat history. Only this time he was.
I mean, Bell is just another jackass that has no personality, but for some reason, everything with a pussy falls in love with him for some reason. I'm so sick of that cliche. It needs to end. Of bland, boring protagonists with no personality, and every female in the vicinity falling in love with them.
Aiden Abyss, Dawn of the Deep Soul.
Never heard of this one.
Again, I will at least give WatchMojo that this video is a tad bit better than the others, if not because for the most part they're not using a lot of common anime that I would have expected them to.
Boss fights, both armed with crazy weaponry. Reg and his incinerator take on Bondroot's immense arsenal.
Hey, Kimi, could you hear me throughout this whole time? You guys were kind of cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh shoot, sorry about that. I didn't notice.
Just thought I might point that out. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably my Wi-Fi. It's been
it could be, or it might be because StreamYard might be screwing up. Like I said, my video's been a little bit choppy, and it's not normally like this when I stream.
With the latter suffering from the curse of the abyss, it becomes
I remember this anime because everyone threw a complete shit fit because there was one scene where a girl didn't have a shirt on, and even though it shows nothing, they still threw a shit fit over it because Ma Lolicon or some stupid nonsense like that.
It was very dark.
Sometimes I hate the human race.
Yeah.
Again, these idiots think that literally any anime character is a lolly. I mean,
Yep.
I'll call the pedo for liking hentai of Tsunade, for God's sake.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's so stupid, and even then, even if it was Lolicon, it's like, okay, it's not real, so who gives a flying fuck? There are bigger things to worry about than anime.
Like, seriously, they're just drawings.
I've been meaning to make a video. I know I'm not the only one to do it, but for the longest time, one of the videos in my archives that I wanted to make was making a video about lolly artwork and why people need to stop trying to ban it and stop trying to make it illegal. There are people out there that genuinely believe it's acceptable to lock someone away for possessing so-called lolicon artwork. Like, if these morons had their way, you could be arrested for owning the wrong manga, and that is insane to me. I hope these people never get their way.
That's scary.
Yeah. It's stupid. Rather it's CP or not, it's not real. It is not fucking real. Who gives a shit?
But then the argument will be...
Here's a simple way to debunk this. If you're going to say that so-called lolicon or fan service involving any kind of teenage character in anime is bad, or CP, then by that same logic, if someone makes a drawing or a horror movie about someone being murdered or tortured, that's equal to murder and torture, you know?
Yeah.
So it's that same kind of logic. It's the importance of separating fiction from reality. Worry about actual murder, actual torture, actual child pornography. Stop worrying about fake shit that doesn't hurt anyone at the end of the day.
Yeah, and of course, also these idiots that go like, they say, well, it is illegal because it's illegal in South Korea. Yeah, okay, well, South Korea is the rest of the world.
Guess what? Alcohol at one point was illegal.
Yeah, and things went to shit when they banned it.
Yeah. Like, just because the government makes something illegal doesn't make it bad. Government makes all kinds of stupid shit illegal. I mean, in California, they made fucking straws illegal, for God's sake. If odds are, if a government makes something illegal, I'm more likely than not going to laugh.
There were a point where it was, I don't know, I think, like, I heard this in one of my classes that
they seriously made straws illegal.
they seriously
straws are illegal in California. They're straight up banned.
In Pennsylvania, that they're staying in the bathroom illegal.
Each other to pieces.
Oh my God! Just kill me.
The fact that Fruit has deconstructed orphans as power sources is just the depressing cherry on top. Number 2, Bekuli versus
Nope. I don't want to fucking hear it. I do not want to fucking hear it.
No, Sword Art.
No. We don't do Sword Art Online around here, ever. And I don't care what you Sword Art Online fans say. Oh, well, it's good now. Sword Art Online should have been good from the very beginning. It shouldn't have wasted 3, almost 4 seasons of being absolute shit. And Kirito is the king of Gary Stews, so get fucked.
Actually, SAO got worse because the creator decided to make it woke.
Yeah, I made a video about that a long time ago that nobody saw, sadly.
Woke anime?
But nothing could compare to seeing
That sounds fun.
After watching Mahito so
I mean, I'll give them credit for not throwing Dragon Ball Z on here. I fully expected them to do that.
No, I feel like they would have a completely different list dedicated to that.
Probably. Top 20 anime that everyone needs to watch. Oh, dear.
This is going to be like Anime America again, isn't it?
Possibly. Anime America has said some really stupid stuff before. Top 10 anime for all ages. Naruto is debatable. That's for all ages.
And not even DBZ is for all ages either.
Top 10 anime moments we quote every day. Man of culture. Blah. Really?
Yeah, I noticed that there was a bit of a trend. And with Robot Chicken.
Well,
top 10 fatal mistakes by anime characters. Again, blah.
Well, they're not a lot of these are basic bitch lists, at least. I'll give them that. Then again, they still take other people's ideas, so.
Yeah. Top 10 most controversial anime characters. Why do I have a sneaking suspicion? I feel like I know who they'll put at number 1. I mean, the fact that I saw Sagiri on there means I already know what I'm in for.
This is actually with watchMojo, and today will be.
By the way, I'm just going to say it. For all you people that freak out over, Uromanga Sensei, it's not that bad. Take a chill pill. So many people freak out about it because of the incest element, but the incest element barely even comes up. And even then, it's mostly just focused on 2 manga artists for the most part.
I just
like,
don't
it's not even that bad. Maybe it's because I've seen the worst anime of all time, like the anime whose name shall not be said. So maybe it's a little bit unfair for me to expect these basic bitches to understand. But even so, like, I fail to understand why people flip out over Uromanga Sensei. I've seen it. It's not that bad.
Top 10 most controversial anime
Boring,
characters.
to be honest.
For this list, we're going to be looking at the characters who caused widespread uproar from fans and the general public alike. As always, you
AKA,
can
everybody
Twitter at
overreacted.
So head over there, give me a follow, let me know which anime list you want to see next. Number 10, Brocken Jr., Kinnikuman.
Never heard of this anime. I don't think anyone here knows about this anime.
Nope.
It's kind of like a wrestling anime, I guess.
Skip. Oh, really? This character is tame by today's standards.
Yeah. Plus, I've seen plenty of other characters just like Roshi. So,
yeah. In fact, the whole perverted old man mentor thing is a cliche. I mean, it's so cliche that even Death Battle had him fight Jiraiya based solely on that cliche. So there's no need to go over Roshi. We already know what the fuck they're gonna say.
Number 8, Sagiri Izumi, Eromanga Sensei.
Oh dear. Now we can get into the shit.
She nearly got all of anime banned in Australia. What more do we need to say?
Yeah, because Australia is an overly sensitive nanny state. Also, it's not Sagiri's fault. It's Australia's fault for having a freaking nanny state. Australia bans all kinds of stupid stuff. Australia banned GTA, for God's sake, and all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, that's like one thing that Australia is known for, that they have like the lightest stomachs imaginable.
Yeah, That's why I would never want to live in Australia. On top of the fact that everything in Australia wants to kill you, Australia is run by a freaking nanny state.
Yep, there's dangerous snails there.
Yeah,
I heard the fucking
like
plants
blaming
in Australia.
Sagiri for all of anime almost being banned. Like, get fucked, WatchMojo. Don't blame Sagiri for this just because Australia is run by a bunch of out-of-touch boomers and Karens.
Given the Outback's rather uneasy history with mediums like video games, it stands to reason that a non-anime enthusiast might look...
Again, this character isn't even that bad. Like, take away the incest element, and there's nothing controversial about the character. This character is purely controversial because incest. Even though incest is very common in Japan for cultural reasons that I'm not even going to get into here. Not necessarily saying Japan is necessarily in the right or wrong for this, just kind of pointing it out. That there's a reason why characters that fall in love with family members are so common in anime.
Well, if you do know, just keep it to yourself, Kimi. Just please.
And it's also bullshit that they act like this is the only incest anime out there. I mean, there's Vampire Knight, which is extremely popular. No one bitches about that.
Oh, well, people do bitch about it, except it's actual anime fans that bitch about it because Vampire Knight has been ridiculed for the longest time. Even in my earliest years of being an anime fan, everyone was relentless towards Vampire Knight. But again, you're going to need to try a bit harder than just incest because you could literally substitute this character for any other character. Like, how about the girl from Orimo? People actually hate her.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
In drawing hardcore erotica and has a physical attraction to her brother and
I guess that's the only other kind of controversial element. She draws erotic artwork. Even then, who cares? Is that really the end of the world?
Was so outraged at the fan service and incestuous hints that he tried to get all of anime banned. Going about it the wrong way. You have to embrace the trash, not reject it.
I hate politicians so much.
Number 7.
What?
Oh God!
What
Fuck
the
Mary.
fuck?
How's Marie freaking controversial? She's not even an anime character. She's a video game character.
Fuck it. I'm counting it. I'm counting it.
Okay, now I know. how many times is WatchMojo gonna piss off the Persona fan base?
Hey, Mary is pretty fucking worthless. I'm gonna say it.
The only thing
literally no one's
controversial
interesting
about this character is she has the same name as my abusive ex, and even then, it's only controversial to me and no one else.
Like, yeah, Atlas literally thought that the only real way she can be interesting is if they made her the most bitchy romance option there was.
Yeah.
This character is completely worthless.
Well, any Persona fans in my fan base are going to now crucify WatchMojo.
Yeah,
I don't know how he's going to justify this one.
And as a Persona fan, I actually do like Marie. I do like her social link. It's pretty.
Here's the thing. There was a very easy way they could have done this. I can't believe I'm telling WatchMojo how to do their crappy job for them. What about what the hell is her name? The Lolly character. I can't remember her name. I almost said Nanato, but I know that's not her name.
Nanako.
Yeah, Nanako, her. Because Nanako's actually in love with the main character. Why not just do Nanako? I shouldn't have to tell you how to do your job, WatchMojo.
Hey, WatchMojo better stay away from Nanako. She needs to be protected at all costs.
Not saying she's a bad character. I'm just saying if they wanted to do this right, they probably should have gone after her.
The anime was a pretty decent adaptation in itself.
Point taken.
They decided to adapt the expanded The Golden version of the game. They took a few too many liberties. Marie was, for the most part, an inoffensive addition to the game, having very limited interactions with the main cast. But the anime decided to go full Poochie with her.
He's not saying anything.
So why is she controversial?
Marie, much to the chagrin of fans, became one of the main focal points of
Mhm.
being
Can I rephrase what I said earlier about Marie?
every scene, and even
Sure.
taking
Okay, so maybe saying worthless was a bit too strong of a word. I just say that at the worst, what I would consider controversial is that she is just not that appealing compared to other Persona characters. That's I think what I should have started off with.
Is his only argument for putting her on this list is just because the Persona fan base doesn't like her for some arbitrary reason that I don't know about because I'm not a Persona fan? I don't get it.
Man, this anime, the golden anime, isn't very well liked because it basically made her a self-insert.
So just because she's a bland character, she's worthy of being put on this list? That is such a low standard. There are so many bland and boring characters you could put on this list then.
Yeah, people are pissed off because in the actual game, Marie does not appear in any of those scenes. She doesn't appear during the concert or anything like that. So I guess they're pissed off because of canon.
Well, this is already going to be one of those special lists, especially if they put the character at number 1. I'm suspecting they're going to.
Number 6, Ainzel Go.
What?
Overlord.
How?
Wait,
What? Oh my god.
I don't even know this one because he has a harem or something.
What is it? Is it because he brutally killed a girl or something? I don't get it.
I mean, seriously, what's this guy's deal? Oh, I'm legitimately trying to figure it out.
Is it because he made a heel turn later on in the series?
Everyone loves a bad boy, especially if they go out of their way to trick and systematically massacre a group of adventurers who happen to find their way into his back garden.
While fans had no problem with Bone Daddy Ainz wiping out enemy soldiers, monsters, and other less personable victims, there was a major outcry following the defeat of Foresight, a group that many had grown close to, only to watch them be killed off or sent away to meet unspeakable fates. Yes, there's no
I feel like
doubt
this
which
is just
side Ainz is playing for
filler
now.
because they couldn't think of 10 characters to fill the list.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah. I mean, even I could do a better job than these morons.
Mine, the Rise
Huh?
of the Shield Hero.
I'm surprised she's not higher.
I mean, I know a lot of people hate this character, but is she really that bad?
Well, they accuse that they say like, oh, like women don't accuse men of sexual assault. That's what they're mad that this woman did that.
Oh, I see now.
Have ever succeeded in inspiring so much vitriol as this princess, who through her deceptions and manipulations nearly led her kingdom to ruin.
Yeah, they label this anime an incel fantasy.
Okay, the term incel doesn't even mean anything. At this point, it just means someone I disagree with. I mean, I know incel technically has a meaning, but its meaning has been decimated.
Occasions. Getting her name changed to Bitch was about as lucky an end for her as she could have hoped. Number 4, Hiro Shishigami, Inuyashiki.
Never heard of this anime.
Me neither.
Might as well skip if no one knows about this anime.
Skip away.
Nope.
Well, I see you found the food.
To us, this resident assistant at the lookout is
Mr. Popo, huh?
who has aided Goku across the years.
Oh, let me guess, because his skin color.
Hunting man with an
Oh my god, Mr. Popo, get fucked. Mr. Popo was not based on blackface. First off, the Japanese don't barely even understand what blackface is. Japan didn't have blackface and Jim Crow laws in their country. They don't know what that shit is, and even if they did, they don't partake in it.
This also happened with Jinx too.
This is like the Jinx controversy all over again, except that one was even worse because it showed an extreme amount of ignorance towards Japanese culture.
Yep. And like 90% of Japanese people don't even know what the N-word means.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wasn't that like
Griffith,
a thing?
get fucked. Jesus H. Christ. No, I already know what you're gonna say, watchMojo. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, shut up.
Yeah, he's evil. He betrayed the main character or some shit like that.
It's almost like he's a villain.
Yeah.
Man, we can't have villains anymore. That's offensive.
Number 1, Endeavor.
What?
Seriously? But Endeavor... Do I even need to mention that this guy's on a redemption arc currently?
What the fuck? Oh my god. Of all the characters you could have chosen, they didn't even try with this one.
Yeah, the reason he's controversial is because he's a bad father.
Yeah, like 1 in a million in the world of anime. Seriously, I was
expecting them to put Rin Koko Noe at number 1 or Pico.
Oh, Pico.
And I mean, plus again, and this whole video just got dated with that pick since Endeavor is currently is having a redemption arc in the manga.
Oh, hey, look, one of my old comments. I didn't even know this was here.
I know sometimes you comment something months and years ago, you don't even remember commenting on it.
How many times that's happened to me? There's been times I've commented on one video multiple times because I didn't even know I already left a comment there.
Yeah, I've done that.
That one was just dumb. No. Also, piss off, Todd Hapricorn.
Okay.
You voice trash characters.
Okay, I think right now I'm gonna go.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, well, see ya. Have a good night.
Nice to have you. Oh. Okay.
Oh, we're gonna play this card now.
All right. I'm a horror fanatic, so I pretty much have no choice but to respond to this one.
It looks like Shiki's gonna be on the list. That's pretty good anime, actually.
I've been meaning to check out Shiki, but I've never been able to get around to it. I've heard nothing but good things about Shiki. Same with Serial Experiments Lane.
Oh, look, another.
Yep.
Which anime has to be
If another isn't at least in the top 5, I'm gonna burn something to the ground.
So head over there, give me a follow. Let me know which anime list you want to see next.
Terrible cosplayer.
Yeah.
This should not be on the list. From what I've heard, a lot the anime adaptations of When They Cry are apparently not very good. Apparently, they are not accurate representations of the novels they're supposed to be based on.
Mm.
So this probably shouldn't even be on the list. I feel like it's only on here because of popularity. I've had so many conversations with Higurashi fans that say that the anime is not very good. I mean, the fact that it's getting a remake should tell you something.
With a much more iconic horror anime.
I mean, for anyone who's familiar enough with the horror community like I am, usually when a series gets remaked or rebooted, it's usually because they fucked it up beyond repair. You know, like what happened with Friday the 13th when they made Jason Goes to Manhattan, or Nightmare on Elm Street when they made Freddy's Dead. They had no choice but to reboot them. Same with Wrong Turn. I know Wolf knows all about that because I showed him Wrong Turn 5.
Worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
So I see.
So yeah, Higurashi probably shouldn't be on here. I mean, I'm not saying the Higurashi series isn't good. The visual novels are very good, but apparently the anime does not do them justice from what I've heard.
I do like the Higurashi anime for the first season.
I definitely didn't think it was as good as some people hyped it up to be, though.
This then springs into a murder mystery that's heavy on mind games and supernatural shenanigans.
The only thing I remember very fond Lolly meme, which was very funny.
Drunk Lolly meme.
Number 9, Shiki, a slow-moving thriller about a group of vampires trying to take
I wonder if watchMojo's videos are just so shitty that they're screwing up my computer.
That's an interesting way to look at it.
Make responses to videos that are so bad it crashed their Chrome. I shit you not. That happened to Chris Vega. He responded to this cringy SJW video, and he's like, it crashed.
It subverts expectations.
This actually happened to us on.
Please do not say that for support expectations. Please do not say that.
Capacity for horrific acts fuel the anime's psychological terror.
Ryan Johnson has ruined that term, subvert.
Which term?
Number 8, Angel's Egg.
What?
Before
Never heard of it.
directing the likes of Ghost,
Neither have I.
Shell,
Pretty old though.
Never heard of this one.
85.
This is about, apparently it's predates even Ghost in the Shell.
girl who lives in a desolate world and got an egg. This bizarre classic is heavy on the symbolism and light on story.
At least they had a bunch of basic bitching here.
It does feature a nightmarishly beautiful art style.
I mean, I will say
primal level.
this isn't as bad as some of the other videos, but again, it's not saying much because even
Also adds the film's
there are other times, like we just saw with the controversial anime characters, where they just don't even try.
Number 7, The Promised Neverland.
Wait a second.
So horrible.
I do not recall this being a horror anime. I might have to double check. I'm pretty sure this is song though. I don't know.
Their image of a peaceful life goes up
I've never
in
heard
flames.
anything about it being a horror anime.
Children as food
Yeah, I've only heard that it's disturbing.
for a species
Like nothing else, not even flat out horror.
just out of- with their own mother figure serving
Yeah.
as an
Maybe I'll have to look into this anime. I could be wrong. I've heard of The Promised Neverland, but I have never seen it.
facial expressions in
Mm,
anime.
I've heard the manga
Neverland
dropped in quality a little.
And an ever-present feel that something could. Number 6, Parasites. Horror comes in many shapes and styles. With this series,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm slowly starting to feel that this series is overrated. It's so popular, it got a shitty live action movie.
when parasitic
I thought
aliens
the anime
take to
was
using
pretty
human
good.
bodies as makeshift timid teenager ends up with a talking right
Can't say
hand,
much about the
a
manga. The
character-driven
manga
psychological
sucks.
of action, even bigger body counts. Parasite does a great job of balancing its separate element unique.
Oh yes.
While being
Of all the
scary and
scenes
not
to
always
show,
the main focus, Parasite
when you're talking about it being unique, you have to show this scene where he's pissing with an alien.
Yeah, with his talking right hand.
Number 9. Oh, the other is a common theme.
Never heard of it.
Escape, but it usually
Nope.
form of an out.
I
Well,
like the art
this
style,
looks
though. That's
interesting to
definitely
say the
interesting.
least. Yeah. You can definitely tell this is one of those artsy kind of it.
Crafting a world where everything is surreal and there are only traces of recognizable.
I've seen weird horror movies that are like this, that are just really surreal and weird.
This kind of reminds me of the Tool concert I went to one time.
This to me is like the anime equivalent of.
It is kind of mind trippy though, like Junji Ito would make.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this was based on a Junji Ito work.
Another.
It should probably be higher, but fine, whatever.
I mean, it's not below 5, so
At this point, I'll just take what I can get from these incompetent jackasses.
Naturally, new transfer student Koichi transfers into said class.
I mean, I don't know if I would say it's the scariest anime in the world, but it is.
So what?
And then the killing starts. Another's death scenes are so graphic and abundant that it could be dismissed as nothing more than a gore fest. But that's not completely fair. Its core mystery is did the
Final Destination, I'll kill you.
souls meet an early grave.
To compare another to Final Destination is sacrilegious horseshit.
Yeah, at least they didn't do that though.
I just really, it drives me nuts when people compare another to Final Destination. All just because their death scenes are somewhat similar.
While a lonely and timid girl in real life
Huh. That was more of like a psychological thriller. The difference between that and horror.
Apparently, I found out there's actually a video game based on this anime.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's really surprised me.
Yeah, I saw Joe's video.
Apparently, there's a video game.
He played a bunch of anime.
I guess the reason why we never heard of it is because I think
Serial Experiments Lane is unpredictable, unusual, but also strangely relatable, which makes the whole experience all that more unnerving. Rashi when they cry.
also, no. Get this off the list. No. You don't get to put this at number 2. Oh, there's so much bullshit.
I mean, I like to say
another a ripoff of Corpse Party. If you thought comparing Another to Corpse Party was bad, I mean, if you thought comparing Another to Final Destination was bad, comparing it to Corpse Party makes even less sense. They have nothing in common with each other. And if you're going to say it's because they're gory, well, guess what? Berserk is gory. So is Berserk, is Another like Berserk? And no, I'm not going to listen to WatchMojo try to justify this one. Higurashi should not be this high. No, even if it was faithful to the novels, Higurashi is not even that scary. It's just the anime equivalent of Groundhog Day. No. I mean, I know horror is subjective, but I'm sorry.
Classic thriller is
Perfect Blue. I've heard of this one.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
I've heard a lot about Perfect Blue.
I thought it was a hentai.
As they inhabit.
Well, it is a 90s anime, and 90s anime were really balls to the wall back then. I think that's back when Japan was actually allowed to show whatever they wanted on TV.
So I guess possibly a semi-hentai.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I've been meaning to check it out. It's one of the many, many anime on my long list of anime to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I'm watching 2 different anime at once. An Angel Flew Down on Me and Vivid Strike.
I haven't heard of any other one.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of An Angel Flew Down on Me. It's one of those annoyingly popular anime that was all over YouTube when it first came out.
Basically, where it stars a lesbian pedo, and people are like saying it's so good and all that stuff, and it's popular. Yet Kodomo no Jiken gets banned.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah, it's classic double standards.
Do I even need
Like,
to
the
say
best
that
way
I
I
need
can
double
describe the
standards?
main character is imagine Tomoko from It's Your Fault I'm Not Popular combined with a lolicon. That's essentially the main character.
Well, I don't know the former, but I'm going to take your word for it.
Not even this bitch is as socially awkward.
Okay, this is why I hate WatchMojo. So in one video, they said that Kirito and Asuna was the best couple in anime, and now they're backpedaling.
Yeah, I remember an anime a video where they said it was one of the best relationships in anime. I remember that.
Yeah, and why are you putting the results in your description? Why watch the video?
And also, they keep mispronouncing Kirito's name. In the best romance, they call him Karaito. Can't even pronounce the names right.
Here's the thing. Anime America did this list, and they did it better. This is why WatchMojo doesn't need to be talking about anime, because Anime America exists.
Welcome to watchmojo.com, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10
Anime America is almost becoming like WatchMojo.
Before we begin, we publish new videos every day.
You try so hard to backpedal, WatchMojo. I'm not going to let you do it.
During their respective series, and whose romances just don't work. Oh, and be on the lookout for some major spoilers down the line.
Okay, no, don't you dare mention these two. This requires so much lack of fucking context to put this on there. Don't even think about watchMojo. I'm not going to let you do it.
Yeah, they don't do research. They just say whatever's on the poll and just go with it.
Yeah. Yeah, this relationship is perfectly fine and acceptable. The reason why he's doing this to her requires a lot of removal of context, you know?
Number 10, Makoto and Sakai, School Days.
You know what? I'll give them credit for not putting this at number 1. There's 1 point out of like -9 billion.
Yeah.
Because everyone always likes to put this at number 1.
This anime is pretty horrible.
I don't get the hate towards School Days. I think School Days is the most overrated, worst anime ever. And while School Days is bad, it's not really as bad as people make it out to be. Also, it's based on a successful series of visual novels.
She is a terrible person. What happens when you put them together? Well, lots of meaningless sex.
The main character is a complete scumbag, though.
Also, what they need to understand is the anime adapted the bad route. So, of course, Makoto is going to come off as a piece of shit. Same with Sekai, because this is the bad ending route. I don't know why they chose to adapt the bad ending route, but that's what they did.
Ah, I see. I know this novel. I thought it was some kind of...
This was based on a visual novel, and it had multiple branching paths with multiple different endings. You can even get with Kotonoha's little sister. I shit you not. You can actually make Makoto fuck Kotonoha's sister.
Although this anime does kind of trigger me because that girl looks like Nagisa from Clannad, and that guy looks like Tomoya from Clannad as well.
Yeah.
This is something I don't understand. Like if you're gonna adapt a visual novel, why do the bad route anyway?
I don't know. I mean, it's one thing if you want to pull a Fate Stay Night where they adapted all 3 routes, but why adapt the bad ending route? Like, unless it was like a very popular route, like story-wise, I don't know why you would do that.
Makoto to pursue a relationship with another girl. Her own jealousy eventually led to the fear of them becoming an affair.
Also, again, this might just be me because I've actually seen the anime whose name shall not be said. I've seen characters that make these two look like saints. And Wolf can attest to that.
Yep.
Oh, God. You two are scaring
And I'm
me.
willing to bet my life that he's not even going to mention those two that I'm thinking of.
Well, I'm the only one listening, so you better... So you ought to take your pick. And I say I'm the only one listening while we have a freaking live chat.
Okay, I'll give them credit for putting this on the list, but this should be much higher. This is an abysmally bad romance, and these two characters are so poorly written, it's embarrassing.
Which characters are these? I missed it.
Yuki and Yuno from Future Diary.
Also called Mirai Nikki.
Yeah. Well, that's what Mirai Nikki translates to.
Yeah.
Future Diary is just the English translation. But yeah, these characters are so badly written. The fact that people can say that she's the queen of yanderes offends me. Because she's a poorly written character and a basic bitch yandere.
Tried to use her as a way to make sure he won in the end.
Queen Yandere will always be Lucy.
I have plans to make a video of Lucy versus Yuno. That's obviously going to be a complete... Thank you. Fuck this anime.
Kimi, should I explain
All
that
the
to Mary did?
romance here is shit. Even if you got with Ez death, it would be just as bad. By the way, this might be the most boring, generic, bland anime character to ever walk the earth. Even his design is so bland, you basically forget that he even exists. There's nothing about him that stands out. For as shit as Kirito is, at least I can say Kirito stands out. for as shitty as he is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
Even
lie,
if he
this guy looks
stands
like he
out
could
for
be a
all the
background
wrong
character
reasons.
Yeah, like this is the most bad-looking schmo I've ever seen, and also surprised they didn't actually get him together with the Kame, considering that was the main focus of the relationship.
Yeah, I mean, compare it to Ichigo, who not only looks like a badass, but he wears shirts that just show so much personality. Like, I can remember there's a random episode of Bleach where just Ichigo is going around rocking a shirt that says "nice vibe." Just his clothing alone gives off so much more personality than this fucker. And it helps that Ichigo's a total badass.
It's probably to his detriment.
Yeah.
From the get-go, Mine sees
I can't really comment on Agame got killed. I can't.
This is one of the all-time bad animes. This anime is so bad, even fans of the manga can't stand it. Even they can't justify it.
I guess I'll have to talk to my friend about it.
Besides, mine is an annoying tsundere.
Yeah, she's just a generic tsundere, or as DX put it, she's a pint-sized tsundere.
She looks like she looks like Saya from the High School.
How is Ed's death a more logical choice for this fucker? She's a sadist.
Yep.
Not to mention she's one of the villains. Just because Esdeath cares about him doesn't mean dick.
Yeah. But I think either Esdeath or Akame would have made a better relationship. Why mine?
Oh boy, here comes the filler.
Turns out that the god of the new world isn't just a master.
Well, he did treat her pretty badly.
Yeah.
But is it really a relationship? Like, I haven't seen...
Yeah, I mean, I would argue this is hardly even much of a relationship.
I mean,
Light's just using her as a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Misa's fully aware of that, and even gives Light permission to use her as a tool.
Yeah. I mean, I at least have context. I can say that. That's how I explain.
Yeah. So this one just feels like filler. Yeah, it is you can't argue it's a toxic relationship, but you can also argue that's not even a relationship at all.
So Skip.
I mean, Light has more of a relationship with Ryuk than anything else. And I don't mean in that way.
Well, I'm the one on fanfiction.net.
More relationship with L than he does Misa.
Yeah. And people actually ship Light and L together because they take the foot washing scene out of context. The foot washing scene, for anyone who wants context to that scene, it wasn't meant to be a gay moment. It's meant to be a reference to Judas washing Jesus's feet because there's a lot of Christian symbolism. Okay, no, this is what I mean, watchMojo. You backpedal, but then you only put these two at number 6. This is what I mean with watchMojo. These two should be much higher.
I want to hear how they justify this. Like, I'm legitimately curious to know.
Yeah. Hold on a second. This couple technically made it onto our best couples in anime list, but hear us out. There is plenty to like about the two in terms of
Shut
their
up
for one another. But on the flip side, there's also
I'm surprised they even acknowledged that other video.
Yeah, all they're doing is referencing it. They're not even taking accountability.
There's no gray area for these two, which is why we had to include them on both lists.
Dude, this relationship is objectively trash. Asuna didn't even know Kirito's age. That's how little she knew about him. It's an Xbox relationship. That's all it is.
Hold on, boys.
And Kirito's a bland... God! Fuck you! No! God! No. No, 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 no. You don't get to put this on here. You don't. Of all the choices, Chloe and Ilya, Shinji and Sakura, you choose this? Even Saber's phony-ass marriage with the Queen of Camelot would have made more sense than this. I'm not even joking. My body temperature is literally heated. This is so bad, it's actually making my blood boil. How do you make a video so bad it affects one's body temperature? For as bad as Death Battle can be, they've never gotten me so mad that my body temperature physically changes.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
And I'm not even wearing anything like super hot either. I'm literally wearing those Lolita overalls you saw me wearing in one of the unboxing videos. So I'm not even wearing anything super hot either. This video is legitimately so bad it's affecting my body temp. I'm going to have a chat with my boy Sam about this later. This is stupid.
Just because she was created to become a tool to be used in the Fourth Holy Grail War doesn't give you any excuse to be such a dick, Kiritsugu.
Kiritsugu's a dick to everyone. That's just his character. You fucking asswipe. I know I'm trying not to be so abrasive, but can you really blame me when this is the stuff I have to put up with? This is garbage.
Yeah, I understand. It's WatchMojo. They're the lowest hanging fruit of the list of YouTubers.
Who is not exactly the best husband. So he's lucky that her love for him is so unconditional, though not enough to prevent sadness from filling the place where happiness.
Even butt culture is better than this.
Let me tell you how much Kiritsugu cared about not only Iris, but his child, Ilya. He tried to rescue Ilya from the Einsburns on multiple occasions, but they locked him out with a magic barrier and made it impossible for him to ever see Ilya ever again. He nearly went mad during the catastrophe of the Fourth Holy Grail War, and the only thing that kept him from completely snapping was finding Shiro alive. The love of Shiro and Ilya was the only thing that kept Kiritsugu going. That's how much he loved his children. And Shiro wasn't even his biological child.
Yep.
Damn.
Sacrificing her to become the vessel of the Grail.
This is bullcrap.
He had with Maya. Jeez, even Saber's a better gentleman. Number 4, Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto series.
Probably should be higher though.
Yeah, I'd say maybe at most number 2.
I never understood Sakura's devotion to Sasuke. He's always been a dick to her. He's never treated her with respect.
Yeah, in fact.
I mean, I stopped watching Naruto after Kimimorra died, and even I know this.
I mean, wasn't the first thing that Sasuke said to Sakura that she was like literally the most annoying person on earth?
Naruto and Hinata's a better relationship, and that's pretty bad too.
What the fuck?
Hey everybody, look, it's Tifa.
What? Huh?
Okay, so anime. You want to give everyone a happy ending? That's totally cool. You want to marry off each of the Digi-Destined and give them kids with random people? That's not so cool.
Hey, you want to play tag? Yeah.
Admittedly, it's nice to see that Yole got with Ken in the end, but that's hardly even scratching the surface.
Okay, now they're just being freaking lazy here.
Nope, that's basically unforgivable. Seriously.
I mean, I don't know enough about Digimon to know if this is terrible or not.
This sucks.
Maybe if my best friend were here, she could. Thank you.
Okay. Honestly, I would have put that as number 1.
Probably. I know. I believe Anime America did. This relationship is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
Although, as much as I hate this relationship, don't get me wrong, it's very bad. Technically, it's not the worst. It can at the very least be number 2, but I know a couple that's so bad, it makes this one look tolerable in comparison. But again, I don't know if I want to mention it because it requires me to mention the anime so terrible I can't even speak its name.
Right,
but I know Wolf knows who I'm referencing. Actually, now that I think about it, if you've seen my top 10 list of the worst lesbian characters in anime, you may know who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
That could probably scare off Frieza and
People want to say Bulma and Vegeta is a bad one too. It's better than this though. By
Bulma
far.
and Vegeta is actually an objectively good romance.
Yeah.
If you hate on Bulma versus Vegeta, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, Vegeta at least shows he cares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Vegeta. Oh, you son of a bitch! Give me a fucking break.
What were you saying about Vegeta?
Oh, I was saying that Vegeta so we know Vegeta is a very prideful character, right? Well, Trunks and Bulma are a part of his pride. He will kill anyone who even so much as tries to threaten or insult his pride. That includes Bulma and his son.
Yep, and his
Literally
daughter
went on a rampage when Cell took out Trunks right in front of him.
Yep. He definitely does show he's cared about his family. There was actually a really sweet moment in Super where he held his newborn daughter, Bulla. It was actually very sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, Vegeta is proof that it is possible for Saiyans to be romantic, despite the fact that they don't really understand emotion. But yeah, I'm not even going to bother with this one. This one is just bad. Yeah, it's a terrible romance, but it's not the worst of all time. Not even close. You couldn't even cheat by putting Boku no Pico or KNJ on here. Wow. How lazy do you have to be to not even cheat, WatchMojo? No, we're not doing this.
They just said that it was a bad relationship. It's like their opinions keep changing.
This is the problem with WatchMojo.
Yeah,
They're
like,
never
nothing's ever
consistent.
concrete with these guys.
Yep. They just say whatever. I literally found out that their lists are not based on research. It's based on polls. If you go on their website, they have polls for their lists, and they determine the results based upon the poll.
So WatchMojo is run by
Yeah,
a
I know
bunch of
about
sheep.
that. Many years ago, I used to be a WatchMojo fan. I used to visit that site pretty religiously.
Yeah.
Most surprising anime couples? What?
And you put Koichi and Yukakuho from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Like,
I don't know if I even want to watch this one. Also, how are you going to have top 10 deaths that pissed you off and then have this jag off on there?
I don't know.
Yeah. And then they just showed out. And then, of course.
Well, this is interesting. I'll give them points for this one.
Abdul didn't die. What the fuck? Why are you showing that scene?
Yo, where's Shenron when you need him? Welcome to WatchMojo, and today we'll be...
Yeah, I think I remember watching this list a long time ago, because I remember I gave them points for putting Ulquiorra on the list. But they didn't put it high enough. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with this one. There's not too much to say about it. I literally didn't even click anything. Most hated anime characters, you say? Okay.
And
this
it's
should be
20.
good. Also, dear YouTubers, stop promoting Raid Shadow Legends. You are promoting a manipulative casino app made by a fucking casino. Stop. I understand needing to make money, but literally sponsor anything else. I have more respect for Death Battle sponsorships, and they sponsor boner medication.
Yep. And also, it's a shitty game, too. I played it. It's a shitty game.
Yeah. Like, I did not lose any form of sleep deleting it.
Yeah. Stop promoting Raid. Enough.
there.
Piss off.
Make a character's popularity plummet, and Kirino accomplished all three. Sure, his brother's an absolute moron for thinking with his junk and going the incest route, but it's Kirino's deplorable attitude and sense of entitlement that garnered most of the backlash.
I don't know why this anime is so popular. Even the normies are aware of this
Why
one.
couldn't we have just focused on
Isn't this anime also called My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute?
Yep. There's actually a parody of this. I shit you not. There is a parody of this anime, and it's called My Little Sister Can't Possibly Have a Hemorrhoid.
What?
Yep, that's a real thing that actually exists.
Number 19, Chris Thorndike, Sonic X. You know all those creepy folks online?
Wait, that's this little shit's last name,
Yes,
Thorndike?
his last name is literally Thorndike. Take that as you will.
Why don't you just call him...
Kid, but crickets don't do it for me. At his best, he was about as tolerable as Amy Rose. He was a whiny human
Thorndike.
What you call him, six-faced bulldog or something?
Canon of work.
I don't know if the fact that this is an official Sonic character's last name makes it better or worse.
What we could do to help Sonic and the others.
I hate his voice. He makes Ash Ketchum's voice sound like fucking Eisen. That's how bad this dude's voice is.
And this anime wasn't bad, although Christopher was pretty damn annoying.
Yeah.
Naruto franchise. Jeez, decades on, and the hate train for this ninja is still
Okay,
strong.
this is probably going to be controversial, but a lot of the hatred towards Sakura is unearned. Sakura is actually a far better character than people want to give credit for.
Yeah, I think they still hate her because of this original Naruto, where she actually did used to be useless. Although she got better and better and better. And
yeah, she's one of those characters that starts out bad but gets better over time. But there's nothing wrong with a character that starts out kind of shitty and then gets better over time. A classic example of this is Hyun-soo from the Sweet Home series. Hyun-soo starts out as an absolute unlikable asshole, but he ends up becoming a better person as the series goes along.
Oh, man.
Yep.
Definitely.
And plus, Soccer.
I love that
pretty
show.
Yep. Sweet Home is a modern masterpiece for the decade. Anyone who says that Sweet Home is anything less than a masterpiece, I will fight you.
Yeah. Going back to Soccer, she's actually pretty strong too. She does become pretty strong, as she did defeat Sorcery of the Akatsuki. Plus, she also did
anyone who says that Sakura is weak, need I remind you, she defeated a member of the Akatsuki.
Yep. And she
Just
went
saying.
toe-to-toe. And she went toe-to-toe with Madara and Kaguya.
And she assisted Sasuke and Naruto in the final battle against Kaguya.
Yeah, kind of hard to call that useless.
Yeah. So she doesn't deserve this hatred she gets. She does deserve shit for dating Sasuke, but no character can ever be perfect, you know? And this is coming from someone who doesn't even like Naruto. Like I said, I gave up after Kimimorra died because he's the only character I cared about.
I kind of cheated and just played one of the Ninja Storm games.
Maybe it's because many can't see past her days as a useless third wheel, or maybe others found her regression when it came to forgiving the last Uchiha as a stab in the back to what development she had garnered across Shippuden. Either way, dislike for the shinobi is just as rabid as it ever was.
From the bottom of my heart, I care about you. Quit it! Just stop, Sakura!
Number 17, Yukiteru Amano.
Thank
Future
you.
Diary.
I hate this guy so much.
Barrel when people are more sympathetic
That's what you know more, though.
wielding yandere than the stale bred main character.
Yuki is just an inconsistent pussy. That's all he is.
Completely and totally ruined his life. Not only was he stupid enough to accept the killing game for the chance to become the god of time, but he tried to use Yuno as a tool to help him win.
So, What do you say we grab a bite to eat?
Here's a rule. If a yandere ever comes up to you, run. Just don't even say anything, just fucking run.
I feel like you shouldn't have to explain that.
Sadly, you do have to because of the popularity of yanderes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't forget about that time about the real life yandere.
Ugh.
Oh dear. One of the least favorite trap characters. Alois Trancy is one of only few trap characters I can think of that people actually hate.
Yeah.
And yes, Alois is actually a trap character. I went on the anime database and found him on there.
Yeah.
Actually, funny thing, Kimi, CL Phantom Hive was my first trap character. In fact,
yeah.
In fact, that's kind of where...
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. When CL is in full trap mode, he actually looks pretty cute, and I like his taste in clothing.
Yeah, let's just say...
Maybe it's because I'm a goth, but I love the gothic look he goes for. Looks good.
Yeah. I definitely learned a few things about myself of that day.
The arena of young masters and demon butlers.
We've got to be joking.
You've got to be joking. Can he put on the shitty accent on any stronger?
Was all his doing though. We're not exactly inclined to feel
I can do a better accent. At least I have practice.
Episode gouging out the eye of their
Yeah.
maid.
This is like the one trap character I wouldn't even bang. Like, if he got naked, I'd like, put your clothes on. Here's how bad Alois is. I don't even have him in my collection. Those know that I have a collection of 3D model artwork trap characters, and I even modded Koyakatsu Party to have a full trap classroom for those of you who remember those Let's Plays before I had to take them down because I got a strike. I didn't even have Alois in there. Didn't even bother.
Plus, this guy's an abusive shitbag, and that gives traps a bad rap.
You know what's sad? This guy comes off as like a shittier version of Pico. I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, I think Pico's a better character than Alois, and that's saying something.
Yep.
At least you could say Pico's relationship with Chico was kind of wholesome.
Yeah, plus it being a physically abusive shitbag doesn't help our reputation.
Of the butler they're phoning for.
I'm not trapped, so I can't comment. I'm like the anti-trap.
Number 15, Ishigo, Darling in the Franxx.
Huh? Okay, I don't know enough about this anime to know if this should be on here or not.
Let me just say,
well, it wasn't due to fans.
They really do hate the pink hair girl. They really do hate her. I don't know why, though.
I don't think it's as terrible as everybody thinks it is, but it's like nowhere near as good as anything, like any other series I've at least seen.
Despite
Like, this is a very meh anime.
02 before she's taken away, Ishigo did everything she could to keep him at bay, including forcibly kissing him and confessing her love at the worst possible time. Well, that waifu war ended rather snappily. Number 14, Bondrude, Made in Abyss.
Huh?
He only in flashbacks. So how did this armored white whistle's infamy skyrocket overnight? That answer lies at the bottom of the abyss, wherein he tricked two orphans to take part in his experiment and sent them both plummeting to the lowest levels, all to observe the effects the curse would have on their bodies, even if it killed them.
Okay, so they hate him for the same reason they hate that guy from Full Metal Alchemist. Okay.
Ball of regrets, and Meaty melted into an agonizing blob. We're still hoping Reg shoves his incinerator up Bondrude's tail hole one day.
Really? You can't even say ass, you have to say tail hole?
Number 13, Makoto Ito.
Ugh.
Delusional and dim-witted dickhead receives a dozen equally daft damsels interviewing the downward dog.
We've already gone over Makoto. Not even gonna waste my time with this.
The thing is, they just keep having the same characters on these lists.
Yep.
Or in this instance, several stabs for the gut. Thinking himself a god given his higher stats.
Up, Sword Art Online.
Nope. Anything that any other character but Kirito is unacceptable. I hate that people pretend that this guy is worse than Kirito. You cannot justify this guy being worse than Kirito. Yeah, he's a pathetic piece of shit. Guess what? All the characters in Sword Art Online suck. But Kirito is objectively the worst. Kirito is to Gary Stu's what Ray is to Mare Sue's. And I say Mare Sue instead of Mary Sue because Ray is the perfect Mary Sue, and I think we need to update the word to Mare Sue.
Mare Sue. Mind if I use that?
ER Senpai being far ahead of us plebs in terms of intelligence.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind, but I'm stealing that.
Well, it came from ER Senpai.
Fair play.
But Senpai speaks the truth.
In order to get what he wants.
So I'm not even gonna bother with this shit. Kirito should be the only one on here.
Number 11, Rachel.
Don't know anything about this anime.
We knew it was coming. We knew something.
It's on that
wait,
popular
Kimi, I
website.
think I know who's going to be number one.
Rachel, if Bam's treasured companion didn't pull a shady stunt. We just didn't.
Oh, great. They mentioned Griffith again. Well, I'm going to be skipping that one because I'm not going to go over Griffith again.
Bam celebrates with his wheel-bound beloved over how they succeeded and could climb the tower together, at least until
Okay, I was wrong.
stands up, pushes him out the Shinsu bubble, and sends him plummeting into the depths below. All out of a twisted sense of jealousy, so she can become a star. Welcome to the shit list, Rachel.
All that just to become a star?
Number 10, Shinji Mato, fake franchise.
Sounds kind of lame if you ask me.
Kind of impressive that in a series that features child murderers and narcissistic
Well, Shinji is kind of a piece of shit, so I don't mind him being on here.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I would have put Chloe on here, but it's whatever. Shinji is okay. I don't have too many problems with it. I can live with it.
Boyle.
But he is kind of a cheap shot.
If you simply minded your own business.
Maybe it's due to how pathetic he is, flaunting his superiority when in truth he's the weakest participant in the Fifth Holy Grail War. The only thing more infuriating than Shinji's ego is his attitude towards women.
Come on, Tosaka, grovel for me. If I like what I hear, then I might even let you live.
Abusing Sakura, making unwanted advances at Rin, it's no wonder we were happy to see him get his comeuppance on many occasions.
It really hurts. Help me! Help me!
Number 9, Giulietta Juris.
I don't know enough about Gundam. I've seen like 5 episodes of Gundam Wing, and that's about it.
This arm on over. It's actually really good anime.
Yeah. Sadly, I have this weird thing where I can't get into mecha anime no matter how hard I try. I don't hate the mecha genre. I just can't get into it. I don't know why. It's just one of those genres that I can never get into.
It's considered one of those anime like for non-mecha fans. Non-mecha anime fans like this.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly not for a lack of trying. I've watched some of the most famous mecha series, with the exception of maybe Gurren Lagann.
Mika and Barbatos, after they had already died from overexerting themselves,
Yeah,
was bloody cherry on
This is
top.
pretty good anime.
Here and now, by the grace of Rustal Elion.
I think I've seen like one episode of Iron Orphans because I was watching Toonami one time.
Same.
But I don't remember much of it because I wasn't really paying attention because I was just waiting patiently for a completely different anime to come
Never
on.
gave us any reason to like her at all. Can you tell a hater?
This character is pretty shit, though. I'll give him that.
Something important
Yep.
that I must do.
Number 8, Minoru Mineta, My
Of
Hero
course.
Academia. While some may have warmed up to this Grape's constant perverted actions and sole goal of becoming a pro-hero so he can get lucky with the ladies, there's no denying there's a firm
Honestly, you need to give me more than he's just a pervert character, because at this point, the pervert character is just a cliche and a
Well, he
trope
actually
at this
gets shit
point.
on because nobody likes his quirk. Like, you think he has the most useless superpower, which is kind of not true. You just have to be creative with it.
Plus, there's nothing inherently wrong with a character being perverted. You can write a pervert character well. I mean, look at Glenn Quagmire. Glenn Quagmire is a pervert with a heart of gold.
Yep.
Yeah, he does sometimes do scummy things, but he's still a good character.
This is one of the more poorly written perverted characters, though.
Yeah, that's if your sole reason for putting him on the list is simply because he's perverted, I'm sorry, but that's not much to go off of. It's the equivalent of saying Light Yagami is a bad character because he's a murderer. It doesn't check out.
Well, because the thing is, Manita really doesn't offer that much besides being a pervert. Like literally all his scenes are just him being a pervert.
Yeah,
there's literally just nothing this guy can contribute to really say if he's
another
good or
example of a pervert character with a heart of gold is Rin Kokonaway from the Kodomo no Jiken series.
Yeah, well, I'd imagine Ren probably has more to offer, though.
Yeah, she does. She has a lot to offer. She's a very multi-layered, three-dimensional character. And one of her personality traits is that she's very devious and perverted. However, she's still an interesting character. And there's usually context given to her actions.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with the character being perverted.
Yeah, but just speaking as a My Hero Academia fan, I could really care less about Manila. Like,
yeah, he's pretty useless and annoying. Although I am more annoyed by the SJWs that bitch about him. They act like they never seen perverted characters in an anime before. Guess they never seen Naruto or Dragon Ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if he has nothing to offer outside of being perverted, I can kind of see where watchMojo is coming from. But at the same time, I need a little bit more than just he's perverted. Just give me a little bit more just give me a little bit more reasons for why he sucks, even if it's just one other reason. Like, I can give you more reasons for why Kirito sucks outside of the fact that he's a Gary Stu. That's the main reason why he sucks, but I can give you far more reasons why Kirito sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he can get a peek at some skin.
Now I know why I have this quirk. It's because love to be blind.
Peeping through into the girl's changing room, nearly climbing into the girl's hot springs, Mineta's quest to get his purple salad shaken is never ending. But I love him though.
I'm pretty sure his eye would have been completely gouged out.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Nina should probably be much higher, though.
It was pretty clear she had an intense prejudice against the Japanese. And things got
In fact, I'm kind of pissed off I didn't put her on my original list of the worst lesbian characters in anime. I removed her from the list and put someone else on there that shouldn't even have been on the list from the very beginning, which is why I'm remaking it, because I have some regrets on it. I shouldn't have put Kuro on the list. I shouldn't have put Yumer on the list, and I should have put her on the list. But I didn't for whatever asinine reason. I don't know what I was thinking at the time.
Yeah, but as someone who is a fan of Code Geass, I hate her.
Also, on a semi-related note, somebody actually did a Lelouch versus Light fight as an April Fool's joke. Would you watch that, Kimi?
Nope. I'll at least it's an April Fool's joke, because if they were taking it seriously, I would roll my eyes. Lelouch is not on Light's level. I'm sorry, Code Geass fans, but if Lelouch tried to go up against Light, he would be decimated. Lelouch is nowhere near as smart as the anime would have you believe he is. The only reason he succeeds is because everyone around him is written to be a complete moron. So he's smart by default.
I actually did try to address that with the guy who made the video in one of his live streams. Ames. Really, the only thing he can give me is that he's at least a good military tactician. But of course, 3 seconds after that, he admitted that he was getting a little drunk. While during the stream.
Lelouch, like I said, Lelouch is only smart because everyone else around him is written to be a complete moron, or there's some kind of plot contrivance in his favor. Like when a character was about to expose him, but then she suffers from convenient amnesia from getting shot, even though that's not how amnesia works. You don't get shot in the unless you get shot in the head, you're not going to suffer from amnesia from getting shot. So it's just plot contrivance that makes no sense.
Also, just a heads up, in the Light versus Lelouch matchup video, there's also it's also a joke about him being drunk during this whole run, so have fun.
Now, Lelouch I'd say is a highly intelligent character, although I do agree that...
well, they don't do a good job showing that he's a smart character. They just say that he is.
Yeah, well, my dad used to say smart doesn't always mean smart.
Although Light would still beat him, I do agree with that. He's one of the most intelligent anime characters besides Aizen.
What the fuck? Of all the Naruto characters to go after, why him?
Can't compare to the deceit employed by this power-hungry geezer.
That woman there is no longer the Hokage.
Isn't he supposed to be a villain, though? Like, I don't know if you know this, but you're not supposed to like villains. It's kind of like in wrestling. You're not supposed to cheer for the heels.
Nice Rumble Roses reference.
The way he collected Sharingan in order to increase his own power, all the bullshit concerning Itachi and the massacre of the Uchiha clan, this Warhawk was a criminal mastermind unto himself.
And how is that a bad thing exactly?
Screwing over our favorite characters.
He's a villain, for God's sake. This is like those people that hate Light Yagami.
Anything a Chidori couldn't fix. Thanks for taking one for the team, Karen. Number 5, Akainu.
Okay, this is just cheating now.
Of justice, no sacrifice is too big.
Yeah, you gotta get more basic bitch anime.
Not only that, but he didn't even get it right. Usually the character that everyone hates is damn it, I can't remember the character's name. If I can remember the character's name, I'll let you know, but I forget his name.
I think I may know one, but I could be wrong.
Using propaganda and deception.
It's one of Luffy's crew members. I just can't remember his name. But a lot of people really don't like him because he's like useless. The only thing he's good for is healing.
Oh yeah, Chopper.
No, not Chopper.
Usopp.
Kind of scary that a man like
Chopper is the healer of the crew.
Yeah, I think maybe you're thinking of maybe someone like Usopp.
Runs of Luffy. That pretty much
okay, this is Ace died because of his own stupidity, though. Even my best friend, who was a hardcore One Piece fan, said that Ace died because he was a moron.
Number 4, Seryu Ubiquitous. Akamega Kill.
You could literally fill this entire list with Akamega Kill characters. Everyone in Akamega Kill is terrible.
This high-ranking member of the Jaegers lives to deal out death.
Yangi Ray. That's it.
Black Wolf, forgive me.
Empire is nothing more than villains in
oh shit, I forgot. Your name is Wolf too. This
it
is
doesn't
awkward.
take much to flip her kill switch, wherein she goes from sweet to psycho in a heartbeat. Her twisted beliefs go so deep that even when she finally met her match, she still believed herself to be doing what's right. It's just a damn shame she took so many of the Night Raid's best team members with her.
Papa, 私、強族を一人倒したよ。正義の光が世界を照らしたよ。
Number 3, Griffith, Berserk.
Nope.
No one can deny the White Hawk's charisma, strategy.
Again, I'm no Berserk expert, but I'm pretty sure he's a villain. So, what's even the point?
And they're cheating again by putting this guy on here, which I foreshadowed earlier that they would do this.
Yeah, Shao Tucker is one of the most hated anime characters, especially one of the most hated anime parents.
One, mine, the Rising of
Whatever, I guess.
Although people hate her for the wrong reasons. They hate her because because she accused someone of rape. A woman never does that. That's why they hate her.
Yeah, I once had a woman accuse me of being a sex trafficker. I shit you not.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that actually happened to me. I didn't expect him to review this. For anyone who's curious about my thoughts on the Zack Snyder Justice League, don't worry. That will come soon.
Cool.
Because I did see it. And I have had a lot of time to reflect on it, because it was certainly a lot to take in, both literally and figuratively. Get Kirito off! You want to know how shitty Kirito is? Kirito ripped off literally stole one of Ichigo's attacks. One of Kirito's special powers is literally just the final Getsuga. Get fucked, Kirito. You suck. And Reki Kawahara is a hack. I know they say if you're going to steal from the best, but come on. It doesn't make it any less offensive.
Yep.
Guess we're back to square one now.
Yep. The way America did original Yu-Gi-Oh! Bullshit. I worshipped Yu-Gi-Oh! Growing up, but if I knew how badly Yu-Gi-Oh! Was being censored, I would have been outraged.
Yeah. Top 10 moments only anime can get away with.
Top 10 scenes that became memes. Lol.
Okay.
I have my own version of this meme.
I feel like I would just be filled to the brim with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure moments.
The meme I really like is the one where blood is spewing out of Kuro's nose. That one's funny.
Hell, even Kodomo no Jiken ended up having a couple memes that ended up becoming legendary, such as the infamous Chibi dance in the ending, and then the infamous "I got 100% now, fuck me, sensei" meme. It's worth noting that that's never actually stated in the anime itself. It's just somebody took a screenshot from the scene where Aoki gives Rin 100%, and they just put text over it that says, "I got 100% now, fuck me, sensei."
Top 10 of Titans and Attack on Titan. Okay, there's strange.
Ew, no.
Wait,
gross.
what? Oh yeah, I think somebody actually did like a meme or something where there are no 10 Titans. And it's like, I don't know specifically, but there are very few
I'm
of them.
surprised to see them mention the Bleach live action, because that hasn't been getting respect. Even though the Bleach live action is one of the best anime adaptations we've ever got, anime live action adaptations we've ever gotten, but people don't give it any respect. Even Anime America, I think I did a video about this. They completely ignored the Bleach live action. What the fuck? Bleach live action is good, like damn good.
I will at least say that the characters in the live action Bleach movie look like the characters in the anime.
Wait a second. The Powerpuff Girls anime, that's real?
Yes.
I thought that was a joke. I thought it was just
real.
They actually made a Powerpuff Girls anime.
Yes, it did get an anime, and that's real.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to look into that.
Top 10 biggest douchebags in anime.
Of course, they had to put this on there.
The worst anime character portrayals.
Yep.
Top 10 talking animals. Anime swordsman, that might be interesting.
Yeah, some of these I've seen. I'm still looking for that one that I originally planned on responding to, but they just spam so many videos, it's hard to find anything. What the fuck? Are you serious? Is this real? Somebody actually based an anime character on
Marilyn Manson.
On freaking Marilyn Manson?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I think that's in Black Clover. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's Black Clover.
Top 10 anime that are too edgy. What the? What? Excuse me?
That's it. I'm gonna go kill myself.
Oh, you need a hand?
Mother. Okay, that's it. Oh, I guess apparently I already did this one. But fuck you, WatchMojo, for doing that. Where do you get off putting another? How is another edgy? How? What? Just because of the death scenes? Eat shit. It's a horror anime, for God's sake. It's the equivalent of calling. It's the equivalent of calling Friday the 13th edgy. Dicks. Let's see here. Craziest anime plot twist. Sorry, you don't get to put Code Geass on there. Top 10 most influential anime.
And the first thing we see is Legend of Korra.
What the fuck?
That's not even an anime.
It's a cartoon.
Unless they're saying anime inspired it or something.
I don't know. Top 10 anime to watch if you hate yourself.
They put Bleach on there.
Is it just because Bleach has depressing characters sometimes?
Happy we've got anime. Welcome to watchmojo.com, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 anime to watch if you hate yourself.
I hate myself.
Before we begin, we publish new videos.
Yeah, and I'm willing to bet they're not going to mention He Who Shall Not Be Said, most likely.
Squash the joy in your heart via Japanese animation. Keep in mind.
Also, why would you put Bleach on here? Yeah, Bleach can be dark at times, but Bleach also has a ton of lighthearted moments.
Number 10, Serial Experiment Lane.
Fine, whatever. And I'm just going to skip this one because we've already seen Serial Experiments Lane get mentioned plenty of times.
Oh, Kimi, question about the live-action Bleach movie.
Yeah.
Is it good for newcomers, or do I need some context before watching?
Oh no, don't worry. It's based on the first season of the anime. So don't worry, you're good.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Impossible. Do you remember the glory days of this anime? How by the time it's hit its stride, it had become a shonen juggernaut? Ah, yes, watching Ichigo take on the captains and lieutenants of the Soul Society was a marvel to watch. And the initial clashes with the likes of Aizen and the Espada were nothing to scoff at either. So, why will it make you hate yourself?
The truth is, Ichigo Kurosaki, all of the battles you fought up to now were simply a part of my plan.
Aizen's fucking voice.
You already know the answer to that.
Good. So that's what he sounds like.
Soon after.
Yeah.
Deus Ex Aizen, the final Getsuga Tensho, the entire Fullbringer arc, and with no signs of continuing the manga storyline, the ending of this show continues.
Oh god, this has aged so poorly. This did not age well. Oh, I bet WatchMojo probably hates themselves after hearing the announcement that the anime came back. Also, how was the final Getsuga Tensho a Deus Ex Machina? How? It was just a technique that Ichigo's father taught him that he believed could help him defeat Aizen, that he himself once used. What the do you even know what a Deus Ex Machina is, WatchMojo? Whatever. Also, I'm sick and tired of people shitting on the Fullbringer arc. I severely doubt the Fullbringer arc is that bad.
I think people didn't like it because that's how the anime ended.
But it's not how the anime ended. It's coming back. Impatient douchebags.
And a narrative that thinks it's doing something clever, but truthfully is nothing more than an insult to the written word.
I never thought WatchMojo would ever mention this anime.
You should only watch a show like this for one of three reasons.
Yeah, I think it was on number one on one of their worst anime list.
scattershot example of how not to make an anime.
Yeah.
Or if you feel
Everyone
yourself,
shits on this
it's
anime.
all about creativity and fun. Because I tell you, Mars of Destruction is sure to change your mind.
Well, it looks like one of those hentai anime.
Maru-chan.
Why? What's wrong with this anime?
A character's unlikability can often be subjective. After all, what one might consider unredeemable, others might call character progression. In fact, if you look... You know what, screw it. This has to be one of, if not the most annoying anime characters of all time.
Sure, whatever you say.
While at school, Umaru seems like...
All I know is this list is making me hate myself.
As soon as she gets home, she
Yeah.
becomes what can only be described as a monster in
I always hate myself.
overbearing, lazy, forces her brother to do everything for her, and is beyond annoying.
So I'm unaffected.
Butting your screen out of an insatiable desire to strangle her.
次の休みもどこか行くか？山なんてどうだ？
山。お兄ちゃんが踊って登り降りしてく
I
れ
don't
る。
know why she's so unrealistically tiny.
てか、や
Huh?
やっぱもう一回
Who?
見たいな。
Never heard of this anime.
We have a bone to pick with this anime. After all, it's been the cause of so much misery in the eyes of fans. It really all comes down
What
to
kind of misery?
Nawako and Kazea. If you look past the excellent chemistry they share, if you brush over the brewing romance that will make you believe in true love again, if you just ignore their top-tier character development, you'll find one thing. Their relationship is friggin' perfect!
How?
ありがとう。
Uh,
楽しかった。
it's pointless to ask. We're not going to get an
There are
answer.
no words for this level of cuteness, and that...
Well, I had been warned, so this is stupidity on my part.
I just hate myself.
It's like talking to a brick wall.
Number 5, Dragon Ball GT.
Oh god.
Blah, blah, blah.
See what a complete bastardization of a beloved series looks like? Behold, my friends. The warning signs were pretty clear from the moment that Goku was transformed back into a kid, but in truth, that's only the start of the problems. Lackluster animation, uninteresting characters, the rest of the DB cast get glossed over, and the fight scenes hardly pack a
If I remember
punch.
correctly, GT was the one where you see Trunks' ass.
Well, Super Saiyan 4 doesn't make up for the minutes of our lives we wasted watching the Para brothers.
Or maybe that was one of the movies.
Don't forget to smile. Don't forget to smile.
Number 4, Neon Genesis Evangelion.
I want to continue existing in this world. My life is worth living here.
That freaking line reading, what the hell?
In Mecha, taking out giant threats of unknown origin. So, how can you not love it? Well, you sure can enjoy the battles against the angels, but it means you also have to deal with our main character going through a series of mental breakdowns due to abandonment issues by his jerk of a dad who's too busy trying to clone his dead wife.
The water's getting cloudy. The purification system is breaking down.
Oh, and then the whole thing ends in Shinji's head as he tries to deal with all the trauma that he suffered? What? Oh, that's too much of a downer for you? You're going to watch the end of Evangelion instead. Good luck with that. Enjoy. Number 3, case closed.
Huh? What?
Everyone loves a good mystery, especially when
Okay.
It's still going too.
Oh yeah, this is possibly the longest running anime in
The
history.
experience can last for as long as 900 episodes, eh? Still going, really. And there's over 20 movies. How are we supposed to catch up with that?
The only anime I can think of that's as long as this one is Pokemon and One Piece.
Number 2, Pokemon. 10-year-old.
Huh?
What? What? What?
What the shit?
How
If
does
it's
Pokemon
because
make you hate
Ash
yourself?
sucks and loses all the time, I might physically throw my computer.
Need to gain the wisdom of Pokemon training.
We could go on and on about how it has nearly 1,000 episodes under its belt, and it's high time this show called it quits. But do you know what's really depressing? Ash is still 10 years old. Good God, it's been almost 20 years. He
Okay,
never
so-
ages. We do.
So Ash got lucky. What else is new?
While we're drawing closer to death with nearly every passing day.
That's all you got? Ash is still 10 years old? Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's stupid, but I'm pretty sure Detective Conan should be much older than even Ash, yet he's still a child.
I remember South Park is still a thing. watchMojo going to complain that Kyle
You want to know what the real explanation is? The real explanation is in the anime's universe, Ash hasn't existed for 20 years. The anime may have, but where as far as the anime is concerned, that large time lapse just hasn't occurred. That's what it really comes down to.
Yeah, I guess that's
Seriously, the Pokemon anime is now.
You know what? I'm not going to say it.
Of our own
Rory said it.
Wow, you're having to deal with an existential crisis.
Okay.
About how your kids are.
Detective Conan is older than Pokemon. Shut the fuck up. Seriously. This is like saying an old black and white movie reminds me of my own mortality. Seriously. Okay? My freaking gun is older than me. Does that mean that, oh, it's depressing because it reminds me of my own mortality? Because this thing was made in 1911? What the fuck is wrong with people?
They're basically old enough to watch it now. Ash is still laughing at our anguish.
Why is it that nobody complains about other Pokemon characters not aging? Jesse, James, and Meowth haven't aged. Neither has Brock. He's still the same age.
Number one.
That's only a problem with Ash, apparently.
Wait, what series?
What the hell is this?
I've never heard of this one.
Now I have I, so fuck it.
Yeah, we're at number one, so what's the point?
Let me see if I can find the video I've been looking to talk about. Now, I love hot Cheetos, but damn, they're spicy. What? Top 10 anime everyone loves. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say.
Yeah, I don't love Haikyuu, so their opinions already know.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't use terms like anime that will ruin your life. Huh?
And I could have sworn that was like MASH in the thumbnail from Fate.
Yep. All right, let's see.
Just bury me with my Mamako body pillow and be done with it. I'm Ashley with watchMojo.
That was cringy.
These are the top 10 anime that'll ruin your life.
No matter what, I will have what I want.
For this list, we're looking at the series that will undoubtedly cripple
What?
your ability to function as a normal member of society. Why? Because anime. That's why. Prepare to find your inner trash. As always, I'm on Twitter at Ash.
I bet this motherfucker thinks he's so clever.
Terrible cosplay.
You're not Joey. Stop trying to be Joey.
Number 10, Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise.
What?
What?
Do you have a death wish, WatchMojo?
The heart of the cards and believing in friendship and all that. But what if they
Ah, God damn it, brain.
did to the damn
I already
card
forgot
game
what list this
itself?
was.
You remember the early 2000s?
I never got addicted to the card game, so speak for yourself. I loved the card game. There's a difference between loving the card game and being addicted, you dicks. no, everyone I knew loved the card game. I never met one person that was addicted to it. And I grew up at the height of Yu-Gi-Oh's popularity.
Yep, same here.
I had to wait a little while before I could get into it.
Each other just to get a Gemini elf. Well, it's gotten a lot worse.
Who the hell cares about Gemini Elf? What a trash card.
These days, fans are spending.
I like it.
I remember people killing each other over Blue Eyes.
Card, only for it to suddenly become forbidden in the next ban list. There's so much money poured into this thing.
That's because I only play. That's why I only play by the OG rules. Any future, like if you ever play me in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you bring out Zexal or 5Ds, I will tell you to rip those fucking cards out of your deck. No questions asked. I don't do 5Ds. I don't do Zexal. Fuck that shit. It's either OG or nothing. As far as I'm concerned, anything beyond GX has no reason to exist.
What are your thoughts on Season 0 of Yu-Gi-Oh?
What do you mean Season 0?
Like, there's a manga that basically takes place before the very first season of Yu-Gi-Oh, which shows how Yugi got the Millennium Puzzle.
Well, if it's a manga, that might explain why I never heard of it.
Now, does anyone want to
I got an anime adaptation in like the 90s or so, but, you know, things changed.
Dark Magician, you still continue to remain my number one waifu.
I remember some jackhat tried to tell me that if Dark Magician Girl didn't have a huge rack, she would look like a lolly. I don't know where the hell that comes from. Yeah, someone actually told me that unironically. Because what happened was somebody posted Dark Magician Girl on Twitter, and I said, Dark Magician Girl, I love you, but why do you have to have a huge chest? Because I notoriously, I don't like chesty women. And some guy's like, well, if Dark Magician Girl didn't have a big chest, she would look like a lolly. I'm like, that's extremely debatable.
That argument doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Nope.
Men don't have boobs. Does that mean that feminine boys look like lollies? That's stupid.
Oh, I'm sorry if I keep laughing like a goddamn moron. I think I might be losing it.
But when you combine that with shape-shifting aliens that inhabit the bodies of everyone you know, it's easy to get a little bit paranoid. After all, Shinichi got stabbed by a body snatcher pretending to be his mother. His mother! The alien scourge thing is pretty terrifying, but pretty soon you'll find yourself constantly peeking over your shoulder and finding it hard to even trust your pet hamster. Great, now I can't go outside.
Am I really supposed to be scared by this?
Number 8, do you love your mum and her 2-hit multi-target attacks?
What the fuck?
Yes, that is seriously the title.
I've never even heard of this anime.
Neither have I. What the fuck even is this anime?
You've done it now, anime. You took an already popular
It's literally just an isekai, except the main character's mom is there. Like, that's the plot. The
anime
end.
girls for the rest of us. With the birth of the milsekai subgenre, Okasa on here has managed to put the spotlight on sexy
That's not a
motherfuckers
thing.
who get
This anime didn't even make that a thing.
Also,
Yeah. Sexy MILFs were a thing for a long time. Hell, Lois Griffin is supposed to be a sexy MILF.
I don't understand why. That Lois in particular.
Also, there's
baffles
nothing
me.
inherently wrong with being attracted to a MILF, just so long as the MILF is not your mother, obviously.
No.
I say that because I sadly know people in real life who have banged their MILF moms.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, yeah, this is just
I'll
dumb.
admit, I do. And I may or may not have a thing for MILFs, but
No, even Kodomo no Jiken had a sexy MILF character. Yeah, she spends most of the series dead, but she was there.
Oh, that's depressing.
And mommy at any given time. Mark my words, zero when the inevitable rip-offs flood our screens. And I, for one, am not complaining.
Okay.
I'm pretty
So
sure
this
this
guy just
actually
wanted
did become an incest
to
anime.
jerk off over his milk fetish. This anime will probably make you hate life just because this anime sucks. But despite the fact that it sucks, it's somehow one of the most successful things on.
After subjecting newcomers to the likes of the tune-in exams and beyond, the show managed to inflict the infamous Naruto into modern society, inspiring countless geeks to flail their arms.
It was a mistake. In fact, Naruto fans are mildly responsible for why wrestling is dying, because some dickheads watched Naruto and thought, I want more underdog characters, so then they rooted for characters like Daniel Bryan, and for wrestlers like Daniel Bryan, and now wrestling is dead.
Oh, wow.
Yep, so thank you, Naruto, for killing wrestling, you asshole.
Yeah, and of course, also Kofi Kingston and that fucking Flash Morgan Webster guy who looks just like Daniel Bryan.
Sami Zayn might be the worst of them all.
Ninja geek invade no jutsu. That's on you, Naruto.
Well, if it is a trap, we're stuck.
That run is so fucking stupid. Just run normally.
Yeah, no ninja in real life would ever do this.
What?
None. Wait, what?
Let me guess, because the main character is a lolly.
Strive for a healthier lifestyle. Some of us are
I think I know what he's going to say. He's probably going to say that this is going to ruin your life because of the way it makes you think about the human body or something like that.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, this is basically an anime version of Osmosis Jones.
This was made worse
Yeah.
when this series revealed that we all clearly have innumerable.
Never mind, I gave watchMojo too much credit.
Never get the chance to confess your feelings to someone as sweet as red blood cell, and B, your unhealthy lifestyle has possible genocidal consequences. Said
watchMojo.
This is either going to push you to go full on Kenshiro or cause you to wallow in grief at all the platelets lost along the way. A moment of silence, please. Number 5, Akira.
Huh? The anime's so good that even my older brother who hates anime
Could write an essay on every angle imaginable, and Hollywood wants to make an adaptation of it.
Wait, now just hold on a minute. Hear me out. Please.
Oh, okay, this surprises you. Why exactly?
Yeah.
Is so iconic, so close to perfection that before you know it, we'll be spending every night praying for Warner Bros. To get it through their heads to drop all of it.
Why do you always have to try to save me?
Many years, another live-action remake gets announced, only to get cancelled early on in production. Just when you think you're out of the woods, another one gets announced. Listen, we don't want a live-action adaptation.
You know that's...
But we're left constant alone.
That's Mr. Cut it out of you, punk!
Well, I'm pretty sure nobody asked for a
Number 4,
live-action Ghost in the
JoJo's
Shell, but that
Bizarre
still happens.
I'll give the points for this. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure will turn you in.
Years. You might think you're immune.
Gimme cutting out. What were you saying?
JoJo fans are some of the most infuriating people to have to put up with.
Yeah.
Thank you
I'm
for
sure
that.
they mean well, but my God, some of the cringiest fans.
They made They definitely made my life a lot more difficult. And because of them, I now hate the song Roundabout, which used to be an awesome song to me.
I don't even think the JoJo memes are even that great. I don't know why people whack off over them. Honestly,
just so you know,
the trap memes.
Number 3, Neon Genesis Evangelion franchise.
just so you know, I don't represent the JoJo community.
But I don't know what it is about JoJo that just makes people insufferable.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess there's
Actually
just a thin line
made
between
me
loving something and just being obsessed with it.
Yeah. They really made me hate the song Roundabout.
JoJo has made me hate Dio because every time I step into the Versus community, I have to hear someone putting Dio in a dumb matchup.
Yeah, well, I'll admit the anime has its best and worst moments.
Like I said, I'm sure it's a perfectly fine anime. It's just mostly the fans and the memes that kind of annoy me.
Number 2, Berserk and Hunter x Hunter.
Huh?
Why are they on the same? Why?
Wait, isn't it normally one per franchise? Is there something?
Why are they using 2 anime?
No, it's not how they both reflect the frailties of humanity and the monsters that live inside all of us. No, it's not the endearing limits. Enemies into gory chunks.
I don't know what they're doing.
They're both constantly on hiatus.
Really, that's it? Just because hiatuses exist?
Chances are we'll never see a continuation.
Okay, guess what?
Well, guess what? JoJo's taking a hiatus.
For a long time, and I live.
You know what else is on a hiatus?
I don't know what more to tell you.
You want to know what else is on a hiatus? JoJo. Oh. I guess I should jump off a cliff then.
Especially in the case of the Berserk.
Begging you. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your Fate franchise.
What?
True coward.
What?
It appears she was just all.
Don't do it. Don't take the plunge. Once you do, you'll be battling against the current that is this franchise's continuity.
God damn it.
Even if you...
Oh my. The Fate continuity is not that difficult to understand. Why do people act like Fate has a continuity on par with Kingdom Hearts or something like that? Why?
I mean, it doesn't.
I said this before, I'll say it again. Why is this so complicated? Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, Fate Hollow, Fate Apocrypha, Fate Strange Fake. Anything else is just a spinoff.
Yep.
Why is this so fucking hard? Why is this so fucking hard for people to understand? Fate Prototype is not canon. That was more of a concept art equivalent.
I mean, yeah, of course, watchMojo would be confused by it because they don't know shit about any of these franchises they're even talking about.
I think I've already came to the conclusion that watchMojo consists mostly of sheep.
Yep. Like, if you can't understand the Fate franchise, that's your fault. The continuity is not that difficult. It really isn't. I wonder if WatchMojo had the sense to delete one of the videos I originally intended on showcasing. Maybe if they did, good for them. Maybe they had enough sense. But I don't know.
About the moments that triggered anime fans.
WatchMojo, you trigger me. Okay?
Yeah.
Your mere existence triggers me.
Yep. I'm not triggered by anime. What I'm triggered is like WatchMojo, that thing they know about anime.
I would talk about this, but sadly, it's not a WatchMojo video. It's a Screen Rant video.
Yeah,
I could
same
go
difference.
I could dedicate a completely different episode to Screen Rant alone. I've been on their website. I've seen some of their videos. They make some of the worst lists ever.
Let's go after them sometime then. Not, of course, not right now, but maybe on the next one.
Okay, yes, right now. I'm surprised I can't find this video. This is like that time that Misty/Carnexia made his list of the most messed up anime, and he took it down. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Maybe it's because it was garbage. Motherfucker put Popoton and Moeton on there, for God's sake.
Top 10 worst anime moms ever, huh? It's not. Oh, it's not like
Speak of
I've
the
seen
devil.
anime YouTubers doing that.
Wait a second. Did this motherfucker take his list down and remake it as the most fucked up anime concept? Because this motherfucker still has Moeton on here. Did this motherfucker not learn his lesson? And he wonders why his channel's dying.
Context?
What do you mean?
Like, who is this guy? What's his deal?
Oh, you never heard of Misty/Carnexia? He used to be this really huge, like I said, this guy used to be the WatchMojo of top 10 anime lists.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to watch him back when I first started getting into anime. I didn't know what to do, so I watched a lot of his videos to learn about different anime, what were some of the best, what were some of the worst. And yeah.
Well,
I'm tempted to take a look at this list, but again, I should probably just dedicate an entire episode to Misty because this guy is really terrible.
Yeah, we should stay on subject.
He hypes himself up as a very knowledgeable anime expert, but he knows absolutely dick all, especially when you compare him to the likes of Joey, who would just completely shit stomp him.
Yeah. There's another verified YouTuber underneath them, Anime. Ever heard of them?
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with them.
Yeah. I was wondering if you did, because I haven't.
Yeah, I cannot find that list I was going to talk about. It was similar to Misty's list, but it's gone. Oh well. At least I don't have to listen to Todd Hapricorn run his mouth and tell fucking lies about Kodomo no Jiken.
Let's see.
YouTube has like a list for videos you like. Sometimes I wish they would have a list for videos you dislike.
Oh wait, isn't that list like top 10 anime that cannot be made today? Because I remembered Kodomo no Jiken was number 1 on that one.
I don't know. I can't remember. It was so long ago. It was this list. It had something to do with like really messed up anime. It had Todd Hapricorn doing the voice, and he put Kodomo no Jiken at number 1.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Maybe.
Oh, I'm probably remembering it wrong.
Don't get me started on this fucking bitch. Fucking Kuroko. I hate her. It takes a lot for me to hate any kind of lolly character, and yes, Kuroko is technically classified as a lolly, and I hate her guts. It takes a lot for me to say that. But for the most part, I think lolly characters can do no wrong, with a few special exceptions. Like Chloe, who I wish never existed. I don't know what this one's all about.
Neither do I particularly care.
I'm pretty much numb at this point.
Yeah. What have we even been streaming for? Huh, I'm surprised it's only been 3 hours. It feels like we've been here for a lot longer. Then again, videos are so shitty. Maybe it's because we're just getting through them very quickly.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm. I'm probably going to spend more time trying to find that video I wanted to respond to, if I can even find it at all.
Yeah. All I know is like
this one, probably not. But fuck it, let's take a look at it.
And they're back. This is Ashley with WatchMojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 most controversial anime episodes. For this list,
I swear if you mention the Tentacruel episode, I swear if you mention the Tentacruel episode. That episode being banned was complete bullshit and was out of Japan's control. I get it. 9/11 was a tragedy, but you don't need to be so overly sensitive about, oh no, these towers got destroyed. This must be a record.
They did it. They did it.
Okay, I think I may have found something.
They did it. Oh my god, they actually did it.
It certainly wasn't something Western audiences wanted to see.
Oh,
shut up! Shut the fuck up! Of all the episodes, even Beauty and the Beach I would accept over this shit.
Let's see.
Little kids love watching giant monsters destroy shit. What are you on?
Yep. And I mean, I understand one that they did ban the one with the Porygon because it caused people to have seizures.
Yeah, even that one would make more sense because that one actually put kids in hospitals. Seriously.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. I mean, the countdown hasn't even started yet, and you've already failed spectacularly.
I have sucked dicks with more substance than this.
In 2001, leading to Ash and Pikachu's Kaiju Adventures being temporarily banned.
Pikachu, do something!
You'd think that would be the end of it, but the episode was hit with a double whammy when it was also knocked off the air for a while on account of Hurricane Katrina. It was time to be awarded Pokemon.
So, do we just need to ban something every single time a tragedy happens and it's vaguely associated with some kind of TV show?
Oh, God.
Seriously, this is the dumbest reason to ever ban an episode or take it off the air.
Also, why did they mention Hurricane Katrina? This came out years before Hurricane Katrina even happened.
Yeah, take it from a guy who's from Louisiana. Banning this episode is complete malarkey.
Yeah. Like, okay, again, just like with 9/11, Hurricane Katrina was very awful, but nobody could have foreseen that. Nobody could have controlled that. It is a natural disaster. There's nothing you can do about that.
And we will not stop. Remember this well.
Number 19.
Yeet.
What?
Goku versus Beerus.
How is this controversial?
By itself, the
The only thing that's controversial about DBZ is it's still around.
purely due to the animation being in such a states that you can almost see his
As someone who's a DBZ fan, DBZ died a long time ago.
throw in some choppy cutaways and lack of fluidity, and this was a
I don't even understand
So
or even
because shitty animation. Congrats, DBZ has always had shitty animation.
Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about stiffness? As DBZ was always stiff.
Yeah. How many times does DBZ have a fight where they just flurry randomly at each other and just repeat that same GIF frame for like 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Number 18, episode 4, Psychopaths. In preparation for the imminent arrival.
I don't get the hype for this anime. I think it's a great concept and has a decent story, but I don't get the hype for it, really.
I'm still gonna check into watching this anime. There's also a game called Mandatory Happiness, so I also heard it's pretty good.
I want to recreate this emotional scene in a place where more and more people can see it and be touched. I guess that's the fate of an artist, isn't it?
Turns out on the eve of the 4th episode was set today.
I want to create a world where Jamie Marchi doesn't exist.
Butchered and arranged her classmates.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Like if I could gain godlike power, the first thing I would do is wipe the universe from existence and rebuild the universe where everything is the exact same way except Jamie Marchi never existed.
Yeah.
Mobile Suit Gundam. The Gundam franchise.
Jamie Marchi's and voice the character in the anime. I think I'm gonna watch the anime sub.
Jamie Marchi is so bad that if Kodomo no Jiken ever got a dub and Jamie Marchi had the audacity to try to voice a single character, even the bitch characters like Shirai and Kuro, I would be outraged.
Yep.
For those of you that want to track it down, be warned. You're in for some terribly animated trash involving the RX-78 clumsily fighting Xeon forces on an island while trying to protect a bunch of kids, all in the lamest way possible.
Don't understand how this anime.
That animation is so shitty, it's actually kind of charming, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Anime and gory death.
Sometimes I couldn't find a certain charm in some of those really old anime that had really shitty animation.
Mm-hmm. It's like, it looks so bad, but you can't get enough of it.
Well, so bad that it's good does exist.
Keeping mounds of dead bodies would be bad enough, but the fact that Shishigami decided to conclude his rampage by dropping a passenger plane and killing everyone aboard pushed the envelope a tad too far. Cyborg or not, realistic murders on that kind of scale tend not to go down well with some audiences. Number 15, My Little Sister Can't Be
Ugh.
Remo.
Yeah.
We already know where this is going.
Yeah.
I say this all the time, but people wonder why my catchphrase is, did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? Because it perfectly encapsulates the shit that I fight against on my YouTube channel. I am fighting against insanity.
Possibly the only blemish on this rambunctious sci-fi epic, and according to sources,
Wait, what is this?
from the work of guest animator and director Osamu Kobayashi, whose style did not sit well with fans. Naturally, they did what fans normally do and made their criticisms known.
Oh, it's Gurren Lagann.
Oh.
I'm surprised you didn't recognize it.
As it happens, Gainax co-founder and Lagan producer Takumi Akai.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the anime, so I didn't recognize some of the scenes.
It's controversial because you see the girls naked.
I quote, putting his face next to an anus and breathing it deep. His resignation swiftly followed. Number 13, Going Too Far. Excel Saga. Hats off to the creators for having the cojones to stick to their guns up until the very end.
This anime gets a lot of shit for some reason. I don't know why.
Parodies that one extra step, making it one of the best animated comedies of the new millennium.
Oh, there's narration.
I think I remember this is the anime where it's supposed to be made poorly on purpose.
Episode destined to be banned. And you know what? They succeeded. Not only was it exactly a minute too long to be aired on TV stations, but featured excessive amounts of nudity and violence.
Can't help but wonder how Mr. Nabashin will.
Oh no, nudity, it's the end of the world. I'm going to make this perfectly clear to everyone. You see nudity almost every day. Rather, it's like, for example, your own naked body whenever you take a shower or a bath. And if you have a lover, odds are you probably see them naked or half naked quite frequently. It's not the end of the world if you see someone naked.
Yeah, I don't know why Puritans make such a big deal about nudity. That's
I don't understand how nudity is perceived as worse than even violence. How the hell does that compute?
Yeah, anime boobs bad, but gore okay. That makes no sense.
Kimi, I really do hope you get those godly powers you mentioned earlier. I could use a new world.
Yeah. That's one thing I've always wanted to make a video about. Was I will never understand how nudity and sexual content is always considered worse than things like graphic violence. I've never understood that.
Particular cancellation. Back when Cartoon Network was still blasting out classic anime, the likes of Gene Starwind and his companions were regulars. And while there was certainly the occasional censorship, younger anime fans could still indulge.
If you censor, you're a commie.
Oh, sure. Climb the mountain. Bring the camera. Take some pictures. I'll make a number 13 shell by the time you get back. Just give me that.
Either show the anime in its full glory or don't show it at all. There's no middle ground.
Yeah.
All communists are
If I ever
bad.
make my anime, it's going to be given a big middle finger because I'll make sure I have an ironclad contract that says no censorship is going to be allowed. If there's going to be any kind of nudity or violence, you're going to see it. And if you have a problem with it, well, then you can lick my boy pussy.
You won't hear me complain.
I know.
As a concept, Miss Suzumiya looping her summer vacation over and over holds a lot of promise, but giving us the same damn episode 8 times in a row with particular difference just for some sense of authenticity, it's not so much time loop as it is a time waste.
We're currently stuck in a time loop, reliving the same period of time over and over.
Is that Ichigo's voice?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Johnny Young
I
Bosch.
recognize Johnny Young Bosch's voice anywhere. He has such an iconic voice.
Yeah.
She's been saying all this time.
I didn't know Johnny Young Bosch was in The Melancholy of Suzumina. I wish I knew that sooner. I love Johnny Young Bosch. He's one of my all-time favorite voice actors.
I'd argue he's one of the greatest.
Or he's easily one of the greatest.
If you want to see a character's
And he's one of the greatest that hasn't gone insane like Monica Rial or Liam O'Brien.
Yeah.
Wait, Liam
There
O'Brien?
was once a time where I was the biggest Monica Rial fan, and I still would argue that she's one of the most talented voice actresses working in the industry. It's just a shame that she had to go insane.
Okay, I heard Monica Rial, but didn't Liam O'Brien really go insane?
Liam O'Brien won't shut the fuck up about Trump on Twitter.
Ouch.
Extreme degree, sending death threats to the series producer Yuichi Fukushima. All this for
Oh yeah, if you send death threats to a creator, you're just straight up retarded. I know that sounds harsh, but it's true. You will never see me send death threats to Death Battle. You won't even see me send death threats to Rooster Teeth, and I objectively hate Rooster Teeth. I think they're terrible. I think they should go bankrupt and stop making their garbage shows and infecting the internet with their incompetence.
SAO, automatically skip it.
Oh, damn it.
reviewers. It's the straw that
Jesus
broke
Christ.
the back.
Anime's following us like the plague.
Oh dear, we know where this is going.
The fate of this
Because
absurd
they review brothels.
series
That's it. They're brothel reviewers. And there's nudity.
on what is considered too
That automatically makes it the worst thing ever.
trio go through a gender bend process to understand how ladies feel when they get laid. And yes, we did see some rather intimate details. But for so many companies to suddenly stop broadcasting...
You know what pisses me off? They will censor this anime, but Fake Khaled, totally okay. And Fake Khaled has literal children having sex with each other. So what the fuck? What gives?
Oh, because they're lesbians. Lesbians are okay. Lesbians can do no wrong. You can't criticize lesbians or you're a histophobe.
I will never understand the double standard. Same thing with Happy Sugar Life. Main character literally marries an 8-year-old girl.
That she
Nobody has
fucking
anything to say. Not only does she marry an 8-year-old girl, but when her psychopathic aunt burns down their apartment for no reason, she convinces said 8-year-old child to literally commit suicide.
That's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to pull some frickin' Romeo and Juliet shit. I'm sorry, but that's not really romantic. If you think killing yourself with your lover is romantic, no. Just no. It's not romantic. It's disturbing and sad.
And oh yeah, you want to talk about hypocrisy and double standards? Funimation that censored this anime. They also did High School DxD, and that girl, that Rias girl, you literally see her boobs, her nipples, uncensored. That's not censored, but they canceled this.
Well, you see, Jamie Marchi voices the main character, and apparently Jamie Marchi gets what she wants. Even though she's possibly the most forgettable voice actress to ever walk the earth. Honestly, Mila Kunis is a better voice actress. I at least associate Mila Kunis' voice with characters like Meg Griffin.
Monster girls need love too.
Not to mention, with Crunchyroll, if you go on Crunchyroll's website, you literally can't find Kodomo no Jiken on there, but you can find Happy Sugar Life, Fate Khaled, and An Angel Flew Down on Me. And there's probably more examples I could give.
Number 7, School Days.
Oh dear, here we go again. Even they're aware of it. Even they're aware that they mention this anime to death.
Well, if they know they mention it too much, then they need to fucking stop.
Yeah. Even I knew when I was starting to get repetitive with my Death Battle reviews, you know what I did? I stopped and regathered my thoughts and looked for a way I could talk about Death Battle without being repetitive. Because I'm not insane.
Oh,
okay, House of Deadly Sins controversial. Does Meliodas gropes girls in the anime?
Who knows?
Including a shocking start to the 3rd season with huge censorship of blood, just as long as they gave us this monumental fight between two sins, the respect it deserved in adaptation. Well, they didn't. Instead, they decided...
Oh, Mila Kunis is more than pretty. She's drop-dead gorgeous.
...to a meh moment, while the physicality of the fight was totally ruined due to the animation being of such poor quality.
I would be very envious of the man who marries her.
Number 5, Butterfly entangled in a spider's web. Overlord.
Don't care. Moving on. At this point, can they please mention some different anime to break up the monotony?
Hey, Kimi, side note. Sorry, I didn't realize you already sent a link to this podcast on my DeviantArt. I'm only now seeing it.
Yeah. That's just one of the only places I know that you've ever messaged me. I didn't know that you had me on Facebook. I would have done that first.
Just wanted to say my bad. I've been pretty busy lately.
As have I, clearly. Oh dear. Now what? Oh, now they mention the fucking Porygon episode.
Oh, look, an actually controversial anime piece.
So they're gonna cheat by putting Pokemon on here twice just to mention the Tentacool episode.
Didn't they say that they only do one franchise?
Yeah, I said that earlier, but that was on the same time where they put like freaking Hunter x Hunter.
Like,
Hunter and
watchMojo doesn't even follow the rules. Like, there are, believe it or not, some rules to making top 10 lists. One of the most common rules is usually it's one entry per franchise. Even I understand that. Okay, what's next?
Number 2, The Fate of Particular Adventurers.
Oh boy, here we
Oh
go.
boy, this one was something, wasn't it?
The SJW really lost their shit over this one. I remember coming up a video about the backlash to this.
Yeah, you see a woman getting raped at the beginning because goblins are evil. That's the problem. They hate that goblins are evil.
Again, I've seen worse. Trust me, I've seen some shit.
At the hand of an evil bunch of little green mutants simply got people talking. That and the tactless implications of sexual assault against its female characters. You could see the rage train coming from a mile away.
Bitch, please. I've seen an anime where a 10-year-old girl steals some chick's love letter, ties her up, and forces her to piss herself all over said love letter. And then calls her a slave and tell her that nobody cares about her. None of these anime have shit on what I've seen.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch on notifications. Number 1, the beast that shouted I at the heart of the world.
What?
Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Wait, what?
Congratulations, Evangelion. You did it. You managed to enrage your fanbase to such an extent that you succeeded in earning yourself that rarest distinction that only a select few series gain when their watchers become obscenely irate. Death threats.
I've seen fan bases send death threats over the most BS crap. I've seen people send death threats over girls in swimsuits.
Yep.
I'm actually part of. I actually ended up falling into one of the worst, like one of the most toxic fandoms.
And for the sake of breaking up the monotony, I don't know if I'm ever going to find that video I wanted to respond to. So let's just switch it up a little bit. If someone can find the video I'm thinking of, great. But I don't even know if it even exists anymore. So let's just switch things up for now.
I mean, I can at least tell you like the thumbnail of the one I was trying to tell you earlier, where I saw Kodomo Jinkin on.
Yeah. I know it had Todd Hapricorn and was mentioning like the most effed up anime or something along the lines of that.
I guess I can't really guarantee nothing.
It said top 10 movie series with no bad movies.
Please.
Hmm.
That sounds suspicious.
The best Saw movie traps? Oh.
Oh.
Don't even fucking try me, WatchMojo. Don't even try me. You touch Saw, I will go to war with you if you touch Saw and say anything sacrilegious about it.
Mind if I join you?
love Saw. I really love Saw. It's one of my all-time favorite horror series. I would even go so far as to say that Saw is better than Friday the 13th, better than Final Destination, better than Nightmare on Elm Street, better than Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I will fight any of you in the horror community that try to say otherwise.
If you go to war, can I join you?
Go for it. I have never understood the hate towards the Saw movies. They are good, damn good. And it gave us one of the greatest villains of all time, Jigsaw. John Kramer is such a superior horror icon. I've gone on rants about this before, that I think Jigsaw is a far better horror icon and villain than any of the ones.
Yeah.
Because every other horror icon has rotted into shit and filth. The Hell Priest, or as some people like to call him, Pinhead, even though that was never his name. Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers. All of these characters have evaporated into complete shit at one point or another. Chucky only barely managed to get out alive without needing to be rebooted.
Yeah, and that got fucked over quick.
I would go after this one, but it's just too easy. Top 10 movies ruined by Mythbusters. What?
What?
That's oddly specific.
Well, this is WatchMojo we're talking about.
Oh, fuck me.
That's it. I can't take no more. I've got a little headache from all this shit.
Yeah, well, you're a trooper, Wolf. I salute you.
Top 10 franchises with no bad movies. Okay, let's play. This should be interesting.
Morning. Hey everyone.
I really need to see Hot Fuzz. This may get me crucified, but I've never seen Hot Fuzz.
Neither have I.
Oh my gosh, I love this song.
Now that's a key. For this list, we'll be looking at film franchises that have yet to give us any horror installments. We'll also be including spiritual franchises. However, we're only including franchises with at least...
I think after this video, I'm gonna go lie down for a bit.
So, until they finally...
All right, feel free to come back if we're still live. And anyone who wants to join, feel free to let me know. Let me take a look at what's been going on with the chat.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to join, just feel free to let me know or DM me. I'll get you a link.
Okay. I'll probably still have the stream on in the background, though.
Oh, I know I should watch Hot Fuzz. I've heard it's very good and one of the best parody movies ever made. That's why I'm sad I've never seen it. I've seen almost every parody movie but Hot Fuzz. It's very weird. I saw This Is the End, which was made by the same people that made Hot Fuzz, and I liked that.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen Scott Pilgrim vs. the World and Shaun of the Dead.
Oh, I love Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. Speaking of which, good news for Scott Pilgrim fans. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the video game, is back. They succeeded. The mad bastards got the video game back. You can now buy it on the Switch store.
Yeah, I think they're like releasing a 10th anniversary edition of the movie.
Oh, yeah. I'm probably going to have to buy that game because, sadly, I didn't get into Scott Pilgrim vs. the World until after the video game got taken down because Sony is run by morons. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is amazing. There's so many great scenes. There's so many great scenes I can name. I can literally make a list of the best Scott Pilgrim vs. the World scenes. One of my favorite ones that I've used in a lot of my videos is that scene where Scott jumps out the fucking window.
Oh, my God.
I love that shit.
That's the funniest fucking scene in any movie.
I remember when I first saw Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, it randomly came on while I was watching cable, and I see this scene of a character just jumping out of the fucking window, and then in another scene, he plays the bass for the Final Fantasy II theme, and I'm like, what am I watching? And then there's that other scene I love where he just asks the guy if he knows the girl in this picture, and it's like the shittiest drawing you've ever seen, and the guy just immediately knows it's Ramona Flower.
Oh my god, this is... Oh,
I
man.
love that movie. I might try to see if I can do a watch with my fans for that. I still need to figure out how to set up a live stream to be able to watch movies with some of my fans, like a movie night thing, without getting taken down. I know the EFAT podcasts sometimes do it, but I know they do a lot of special things to make sure they don't get taken down.
That franchise will just have to stay in another league.
Hello!
And I don't really want to put it behind a paywall either, because I know not all of my fans can afford to pay for extra content, and it's just not fair to them. What?
What? Are you serious? Yes. Like, dude.
Okay, let's go over this, shall we? Captain Marvel, Black Panther, any of the fucking Thor movies, Iron Man 2. I can keep going. Motherfucking Endgame. Possibly one of the most disappointing films of the decade. Endgame was possibly the worst movie theater experience I've had in my life, and I saw The Last Jedi in theaters. Put that into perspective.
I can. I actually have. I've seen both in theaters.
Like, even the most blind MCU tards will know that this is bullshit. Absolute fucking horse shit.
And this is how they're starting off the list. I am scared for what comes next.
Yes, me too.
There are objectively bad movies, and again, I don't care what anybody says. People look at Endgame as this amazing accomplishment, but here's the thing: it failed miserably. Endgame face planted harder than anything I've seen before. Not even Duke Nukem Forever face planted this hard. Not even Mass Effect 3 none of the shitty Mass Effect video games face planted as hard as Endgame did.
I think even Andromeda did better than that movie.
Oh, yeah. Like, Endgame is so bad, it's the equivalent of diving out of a window, SpongeBob style, clapping, and then falling headfirst into a wood chipper. This is bullshit. Also, guess what? Damn it. Fucking hot Cheetos.
You okay,
the Incredible Hulk is technically a part of the MCU, and everyone says that movie sucked.
Oh yeah, the Hulk, the 2003 movie, that was bad.
Oh, bitch, please. Let's get... I'm going to make a video on this in the future, but I'm going to say this. The MCU is not some kind of special accomplishment. You know what the MCU is? It is a glorified TV show. That's all it is. It didn't accomplish dick. It did what any other TV show with an overarching plot has done. Animated movies and TV shows have been doing this shit for years.
Plus, it's not like this would be anything. It's not like Marvel didn't already try to do this before.
Yeah, I hate when people treat the MCU like it's some kind of god tier accomplishment. Name almost any TV show. It has done this. And even if you want to pull the whole crossover card, once again, need I point out any of the animated movies or TV shows? Did any of these people not grow up with fucking Justice League?
I know I did.
Yeah. You can watch episodes of Justice League on Boomerang. That's how old it is.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
This is retarded. I know we're spending so much time on this one point, but there's like compounded levels of retardation here.
And it just filled all 3 categories.
This is Norman Boutin levels of epic failure. Even Tommy Wiseau would laugh at this.
Over a decade, the MCU amassed a whopping 23 feature films and more than $22 billion at the...
Okay, I'm pretty sure if we actually count all the MCU films, that's probably a lie. I bet you they're fucking cheating.
Yeah, I mean, Disney themselves was caught manipulating the numbers for Captain Marvel just so they can keep their reputation intact.
I'm gonna fucking do this shit. All MCU movies, just because it's WatchMojo, and I am that fucking petty.
Embrace the pettiness.
Yep. Let me see here. I might be wrong, but I know it's WatchMojo. Let's see here. Every MCU movie ever. So I think I have an image right here. And count along with me. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Now, this might be cheating somewhat because this does include the TV shows, but fuck it.
Yeah, well, I'm done with the TV shows anyway.
Yeah. The TV shows were shit anyway. Don't get me started on what Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did to my beloved Ghost Rider. Don't even get me started on that. I still have nightmares about that. I will never forgive that. And there are people that have the audacity to say that whenever they see the guy the guy that played Ghost Rider in the shitty Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they say, all I can see is Ghost Rider when I look at him. I'm like, get fucked. That guy played a shitty ass Ghost Rider. Robbie, whatever, was a terrible Ghost Rider. Absolutely awful.
I'm gonna say it's
best Ghost Rider.
There are only 2 Ghost Riders. There's Johnny Blaze and Danny Ketch. If you're neither, then what's the point?
Entries feel like an outright black sheep. Sure, some are less momentous than others, like Thor: The Dark World.
They are fucking cheating. They are cheating so hard. They know that movies like Thor: The Dark World were not well received. And again, Hulk, Endgame, Captain Marvel, Black Panther.
But if that's the floor, you gotta know that the ceiling is through the roof.
But no.
Anyone else?
As if the monumental Avengers Endgame wasn't awesome enough, Marvel...
Endgame. Fuck that movie. It is shit. It is fucking shit. And I one day plan to rip this movie to shreds, Mueller style. I fucking hate Endgame.
You know what? I'm going to say it, Kimi. And I don't care if you get pissed off. I said I'm going to stick with it. You're not going to stop me. Hey, I'd rather binge watch all of RWBY than rewatch Endgame.
Honestly, that's not even really all that offensive to me. Endgame really is painfully bad. Seriously, to people who think I'm over exaggerating, let me help you put this into perspective. There is a scene in Endgame where Thor becomes a fat neckbeard and screams at 12-year-olds while playing Fortnite, and one of the person's names was Noob Master.
No. Noob Master 69.
Yeah. Put that into perspective if you think I'm exaggerating how bad Endgame is. And the final battle, this big final battle sequence that looks all epic and shit, it's just a glorified game of hot potato with some of the worst editing I've ever seen. And I've seen RE, the final chapter.
Managed to make sociologically profound films like Black Panther to boot.
Ugh! Sociological my fucking ass.
This is going to be a long list.
Black Panther is it is a race baiting piece of fucking shit. It doesn't say anything. There are so many videos out there ripping Black Panther to shreds. It's garbage. The only reason why Black Panther did as well as it did is because for some reason we live in such a racially charged time for whatever asinine reason. Okay.
Help us with this one.
This is terrible. I am going to go collect my thoughts and take a piss, and then I'll be back to continue this.
This truly is the definition of insanity.
One thing I will say is skirts and panties are far more comfortable to wear. Why is it that girls get all the good shit?
It's about 2 billion people all over the world that looks like us.
I don't know.
Harder.
Oh.
We can liberate them all.
Even
Black Panther's take on race problems and the struggle of black people is so fucking ignorant, it's pathetic. Like, they want to talk about the struggles of black people in America, yet they don't want to talk about the struggles of people in their own fucking country. There's literally a third world country right outside Wakanda, and do they do anything about it? No.
the first film, Iron Man remains one of the best on-screen origin stories to date.
I am Iron Man.
Number 9, the Back to the Future franchise.
I never really cared much for this franchise. I never got what the big deal was with this series.
Yeah, I mean, neither.
We're actually kind of glad that director Robert Zemeckis has since blocked any attempts to make more of these because the trilogy that we have is perfect as is.
I think.
Yeah, Hollywood will find a way to make some kind of remake.
Yeah, nothing is sacred in Hollywood.
Parts 2
I
and
like to
3
think
could
that should
never have
be
been
common
as
knowledge by
iconic
now.
as the original Back to the
The only
Future.
scene I really like is where the professor goes, damn, damn.
They all hold up incredibly well over 30 years later. With
trying to
the
remember
genuine
what-
spirit
JBGN
and
even
chemistry
referenced
between
that in
Michael
his
J. Fox
Atari
and Christopher Lloyd,
5200
never
episode.
faltering once.
Yep.
Tell me you built a time machine?
In the episode, only 50,000 times.
The way I see it, if you're gonna build a time machine into a car, why not do it with some style?
Moreover,
Except
the movies managed
the
to feel
DeLoreans were shitty cars in
one
real life,
each taking the base time travel concept and doing something different with it. Who knew
or
a
so I've been told.
Western movie could actually work?
Oh, this is heavy.
Number 8, the Ip Man franchise.
Wait, Chun.
Never seen
Never heard of
the movies, but for some reason my older brother hates
Decades
them.
of superb martial arts cinema. The Ip
I
Man
think it's
movie
one of
I've
those
never
movies
heard
that has.
surging
Well, one of
in
them has like
popularity in
Mike
recent
Tyson
years,
in it.
and that is not an accident. Using the fascinating life of the titular Wing Chun Grandmaster as their foundation, the movies then springboard off into telling compelling stories with weighty themes.
Although people have different status in life, he doesn't believe that one person's integrity is worth more than another's.
I mean, maybe we got the worst of it over with.
Even though they're
Hopefully, the
not
MCU will be the only crappy one that they put on here.
exhilarating fight choreography. Donnie Yen was already a martial arts star before this series, but by now, he is easily a legend. Number 7, the John Wick franchise.
Okay, this should be higher.
Speaking of breakout movie franchises
Unacceptable.
with stellar action, it really doesn't get much better than John Wick.
John Wick might be the greatest action series of our generation.
I'm just excited because the director of John Wick is making a movie based on one of my favorite video games.
Oh, he is? What is he adapting?
It's a game Ghost of Tsushima. I'm sure you've seen probably a trailer or two.
Oh, I think I heard about Ghost of Tsushima getting an adaptation. I wasn't sure if it was real or just a rumor.
I think it's pretty much real. Yeah, it's the director of the John Wick movies that's making it.
Did you know that Keanu Reeves is going to be in a live-action adaptation of Berserker?
I did not.
Yep, he's going to be playing the main character, apparently. Don't know how to feel about that because I've never seen that anime before and I know nothing about it. At first, it's confusing because it said Berserk, and then I'm like, wait, what? And then I took a closer look. I'm like, oh, it's something else that also goes by the name of Berserk.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even aware that there were two separate animes with such a similar name.
Yeah. But what I will say is Keanu Reeves is the Sylvester Stallone and Schwarzenegger of our generation. He is going to go down in history as our generation Schwarzenegger and Stallone. Watch it happen.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Yep, he's already right up there.
Yep.
People are saying he's already as badass as Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
I love to see how Keanu Reeves went from this actor that everyone mocked because he was too mono or something like that, and now everybody wants Keanu Reeves. Everybody's trying to get their hands on him. The MCU is doing everything in their power to desperately get Keanu Reeves to get on board with the MCU. Rumors are saying he might play Ghost Rider, and then other rumors are saying they're trying to get him to be Doctor Doom.
Oh.
That's the only way they're going to get me to come back to the MCU is if you not only Doctor Doom is the next big baddie, but you get Keanu Reeves to play him. I love Doctor Doom. He's one of my all-time favorite MCU villains, and he just has gotten no respect. Even Death Battle doesn't respect him. And I want him to finally get his time in the spotlight because Doctor Doom is one of the best Marvel villains.
The series started small, but by the time the second and third installments came out, the cat was out of the bag.
I am so hyped for John Wick 4 and 5.
The stories you hear about these
I am going to see this movie in theaters. I don't care what Corona Chan says.
With all 3 movies being directed by veteran stuntman Chad Stahelski, it's no wonder that the fight choreography is as riveting and surprisingly funny as
And what's also great about these John Wick movies is similar to one of the all-time greatest action movies, Terminator Judgment Day, all this shit is real. They do all this stuff with real weapons and real stunts. It's great. Not since Terminator 2 do we rarely ever get to see stuff like this, with the exception of Tom Cruise movies, because he's one of the only people that has the balls to do his own stunts.
Oh, man, I mean, I always tell people, well, like, stuntmen are real. Like, actors who do real stunts are always the rock stars.
We also
Here's another thing I'll say. One of the characters of an anime script I've been working on for almost 3, possibly even longer, years of my life, one of the main characters, I took a heavy amount of inspiration from John Wick when I wrote him.
Oh, yeah, it's Leon, right? Leon Kira.
Yes. Him. Yep, essentially what he is, without saying too much, imagine the Terminator and John Wick combined into one character. That's him.
That's all I need to know.
Yep.
Like, fuck it, I'm on board.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. If I ever get the budget and support to make snuff machinery a thing, you'll be in for a treat when you see my main cast. I think I've built up a pretty solid main cast of protagonists that I hope will be absolutely unforgettable.
this franchise to thank for the career resurgence of Keanu Reeves, who more and more feels like he was born to play the titular hitman.
People
Yep.
keep asking if I'm back.
Oh, I love
And
this
haven't
scene.
really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Number 6, the How to Train Your Dragon franchise.
I don't know. I never got really into the How to Train Your Dragon movies. I saw the first one, thought it was good, and that was about it.
We're talking consistency and quality. None of their other works rival the How to Train Your Dragon trilogy.
I don't know what was up with that glitch. Unless you watch Mojo's videos are seriously that broken.
Films weaves together the story of a barrier-breaking friendship we're not soon to.
Quality control isn't exactly their priority. They make like 20 videos every day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The animation.
Do they have to
overall
try
is
so?
sublime,
Toothless comes off to me as trying too hard to be cute, you know? What I mean when something just puts in a little too much effort into the cute factor, and it comes off as almost manipulative.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. I mean, that's really all Toothless is. He's just a big dog with wings.
Also, let me ask if this might be cheating, but I know there's a How to Train Your Dragon TV show. If that is technically not good, then does that mean that this spot is invalidated as well? I don't know very much about the How to Train Your Dragon TV show. I don't know if people like it or not, but what about that?
Did see.
It just says franchises, not necessarily movies, which is why I mentioned the TV show thing when we were counting all the MCU things, because they just said franchises. They didn't say specifically movies, so that means they lied with the MCU thing.
Yep. No, the How to Train Your Dragon TV show was on Cartoon Network. It was boring as hell.
Yeah, that's another thing. Modern Cartoon Network is abysmal. Cartoon Network used to shit out masterpiece after masterpiece. Now they just shit out shit.
Yeah. It's like the that's a big old pile of shit meme in a nutshell.
Yep. I might have to make a video about Cartoon Network's fall from grace. I remember Cartoon Network when I was a kid. Just Cartoon Network was like perfection.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they squandered all of it.
I mean,
they even managed to take some of their classics like Powerpuff Girls and then ruin them with shitty reboots. I just hope they don't do the same thing to something like Chowder or Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, because I will not take that. Leave those alone.
And please, for the love of God, leave Ed and Eddie alone. that had the best.
Yeah, I'm
finale.
sorry, but this generation, this may sound mean, but this generation doesn't deserve a reboot or a remake of something like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy or Chowder. If they didn't grow up with those cartoons, tough shit. They can rediscover them, but they don't deserve to grow up with some kind of shitty reboot like what we got with the Powerpuff Girls, where one of the Powerpuff Girls gets kissed by a grown woman on the lips.
Yep. And also, don't forget about Ed, Ed, and Eddie. That's a masterpiece, too.
Yeah, like I said, I want Cartoon Network. Hey, Cartoon Network needs to leave Ed and Eddie alone. Like, it ended.
Also, Cartoon Network needs to banish Steven Universe and try to erase it from history.
Yes.
He's amazing. Number 5, the Three Flavors Cornetto Trilogy.
Here we go. I think I've seen 1 out of 3 of these movies.
Our one and only anthology series on this list.
Oh, yeah, wait, I've also seen Shaun of the Dead. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I just haven't seen Hot Fuzz.
2007's Hot Fuzz and 2013's The World's End.
Oh, The World's End. Sorry, This Is the End is a different movie. My bad.
Primarily comedies. They each do
Well, I haven't seen this one either.
satirizing the horror, action, and sci-fi genres respectively.
How's lunch? He's in the freezer. Let's just say cool off. No, I didn't say anything actually. Shame. There was a bit earlier on that you missed when I distracted him with the cuddly monkey, and then I said playtime's over. I hit him with the piece of it.
And despite having dynamic ensemble casts, Wright never settles with just letting them riff.
Edgar Wright is so fucking talented. I mean, he also made Scott Pilgrim versus the World, enough said.
2, 3. You also won't find movies more rewatchable than these, as each viewing is likely to reveal an incredibly clever and
Okay. The dogs can look up.
Number 4, the Harry Potter franchise.
This one is highly debatable. Because from what I've been hearing, those prequels that were made are not very good from what I've heard.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this one should probably be taken off. I know that they're talking about the Harry Potter movies, but we can't ignore those prequels.
While the subsequent Fantastic Beasts movies have struggled to replicate the same magic, the core
You son of a bitches!
unblemished.
So you admit that there are some.
I swear they're mocking me. One thing I will say is my 3D animator is so hyped for Harry Potter versus Percy Jackson. Holy crap, he was so happy when he heard about that one.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad
Yeah.
somebody's passionate. about
That's what I find interesting. Harry Potter versus Percy Jackson is not only a popular matchup request, but is actually a good one, and Death Battle has all but ignored it to settle for a very weak Luke Skywalker versus Harry Potter, which makes little sense.
Yeah.
But then
Well,
again, I guess I got to do what Death Battle don't. I know that one doesn't sound as good, but seriously. But that's fine. More good matchups for me. Every time Death Battle drops the ball, I can just pick it up.
Actually, I got a funny story about Death Battle. I'm just
What?
worried it might take off a good. I fear it might kind of take a good portion of this live stream, though. I mean, I can try.
Just try to condense it as much as you can. Don't worry. I got all the time in the world. I don't gotta head back to work until Sunday, and I'm an insomniac and a night owl.
Yeah, well, my headache's starting to get worse. I can't get through this. I'm going to call it a night for now.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Wolf. Glad to have you.
Damn it, my fucking downstairs neighbors with this fucking weed.
So, and then there were 2.
Yep. Unless someone else decides they want to join.
So, I guess I should explain how. You remember when I said that one live stream where it was actually through one of my own Death Battles? I met one of my friends.
Yeah.
And well, the funny thing was, Basically, so it was like this, I was in high school, so I first got started on my fan fiction account, or at least would be my first one before that became defunct. So yeah, I read my first Death Battle. Obviously, it's not perfect. In fact, the only reason why I actually did it was for the most arbitrary reasons, like, both characters used swords, they both fought in war, or the only real difference was one was from space and the other was from hell. Oh, so yeah, I was kind of stupid back in high school. But anyway, yeah, but of course, this one user would be my good friend Black Wolf or Dark Knight, right? Who you'd see as one of my watchers on DeviantArt. Yeah, he's one of my. He's like the other watcher on DeviantArt. So basically, he's like, "Hey, cool. Oh, you think you can do Spider-Man versus Red Hood?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." But it was like one summer night. I wasn't sleeping. I guess this is kind of where, this would be the beginning of my insomnia or so. So, I kept thinking more about how the first Death Battle I wrote would go out and how differently. Then, of course, I realized something. I was wrong.
Fair enough.
Wrong.
I get it. Keep going.
All right. So, yeah, basically, I think what kind of cemented and why we still kind of collaborate to this day was because I openly admitted that in the Death Battle I wrote, I completely messed up. I just gave out the completely wrong outcome. So, the morning followed, I basically rewrote as much as I could. I swapped the perspectives of how the Death Battle started, rewrote the ending, and basically kind of apologized for messing up the first time.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you can actually see that same fight, in the summary, just in all caps, saying I made a mistake. And that's, I guess, kind of where it's cemented. And so, yeah, almost damn near 10 years later, I'm still talking to Black Wolf, just kind of bouncing fanfic ideas back and forth. And a funny thing, in more recent history, it's kind of coming back full circle because after all these years, we talked about this project called Death Battle Watches Death Battle, which is a parody of the fanfic Ruby Watches Death Battle, but instead it would be actually the characters from my own canceled series watching official Death Battle episodes. It's yeah.
No.
Yeah. If I'm being honest, I'm still kind of on the fence of the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of ideas I wanted Death Battle to do since I was in high school, but they never did them. So I finally decided, okay, fuck you, Death Battle. I'll do it myself.
Yeah. So I guess that's kind of it. Some of my worst, I guess some of my considerably worst works actually end up being one of the best things that happened to me as a fanfic writer.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of my story.
Also, people really need to stop suggesting Spawn versus Ghost Rider. It is such a terrible idea. It really is. I don't know. I will never understand why people like it so much. I don't want this to turn into another Death Battle stream, although Death Battle did show up here. But Spawn versus... I've already roasted Spawn versus Ghost Rider one too many times. Same with Michael Myers versus Jason Voorhees. I'm sick of hearing about it. I really am.
Yeah.
It's a bad matchup. It's just a bullshit mirror matchup combined with some curb stomp BS.
Yeah, well,
I really wish people would understand that Spawn is not as powerful as you think he is. He would get annihilated if you tried to fight Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider wouldn't even register him as a threat.
I mean, I may be cheating because I'm referencing the animated series, but Spawn got messed up from a piece of wood.
Yeah. Spawn is literally weak against lightning. Not any special kind of lightning, just lightning in general. I mentioned this before in a previous stream. Hyun Soo from Sweet Home could kill Spawn with that spear of his.
Hey, I agree. I mean, you're not going to hear an argument from me. In fact, this actually reminds me of another story. Don't worry. It's very short. Where basically I was watching...
Like I said, I got all the time in the world.
Yeah. So basically, another time, like, I was basically watching a versus series I actually liked, where it was Brandon Breyer from Brightburn versus Andrew Detmer from Chronicle.
Maybe.
Oh, so like I
All right.
thought, it was good, and I thought that overall it was just a fun matchup. But then, literally, like when it was over, and I was actually getting excited what we'd see next, then we get the episode after that, which was 2009 Jason versus 2007 Michael. I really was hoping that if the fight come out, it would surprise me in any way. It didn't have to be a specific way, but god damn, I feel just so empty after watching that.
Okay. Here's what I need people to understand about Spawn. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I'll mention this here. You know how Death Battle tried to lowball Ichigo by saying he's a character that constantly gain... Oh, by the way, Maverick, I muted you until you can fix the echo on your end. Anyway, so they tried to lowball Ichigo by saying that Ichigo is a character where every time he gains an ability, power, or form, he loses it. Now, this is mostly bullshit, but here's the thing. Spawn is actually that type of character. Almost any power-up, amp, or new form that Spawn gains, he either loses it or gives it up at some point and never gets it back. So that's the thing. You can't just use things like Heaven Spawn or something like that because those were temporary amps that he gained.
Yeah. It's just...
people genuinely think that Spawn is one of the most powerful comic book characters of all time. He's really not. Spawn would get the shit kicked out of him by Iron Man. Thor would completely one-shot his ass. And he wouldn't even need to try. Spawn is not that powerful. And I need people to understand, you want to put Spawn against Ghost Rider. One of the most powerful events. Ghost Rider is so strong, he can take on the Avengers single-handedly. And we're not talking about that pissy MCU Avengers. We're talking about the Avengers in the comic books that had the X-Men on their side. That Avenger team.
Yeah, I remember like a quote from Ghost Rider himself that I used to tease for a episode of my own Death Battles I canceled, where it's like, Avengers, Fantastic Four, X dudes, they can all kiss my flammable bony ass. Like, you don't fuck like Ghost Rider.
I mean, the only character I know of that ever successfully killed the Ghost Rider legitimately was Deadpool, and that's only because he managed to trick Ghost Rider and get extremely lucky by throwing him into the river Styx. That's what it took for Deadpool to kill him.
Testing.
And Deadpool was really lucky because Deadpool managed to be lucky enough to resist the penance stare.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but the penance stare didn't work on Deadpool.
Well, it didn't work on the Punisher either. And that dude's done some pretty fucked up things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are people that are able to resist the penance stare. For example, one of my research partners told me that Simon Belmont will be able to resist the penance stare. I'm just trying to remember what his reasons were, and I've been trying to get a hold of him to get more information, but he's so busy. But yeah, so Ghost Rider isn't just going to be able to just one-shot Simon Belmont with the penance stare in his fight. I'll save that for another time.
I just realized something, Kimi.
Wow.
If Spawn's weakness is actually lightning, or at least lightning can basically kill him, do you think that someone like maybe Paul McGrath from Infamous would actually kill him?
Paul McGrath could probably kill him too, because I asked one of my research partners and he said no, it doesn't require any kind of special lightning to kill him. It can be any kind of lightning, whether it's magical lightning, natural lightning, or artificial lightning. It will kill him. Misaka Makoto, the girl who's going to be fighting against Rin Tosaka on Blood Royale, she can completely decimate Spawn.
Holy shit. The more you know, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, you want to put Spawn against one of the most powerful Avengers of all time. Doctor Strange himself. One of the most OP Avengers. Even in the MCU, this dude is broken as shit.
Yeah, And he lost.
He
against Ghost
described
Rider.
the Rider's power as boundless. Ghost Rider is no joke. He is one of the most powerful Marvel characters of all time. Sure, he's not the most powerful, but he is very, very high tier.
Yeah.
Speakerphone off, Kim.
Okay.
Wait, it works? All right, thanks.
Yeah. My problem was just that terrible echo.
I just turned off the
Oh,
speaker.
shit, there.
That's why. I just
Fix
put on
that
default.
or fix your mic.
Some episodes in the saga are bound to be more beloved.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
But it's astounding, nevertheless, how consistent they managed to be while still keeping the quality at an esteemed level.
I'm in love with her. Oh, fine. You're in love with
I'm in love with her. Ron Weasley is like the most iconic. Like, whenever people think of comic relief, I bet you they're always thinking of Ron Weasley. He's like the perfect incarnation of the comic relief character.
Number 3, the Mad Max franchise.
Huh?
Oh, what a franchise.
What? No. Thunderdome was underwhelming.
No. No.
Like, dude, the Mad Max as a series wasn't that great.
While Mad Max may be one of the more out there contenders, what with its kooky characters and no nonsense, balls to the wall action sequences, it cannot be denied the level of commitment and craftsmanship that went into creating George Miller's gasoline-fueled apocalyptic landscape.
Yeah, that doesn't excuse the first movie being boring as tar.
While they're all unique in their own way, with the first one taking place
Yeah,
in these...
Mad Max, literally the original movie, was an exploitation film with a cliche revenge storyline. That's it. That's the first Mad Max.
I mean, and take it from a guy who loves Road Warrior.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's working.
Anyway, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, I've only seen Fury Road, but still.
I think you might like Road Warrior. I think. At least that's why I would consider my favorite, personally. Like, I'm really more of a fan of that Mad Max than like the whole series. Well, also the video game. The video game is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
4 times, and beyond Thunderdome being the weird one with Tina Turner, it's that variety that keeps us coming back for more.
Well, ain't we a pain?
I mean, I don't think Thunderdome is as bad as some people make it out to be. However, I can see where fans are coming from when they say that Thunderdome isn't very good.
I would say, as a fan, Thunderdome is just underwhelming.
Their 4th installment to the tune of 6 Oscars.
Quite a few franchises. Star Wars, for one.
Yeah.
A New Hope is technically, chronologically, the 4th movie. Just saying.
Is it still echo?
Number 2, the
Maverick.
Toy Story franchise.
No. No. The answer is no. Just no. That should really be the only way to ever respond to WatchMojo. Just no.
Well, at this point, I'm going to have no other way to respond to them.
Best Picture at the Oscars, and all of them won Best Visual Effects.
Does the echo still better now?
Let's look through some honorable mentions.
I mean, look at this woman right here. She looks like a stock cliche businesswoman.
Yeah,
Could
like,
this woman be any more stock?
She looks like an eye candy. She looks like that eye candy bitch from OnlyFans.
And we'll see the
And-
top movie franchise.
yeah, like,
No bad movies. The Bourne franchise. Later entries are acceptable, but the core trilogy
This is hugely debatable.
The Hunger Games franchise.
No.
No.
I'm a Hunger Games fan. Go fuck yourself.
That is so cliche as fuck.
I mean, look how she's holding the bowstring. It's right at her nose.
Yeah, even I know so many fans that called bullshit on Mockingjay, both the movie and the book. I was a huge Hunger Games fan. I don't like Mockingjay. I'm ashamed to say I own a copy of Mockingjay. I would literally sell my copy, but I would feel guilty because I would feel like I robbed whoever bought it from me. I heard rumors that supposedly Susan Collins got give me a second, got so many letters from fans that said they were very disappointed by Mockingjay. Mockingjay was just a generic, we got to take down the evil government war movie. It was so far away from what made the Hunger Games interesting. What pulled me into the Hunger Games was the fucking Hunger Games. I didn't give a shit about the war or the oppressive government. I've seen so many movies that tell that story. What got me in there was the Hunger Games. Sadly, Battle Royale did the same thing. The sequel to Battle Royale did the same fucking shit. And as a result, I hated it.
Okay, might I say something? To be honest, the Mockingjay is kind of like a ripoff of Star Wars, to be honest.
Even that's being generous. Because when George Lucas told the prequel story, at the time, he was telling a very innovative, controversial story about how democracy can lead to the rise of fascism, which at the time was very unheard of. Which is why I respect the story, the politics of the prequels so much, because George Lucas was so ahead of his time with that story.
And he fucked shit up. And he fucked shit up when he sold it to Disney. Fuck Disney. And you know what? Fuck George Lucas. I'm sorry, George Lucas, but you deserve to be called out for selling the project. That is the best project of all time.
I guess I'll give them this one.
It's just you.
The Evil Dead franchise.
Well,
I don't know about this one. This is a tricky one.
I would say, I mean, I love the Evil Dead movies. They're probably one of my favorite horror movie series, but I wouldn't say that the movies are by any means perfect.
Because here's the thing. Army of Darkness is a movie that got completely decimated by critics, and it's only really loved by the most dedicated of Evil Dead fans. It's one of those movies that's just can only be loved in the way that Sam Raimi makes his weird movies, you know?
Well, actually, for me,
unless you really love Sam Raimi, from what I understand, Army of Darkness got completely destroyed when it came out. Not by the fans of Evil Dead, but by pretty much everyone else. Actually, even when I went on Netflix, Army of Darkness had like 1 star. Back when the star system actually existed.
Believe it or not, it was actually Army of Darkness that got me into the Evil Dead movies.
Yeah.
So you mean the horror movie elitists, right? The smarks of horror movies?
Well, I'm a horror movie elitist, so tread carefully.
Playing horror, all
sorry then. Sorry. I mean the specific types you mean.
I don't know what to do about the Evil Dead series.
Movie franchise.
Kill yourself.
But everything else really is awesome.
Oh my gosh, I love this song.
I used to like the Lego movie. It's getting so annoying as fuck the more I watch it.
You know, I always say the worst thing that can happen to literally anything or anyone is that they become popular.
You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Never.
Number 1, The Lord of the Rings.
Okay, fine. I'll give them this one. This was really the only option they had. But I'm still giving them a down vote.
Yeah, because you literally start off this whole thing. Because they literally start off this whole thing with the MCU.
May I see something? I'm sorry that I'm late, but
so now we have the exact same thing, but in reverse.
WatchMojo is the reason why they made anime so mainstream and cliche. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that echo is still kind of there.
Watch
Figure out
Mojo
what to do
made
about
anime
that.
so mainstream and shonen shit, including the pathetic rap shit that made
Today,
anime
we're counting
mainstream.
down our picks to the top 10 franchises with
Let's see how they screw this one up.
There, I make it lower.
Johnny folk gonna talk about you till the day you die. It ain't nothing you can do. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape your destiny.
Smurfs.
For this list, we'll be looking at film series.
My
that yet to
mother
give
would
us a
always
single
tell me
decent
how
installment.
amazing
We'll only be
Smurfs
including
was.
franchises
I never
that have
got
at least
it.
3 installments, whether they are part of the same continuity or not, or were released by different studios. We'll also be including spiritual franchises. The more opportunities the franchise had to deliver a quality film, and the worse those films actually are, the higher they'll rank. Math makes sense to me. So which of these franchises do you think has the best chance to
I can't
turn
believe
around?
my older
Let us know in the
brother
comments below.
unironically defends the Twilight films. He actually thinks they're good.
Wait, seriously?
Oh god,
Yeah,
Jello.
my older brother unironically defends the Twilight films. I don't know why.
So your older brother
No.
is kind of like a smart, right?
No, my older brother. You know, the one that was an asshole?
Franchise.
Yeah.
You know a franchise is off to a rocky
Yes, your
start.
older brother, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
your
older brother
brother.
is very weird.
Film gets a technical pass because of its
I mean, he randomly called me and my little brother a school shooter for no reason.
When have I ever asked you to do something you absolutely said you could not do? 5 times.
That's very fucking cruel.
The Jessica Alba-led movies tried to incorporate plenty of comedy into their.
Okay, I guess we're off to a decent start.
But that often
Okay, yeah, not a bad pick.
action and a compelling narrative.
I gotta tell you, man, starting to feel like a complete screw up.
Conversely, the 2000
Because you are a complete screw up. You were in the MCU.
With loads of studio interference, making it highly disjointed.
What happened to me? I don't know. But I'm gonna figure this out.
Still, if there's anyone who can get the recipe right, it's Kevin Feige and the MCU.
I will laugh my ass off if even Kevin Feige can't make this good.
The Divergent series.
Okay, fine.
This franchise got
I never really cared much for this series. I've never understood its popularity.
Shut it down.
Though the first Divergent movie was fairly derivative YA fare, it did show potential. Sadly, the sequels failed to capitalize on it.
No, you have nothing. You have no home, no faction. I don't even know who I am anymore.
Insurgent and Allegiant abandoned the central concept in favor of a lifeless rebellion storyline done better by other YA properties. Also, like plenty of YA adaptations, the studio opted to split the final book into 2 parts.
I hate it when they do that. The only reason you should ever have to break up a movie into 2 parts is if the book is like the size of It or Lord of the Rings.
Come on. You think you can ditch me like this?
Like, the fact that they tried to make 3 films out of The Hobbit was absolutely moronic.
It's perhaps for the best, as the tentatively titled Ascendant probably wouldn't have been any better. Still, it's kind of annoying from a completionist standpoint. Good or not, stories deserve an ending.
No one's gonna love you, Trish. They're never even gonna miss you. This world will
My
never
YouTube
know
algorithm is going to be completely fucked after tonight because of all these videos.
The Medea franchise.
Okay. I'll give WatchMojo this. They're at least trying with this
We
one.
respect that Tyler Perry has a huge and very loyal following, but as popular as his Medea movies are, very few of them come.
I've never understood the Medea franchise.
Talk about you till the day you die. It ain't nothing you can do. Let folks talk. And the people talk about me.
Honestly, the only Star Wars movie I like outside of the first ever trilogy is the prequel Final.
That's it. I'm calling.
Oh, episode 3?
I ain't getting no popo. Call the popo ho. Call the popo ho.
Sure, Perry's
Yes.
enthusiastic performance has made Medea something of a modern icon,
I
but
think it's
her
pretty good.
continuous banter with the other characters almost always grind whatever plot there is to a screeching halt.
Honestly, I hate how people shit talk Anakin like Dog Walker, saying he's a narcissistic emo.
I'm a thug, yeah. These new kids don't know nothing about being no thug. I'm a real thug.
Yeah, well, I stopped trusting Doug a long time ago.
Henry stated that 2019's A Medea Family Funeral would be the swan song for the character. But
Yeah, then they made those
even
crappy
be
Halloween
surprised if
movies
they
that
call
nobody
anyone
cared
with
about.
spiky hair with emo.
Number 7, the Tomb Raider franchise.
I don't know
Video
about
game
this one.
movies rarely hit the mark.
It's not fair.
No, it's not fair.
Angelina Jolie's first outing as Tomb Raider did well at the box office, but it certainly didn't break the video
I
game.
miss Tomb Raider.
Did they really just
so
call Laura
cheesy in a
Croft
good
Tomb
way.
Raider?
Like the gag
She has a name.
Need we even mention that accent?
I woke up this morning and I just hated everything.
The
I know.
2018
I just
incarnation, which
just
was
they had
modeled
two.
after the grittier
Sorry.
reboot, was
Just got
definitely the
two names
right
messed up.
direction,
I mean,
but
Lara
it's
Croft.
more
Yeah.
competent than actually good.
Something doesn't add up.
Alicia Vikander works in the title role.
Like, listen,
but
I'm
never
sorry.
does the
I just hadn't
transcendent
remembered the
genre
games that
conventions
much
to tell
back then as a kid.
genuinely compelling story. Who knows though? Maybe they'll learn.
What do you
from their
expect
mistakes.
from a Tomb Raider game? Honestly. It's like expecting high art from the Resident Evil series. The Resident Evil series has always had a bit of goofy cheesiness to them. As much as I love Resident Evil, I admit their storytelling is kind of But if you go into the Resident Evil series expecting some high art story, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And this is coming from one of the most obsessive Resident Evil fans you'll ever meet. I think that Resident Evil can do no wrong. I defend the live action movies.
Kim, Sussy's DMing you on the private message on StreamYard.
Rightly depicted the characters in their true.
Speaking of which, I fully suspect they're going to put Resident Evil on here.
We'd get later on.
Even though
most likely
from the foot by doing that, because that includes the CGI.
We don't know how many devoted Chipmunks fans are out there, but we suspect they're pretty peeved that they haven't gotten a single decent installment. Cue Dave yelling.
Alvin!
Number 5, the Smurfs franchise.
So you may want to let this guy
More
in.
annoying than the Chipmunks.
Hybrid to another. The Smurfs movies
Yeah,
are
Jimmy, I think you might want to let this guy in. He seems to be getting a little
translation. They're pretty
testy.
bad. The franchise boasts an impressive.
Then again, what do you expect from a Smurfs movie,
No
honestly?
amount of star power can elevate such humdrum material.
Still better than Alvin and the Chipmunks, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they
very
get
debatable.
points alone for having Neil Patrick Harris as the main character. You can't go wrong with Neil Patrick Harris.
Still, that's very debatable, though, about
Worst
which
enemy.
one is, if Smurfs or Chipmunks is better.
Maybe someday, because I plan to dedicate a different type of versus series where I take anime, video games, and movies and pit them against each other. For example, one episode I teased that I'm going to do someday because it was in one of my polls, but it didn't get enough votes, was I'm going to put Lucy and Yuno against each other, not in like a death battle situation, because fuck that. Lucy deserves better, but in a who's the true Queen of Yandrays, even though it's obvious to anyone who actually knows what they're talking about that Lucy wins. But I also have other episodes in mind. Like, for example, I'm going to, believe it or not, I found a ripoff of Kodomo no Jiken. Yes, I actually found an anime that's trying to be Kodomo no Jiken. It's it's such a blatant ripoff. It's almost hilarious, except it's just pathetic because it tries so hard to copy Kodomo no Jiken, but completely misses the point of what makes that anime good. And then I also have other plans for other episodes, but you get the point. And maybe someday I'll do the Smurfs versus Alvin and the Chipmunks, which is the best of the worst.
Honestly, I wish both of them would die in Blood Royale.
We can understand the principle of simply catering to the young demographic out there and letting the dollars roll in, but does the finished product have
I hate how modern movies nowadays treat all kids like they're stupid. Does anyone remember kid movies from back in the 80s and 90s, back when the PG rating actually meant something? Those
Yeah, like,
were some hardcore movies.
Yeah, like PG He had to be earned.
Yeah, PG meant something completely different back in the 80s and 90s.
Like Watership Down, or same with that Don Bluth movie or that Mouse Guard. I can't remember that movie.
It's called The Secret of Nim.
that.
Well,
I know.
Secret of Nim,
Are you
yeah.
thinking of Watership Down?
Yeah, the killer bunnies that kill each other. Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, I think that may have been a.
Yeah, Kim.
Maybe I'm getting it.
The Watership
maybe
Down
I'm
where
just getting my
bunnies
wires
kill each other,
crossed. But I think that one may have actually been.
Or even
like,
Plague Dogs.
Yeah, I think Plague Dogs actually may have been marketed as like rated G. Or so I could be wrong.
So it's kind of like that lamb anime where that lamb fights other wolves and becomes like a goat with bull horns, kind of like that. I remember that. That's also rated G.
Basically. Like I want to point out I could be wrong. I may be thinking about something else. So don't quite quote me on that.
A step in the right direction
Okay.
with The Lost Village by returning to full-on animation. But we still think the franchise needs like artistic smirk, to up the quality.
No matter how hard you try, you can't escape your destiny.
Number 4.
Ha!
Resident
Called it.
Evil franchise.
Yep.
6 movies.
Also, piss off. Not even in context of, even if I give them benefit of the doubt that they're only talking about the live action movies, the first Resident Evil movie isn't even that bad.
No.
Yeah, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but again, it's a Resident Evil movie. What more do you expect? Get a nice claustrophobic environment, a decent storyline, some zombies, some BOWs, you're good. I understand people have their problems with the sequels. I get that. But the first one is objectively not bad.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's just not great. It's a fun little film,
Yeah.
I would even argue that the second one isn't bad either.
Yeah, I had to say this unpopular opinion. I think the third movie of Extinction, Resident Evil Extinction, is way better. It's more horror to it as well.
I like Extinction. It's actually my favorite of the live action movies.
The zombies are more creepier because of the way they dress up in those coveralls and those kind of like the MMA gloves, and they look like they're about to beat you to death. No, they're about to eat you even more. They're so rabid and violent.
Yeah.
I mostly call them zombie soldiers.
I'll let you guys keep talking, but I'm going to be back real quick. I'm going to feed my cats, and unless you want to hear them, they're going to make a lot of noise, and I don't know if you guys want to hear that.
No, we're good. Take your time.
I think.
I can't. I can't with some of these people.
So you don't like Scarlet Witch, right, Kim, or no?
I have nothing against Scarlet Witch. It's just that really you're trying too hard because you know that Accelerator is OP as fuck. So all you're doing is just throwing OP people at Accelerator and hoping for the best rather than taking the time to understand his character and genuinely find the best opponent for him possible, which is what I do. Yeah, it may take some time, but that time is usually worth it.
Kim, I'll give you a gift from my Blood Royale style writing idea. If I ever be a writer for Blood Royale, I'm going to make a parody one where one of the most hated wrestlers of all time in WWE, JBL, versus possibly one of my only favorite indie wrestlers of all time is CZW's Brain Damage, fighting each other in the ring in the most bloodiest the fighting match of all time without any equipment or ropes. Just the ropes, no barbed wire, but just hand bloodness, like kind of like that. That's what I want to see. Well,
okay, so you're thinking gladiator style? That could be pretty cool.
Yeah, kind of cool, huh?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Also, if I want to see a wrestling company, it should be like something more violent, like Celebrity Deathmatch meets CZW meets Twisted Metal Black, kind of like that.
Yeah, that sounds
Hopefully
pretty
combined.
cool. For me, if nothing else, I want to maybe focus on bringing more obscure characters into the spotlight. Right.
Don't worry, I'm going to do my best to bring more obscure characters into the spotlight. The only reason why I'm starting out with plenty of recognizable faces in the first season is because I still want to attract an audience. But over time, I'm going to try my best to bring out some really underrated or underappreciated characters.
One of them considered good. They make for decent
Kim, do you catch my idea?
sure, but
I said that what I want your blood what I want your separate blood royal idea would be is like Twisted Metal Black meets Celebrity Deathmatch meets CZW. It's kind of like that to make it more horror based.
I would be one of those things.
Yeah, I think you may be on to something, Maverick.
Indeed, the following installments
Yeah,
felt so
that's my idea.
formulaic that seeing one called The Final Chapter was kind of a relief.
Is that all you got? Because if it is, I'm gonna have to kill you.
Of course, Hollywood doesn't let any property die, and so a reboot is scheduled to be released in September of 2021.
Until then, my work is not done.
While that one is reportedly going back to the horror roots of the video games, we're still not going to hold our breath. Video game movies still have a lot to make up for with cinema goers.
Hey, boys. Is that any way to treat a lady?
Number 3, the Atlas Shrugged trilogy.
The what?
Political
Huh?
and philosophical leanings aside, the Atlas Shrugged movies from the 2010s are plenty bad on their own merits.
I don't know what these even are, so I'm not even going to bother. What's next?
Number 2, the 50
Well,
Shades trilogy.
saw this one coming.
It really doesn't get less sexy than this.
Believe it or not, E.L. James made another book called The
The
Mistress.
successful book series was widely criticized for poor writing. The 50 Shades film series really didn't let many people down. By that we mean few had very high expectations.
I'd like to know more about you.
There's really not much to know about me.
The dialogue is stilted, the characters are unlikable, and the romance scenes don't have a whole lot of genuine romance to begin with.
Don't crowd me. I need
I know how you can fix this. Reboot 50 Shades of Grey. Make Astolfo and Felix the main characters. There you go.
Oh yeah, Kim. Just so you know.
Then you
What
would
are
have
the
the
three
best
things that
movie series
ruined?
ever.
Yeah. One of the three things that ruined anime as a whole is rap shit, Naruto, and watchMojo, and possibly mainstream shit is best, like shonen shit, kind of like that.
Meh. But yeah, there you go. So anyone who wants to take that idea, it's on me. Reboot 50 Shades of Grey and have Felix and Astolfo as the main characters.
Well, how about Koi Katsu Party as a whole, if you want to, Kim?
Christian.
Don't give up. A lot of it on the lack of chemistry between its stars.
I'm still pissed off I can't upload Let's Plays of that game anymore. So unfair.
And while that might
Especially because my collection has only grown bigger over time.
I did what you wanted. I gave you what you asked for.
You think you can humiliate me?
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, the Twilight
Okay.
Saga.
I'm not gonna lie, her voice is
The franchise we have to thank for 50 Shades.
Yep. Twilight might be the ultimate shitty book and film franchise, but it's hard to say. I don't even know if even Rian Johnson could make Twilight suck harder than it already does. Although maybe I shouldn't underestimate Rian Johnson's abilities. He is like the ultimate shitty director. Even Uwe Boll has more talent than him, because Uwe Boll at least gave us Postal, which I don't care what anybody says. Postal is a solid video game adaptation movie, and the Rampage trilogy, which if Wolf was here, he could assert that the Rampage trilogy is genuinely good. There are moments in the Rampage trilogy that genuinely brings a tear to your eye. The philosophy and issues it tackles, the main character, Bill Williamson, is fucking incredible. And Brandon Fletcher plays him beautifully. He gives him so much charisma. And Uwe Boll and the man and Brandon Fletcher were so... They cared about this character so much that they put so much effort into writing Bill Williamson's story. And I would argue Rampage is a iconic, or it should be an iconic trilogy.
Wait,
It's one of the greatest crime dramas I've ever seen.
Wait, Kimi. But but wasn't like at least the third movie about like fighting for like laws or political systems that you would normally be against, like tighter gun control?
Yeah, I never said that they were perfect, and even though there are some things in Bill Williamson's philosophy that I disagree with, here's the thing. The whole point of Bill Williamson is he's meant to hold up a mirror to us, and most importantly, society. If you hate Bill Williamson, then you hate society itself. It's such a brilliant piece of writing, and even though I may not agree with everything Bill Williamson says, I can't hate his character because it's so beautifully written. There's so much good writing that goes into his character. That here's the thing, even if I don't 100% agree with him, I still appreciate his character and can still root for him.
So I see.
Cam, is Bill Williamson social Darwinist or no?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Oh, okay. Is he like a Ted Kaczak ludist or no? Like
is he
he's
what?
against the industrial technologies. Like
no, Bill
Ted
Williamson
person,
is
know,
just
like
against
supports,
the
like,
whole system that he exists in.
Cool.
It's hard
So
to
he's not one of those
pinpoint
nut
exactly
jobs that
what
just
Bill
want to-
Williamson is. And that's the whole point of Bill Williamson. You can't really pin him down to one singular group or entity.
So
because
he's
again,
his
the
own
whole point
anarchy,
of Bill
like the
Williamson
Killdozer,
is
right?
meant to
He's
hold
his
up a
own
mirror to
anarchy.
society.
So he's in his own anarchy. No ANCAP, no income. In his own anarchy, he's like kind of like Killdozer as an independent anarchy, right?
No. Also, he's not technically an anarchist either because he does not follow the non-aggression principle.
So he's a revolutionary, right? Or no?
Kind of. He's more of a revolutionist than an anarchist.
Oh, okay then. I can consider you one though, because sometimes you really have a strong distaste on NAP due to how people keep abusing it, like Karens. I remember that one person with that stupid Tommaso Ciampa beard and long hair would keep abusing that. I know who it is, but yeah. You know, the one, that stupid guy that says that he'll hold any one of us accountable. I won't say his name, but you know who it is.
Yes, fuck. Also, again, echo is still a problem.
There, 31%.
That seems to be working well.
Movie moments that broke the internet.
Sometimes works well.
Bleh.
Kim, so are you consider yourself revolutionist as well at most times, or sometimes, even though that because you hate the people keep abusing the NEP, kind of like that, or no?
I decide that I need to be as consistent with my principles as possible. And even though I do hold a controversial opinion within the anarchist community about self-defensive insurrections, but even so.
Yeah, I really hated that soy boy, neckbeard, long hair guy. That just the way he keeps abusing the NEP keeps pissing me off, and that's why I consider myself an independent revolutionary. Kind of like that. It's kind of like you're independent, you're on your own, but you're more like a Trevor Phillips way. You're more of like kind of like a Trevor Phillips type of independent revolutionary.
Well, here's a little fun fact for you guys. Nice. Well, I still call myself KillBoss98 on DeviantArt, on fanfiction.net, and I basically call myself KillBoss0 because that's the number of like names or kind of people I would associate with. If I am nothing, and I have no goals that benefit or hinder society, I'm just one number in many. I don't know. Maybe I'm. Maybe me being on the.
No.
Maybe me being on the website may have deleted some brain cells of mine.
Oh yeah, Kim, would that be okay if I can share you some of my YouTube poop style hate art videos, kind of like a burial type of videos I can send to you? You know, the ones that I actually make fun of, especially that specific one that you had a strong hatred towards. I'll give you the unlisted links, and you'll actually have a lot of fun and blast. I'll also send the webums if you want to. The webum links, you know, the videos and stuff like that. That would be nice.
I'll consider it.
All right then.
I don't know about that one. Most venomous animals on Earth. Yeah. Fucking wandering spiders.
Wandering spiders, you hate them in your room because I hate the freaking what's the name of those horseflies? No, this tarantula flies. I can't remember. There's like those like long mosquito-like flies. I hate them so badly in my room, in the garage.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I live in like I live in the South, where like the mosquitoes are.
There are no wandering spiders in this country. They mostly come from Brazil.
In my SoCal.
It's called an invasive species, brother.
You mean the mosquito-like flies? Oh, okay.
Scariest.
This is gonna be so bad, so fucking bad.
They are the horror stories that circulate the internet, terrorizing innocent surfers with tales of gore, horror, and death.
I remember when I used to be super into creepypastas. Now I just avoid creepypastas like the plague.
For this list, we've taken the internet stories, whether they be rumor, fact, or fiction.
I remember how cool creepypastas used to be, like Godzilla NES.
Yeah. I heard that was actually a really good one.
Previous video game rumors, topics like Ben Drowned, Sonic.exe, or any
Sonic.exe is so obviously fake it isn't even funny.
Sonic.exe.
Like they weren't even the creator wasn't even trying with Sonic.exe.
From that
Sonic.exe is so fucking shitty.
You know who likes Sonic.exe? That same guy that hated us. That same guy with that Tommaso Shepard beard and long hair. I hated him so badly. You know that JH guy. I hate him so badly.
Upon exploring the grounds, he found graffitied signs that said "abandoned by Disney" all over the place. Eventually, he entered an area off the main lobby that was.
This creepypasta is decent at best.
There, he found a crude Mickey Mouse costume lying on the floor,
Yeah.
which got up and
Kind of wish there was like a photo or something.
that one. I like that.
Just
yellow curdling blood. On on the wall behind him read the words, "Abandoned by God."
Yep.
Number 9, Persuaded. Imagine a zombie apocalypse, only worse.
Gonna lie, I'm actually afraid of Ed and Eddie episode 34. No, episode. It's like the that 33 or whatever is that the lost episode of Ed and Eddie creepypasta actually.
Really?
One individual tries to take shelter in his bathroom, but a horde soon breaks into his house. Instead of trying to break down the door, they start to whisper constantly, trying to persuade him to join them. They are aware, they are smart, and they are patient. After days on end, their offer starts to sound tempting.
So, a generic creepypasta zombie.
Number 8, Smile Dog.
It's not a monster, it's just a doggy.
No one likes chainmail, especially when it has such a creepy attachment. Smile.jpg is the image of a sinister-looking dog with human teeth. That sounds scary enough, but Smile Dog drives those who see him mad with fits of epilepsy and anxiety. He also asks the recipient to spread the word.
Force the world to experience it. Spread it like sickness.
If they don't, the image changes into something more horrific and will cause endless nightmares until the victim is driven to suicide. Some even say this creepypasta began with the image of the devil.
Wow.
Oh yeah, one of the scariest creepypastas. One of the scariest creepypastas I really don't, I'm afraid of the most is the Kleenex commercial. The Kleenex commercial. The Japanese Kleenex commercial.
Nothing like a good monster to scare the crap out of you. A set of accounts describes a hairless creature that appears suddenly in the houses of its victims. It's been known to stalk and terrorize its prey for weeks on end, though its motives are never clear. Those he targets are either filled with fear or, oddly, concerned for his well-being. One woman who met him in her bedroom one night lost both her daughter and her husband to this mysterious being. It's enigmatic as much as it's terrifying.
Yeah, we're with the pet hospital down the street, and I understand you have a dying animal on the premises.
Number 6.
Yes, creepypasta, Squidward.
This one is so bad.
Yes, it's shit.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, this one is just really, really bad.
Will prove you dead wrong.
You at least used to like it, Kim.
An intern describes his account of watching an uncut episode of the cartoon prior to its airing, which begins with Squidward being booed off after a clarinet concert.
Squidward! Hip hip!
Oh yeah, the shitty eye editing skills of that YouTube video.
Boo! You stink!
What follows is a series of
The
images
bloodshot
jumped upon
eyes.
Squidward sobbing and screaming.
It's weird how that actually
Framed
became
photos of
canon
murdered
somewhat.
children. Finally, Squidward takes a shotgun and
I
ends
know,
his
but
full of
it would be a lot better if the episode of the last episode was more realistic. Like at least it's fan made and make it more creepier and realistic.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it's weird that like the actual show in real life acknowledges the creepypasta.
You out of your mind?
Or at least it did before it
creepypasta
had
is
to be
kind
changed.
of like WWE. You need to make it realistic to grab the draw.
Yeah.
a hotel receptionist warns a
To
customer
be honest,
of an
creepypasta
unmembered
fangirls are like the
person
smarks.
should not approach. Sure enough, the man finds it, and his curiosity gets the better of him. He looks into the keyhole and sees a woman dressed completely in white, unmoving. The next day, When he looks again, he only sees
So the Stephen King
He
creepypasta.
admits his deed to the receptionist, who tells him that a man murdered his wife in that room and that her ghost haunts it. She's white as snow, and her eyes are completely red.
Thanks for saving me.
Number 4, Candle Cove.
They're here.
I heard of that episode. I actually like it though.
Kids to watch. On an internet forum, a few friends discuss an old local television show they used to watch and how demented it seemed looking back. And even with a villain called the Skin Taker and one episode that featured endless screaming from the cast of pirate puppets, the creepiest element came from the parents, who said
I'm so surprised that this got an adaptation.
Yeah, me too. It's like Flapjack, the original Flapjack.
Number 3, the Russian sleep experiment.
Okay, this one's fine.
Yeah, this is kind of decent.
Somebody did make a fan film of the Russian sleep experiment, but sadly they fucked it up.
Oh, really? That sucks.
Yeah.
In the 1940s,
Yeah, it starts out okay, but then it goes to shit real quickly when there are certain things that are not accurate to the story.
them from sleeping.
Damn.
Paranoia and silence soon follow, and on the 15th day, the doors opened on a gruesome scene.
Oh yeah, they also look like the Sandman creepypasta as well. The Russian sleep experiment.
Own bodies. Eventually, all but one of the subjects' hearts stopped after falling asleep. Before he was shot and killed, the lone survivor said this: "Have you forgotten so easily? We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal
yes, the
We are
true
what you
definition
hide from in
of
your beds every
insanity.
night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread."
Who are you? What do you want?
Number 2, Jeff.
No.
Please don't hurt us.
Fuck that emo bitch. That emo Mac from Foster's
One of the
Home
most
shit.
famous
I hate that.
plastic characters to date, Jeff the Killer is simply a psychotic murderer born of an unfortunate accident.
Trash. Absolute trash.
After being badly burned during a fight with some local kids, the once innocent Jeff lost his sanity upon seeing his scarred face. After carving a smile onto his mouth and cutting off his eyelids, he viciously killed his mother, father, and brother.
He's just Mac from Foster's Home for Imaginary Kids if he went full edgy emo.
Go to sleep. The worst part, he's still at large, haunting people with his terrifying.
I still can't believe people took that
Our
picture
number one pick
seriously.
arises from our nightmares. Here are a few horrific honorable mentions.
Of course, the grifter.
Never heard of that one.
You hated it, Kim? Is it boring or what?
Robert the Doll. That should be much higher.
Oh
The
yeah, I
angel
heard of that.
statue.
Number 1, the Slender
Police, I know. Skeleton. Keep calm. Turn off all the lights.
Calm
Make sure-
down, Kim. I know. It's just watchMojo. What do you expect?
everywhere.
My God, if you're like that exhausted, Kim, I just wish I can actually just massage your shoulders really badly, just so you can get rid of that stupid stress from watchMojo. I just hate watchMojo so badly.
The fact that they don't even mention the Harbinger experiment or Booth World Industries offends me. Booth World Industries actually scared the utter living shit out of me. Now I know that it's obviously just a fake story, but good God, Booth World Industries actually scared the crap out of me.
I think Binge Run really scared the crap out of me. Like, to be honest, not the crappy emo black eyed shit. I'm talking about the real one with that creepy looking face that looks like a fucking like Candle Cove levels of creepiness, like that Binge Round creepiness. That statue, I find it ugh. That's how creepy it is, and I'm worried that can give me nightmares that can chase me while it teleports.
I mean, so far the only one I've been mostly impressed with were mainly the Russian sleep experiment and Godzilla NES.
NES Godzilla is possibly the best video game creepypasta ever made.
Yeah.
Another really
Yep.
good one
Thumbs up.
is the Harbinger experiment. That should be made into a fucking movie. The fact that it hasn't blows my mind on so many levels. The Harbinger experiment is amazing.
Yeah.
They also didn't reference That's Where Bad Kids Go. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I remember that now. Oh, that freaking the disturbing, disgusting, butchery-looking room. I see it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are some genuinely good. That fucking echo. There are genuinely some good creepypastas out there, but they're overshadowed by a sea of garbage. Just so many bad creepypastas. So many Jeff the Killer knockoffs.
What about the God's Mouth? Is that creepy as
That
well,
one's
or no?
fine
Very
too.
The what?
Ah, cool. Oh yeah, that 12 Dreams shit, that really scared the shit out of me, that Japanese urban legend. I can consider it a creepypasta. A true creepypasta. No, wait, it's 10 Dreams or 12 Dreams? I can't remember, though.
Oh dear.
Hello, officer. I'd like to report a crime.
Ugh. How dare you?
Do you don't know
So
the definition
that's how
between
it's
laws
gonna
and
be,
laws?
huh?
Those
I think
stupid
this is the
FBI
video
memes,
I've been looking for.
You think this may be
Do
it?
something about that
like
echo,
seriously, Tim.
please. Yep, this is the video I've been searching for the whole time.
Sweet.
Because I remember this comment.
Well, that's a win for us.
Yeah. Took me long enough to find it.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, I have nothing better
Stop
to do.
doing the testing 1, 2, 3.
Well, I did start it.
What other should I say then?
Variety. Welcome to watch.
Yeah, I knew the video you were trying to describe wasn't the correct one. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah, well, my bad.
But I misremembered heavily, which was part of the problem.
Before we begin, we publish new content every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel. And
What's interesting is we've had a little bit of an arc so far, going from the whole them talking about the best to the worst to trying to backpedal on Kirito and Asuna. There's been a bit of an arc to this.
Yeah, I guess you are right.
Game is 18%.
Yep.
So you know it's 18% quality.
So let's see how the arc ends.
We'll be looking at the romances between anime characters that were, well, frowned upon, to say the least. We're talking massive age gaps, full-on blood-related incest, and every other kind of taboo that makes you want to cling to the last shred of innocence you have left. Get ready for light spoilers ahead, as well as
Emily Koikaze is the closest thing there is to a spiritual successor to Kodomo no Jiken, and even then it still doesn't hold a candle to it.
of why you should give up on humanity.
Tim, I had to be honest, does my mic works? No echo, 18%. Thanks.
Why just randomly reference Star Wars for no reason?
I'm Todd Habercorn, and I tend to steer clear of taboo experience. But I know what the word taboo means, which means I'm ready for this list, I think.
Sure you are, Todd. Sure you are.
Has a law that prohibits your donkey from sleeping in a bathtub.
God, Todd, shut the fuck up and get to the list already.
Let's get ready to mojo!
I hate that.
Fuck that death battle
Hello?
shit.
Number 10.
Of course.
Kirino, Oremo.
No point in going over this one again. Really, number 1 is pretty much the main event. Most of this is just going to be filler.
Filler arc and a
Yeah.
finale of a story arc.
And Misa and Light. Again, just so much filler in this one. Let me see when it'll start. Most of these is pretty much the same shit. There are 3 things. The only thing... So, it's either incest, age gap, or... I can't remember the third one, but that's basically the only 3 reasons why anything ever gets on here.
Tim, is it snuff as well or no?
And Nanoka, Koikaze. The sole focus of this anime is the exploration of a
Tim,
relationship.
is it snuff as well?
This was another anime I saw because of Misty overhyping it on his list of the most effed up anime.
Because the couple involved are bad people or that they don't love each other. In fact, they're totally crazy about one another. So, what's the problem? Well, turns out they're actually brother and sister. Oops.
Well, what's interesting about this anime is, surprisingly enough, this anime shows so much restraint. There is no sex. They don't even kiss one time throughout the entirety of the anime. Most of the anime is spent on the relationship between the 2 main characters, like just in general, not just the romantic side, and the drama surrounding the relationship itself. Which is why I say it's the closest thing to a spiritual successor to K&J there is, because it focuses a lot on the drama and the real world consequences of the relationship between the 2 main characters. But sadly, it just doesn't have that oomph that Watashiya put into her amazing story. I don't know how to explain it.
Kim, may I say something about something out of context of the topic, please?
Since we get to know just how much these 2 adore one another, but obviously can't cross that forbidden line. I guess this was at the
What was
top
that,
of
Maverick?
First ever
hang on.
anime
They
trap
handed out
that
I guess on the bright side, they
the first ever anime trap that I know of that I as a kid is Ultimo from the manga.
What?
Stanley's Ultimo. That's all I can think of. When the first ever anime trap in my existence that I ever see before I actually know all the anime traps is Ultimo of the manga. You know Stanley's Ultimo, the manga.
I do not know what the hell you're talking about.
I just don't want to. I don't want to get out of.
I wonder if my memory of this anime is shit because I only watched it one time, because I don't remember this scene. Maybe I need to rewatch this anime because I swear I don't remember this part of the anime. Then again, I did watch this when I was still in high school, so my memory of it could be fuzzy. Because when I watched this anime, I remember there wasn't even a single kissing scene, which kind of threw me off because I'm like, wait, that's it? Huh.
Number 7, Lad and Lua.
What?
Pretty
Whatever.
sure the reason nobody is
Filler.
calling these 2 on how sickening their coupling is comes from the very real possibility of Lad stomping them into meat paste. You see, this murdering lunatic doesn't see Lua as a lover, more as his precious victim.
If I'd have known this is what would happen, I would have made absolutely sure to kill you sooner. If you like, I could kill you right here.
Their most romantic moments involve him discussing at length how he can't wait to take his time killing her.
Whatever, I suppose. Fair enough. But this isn't. But this is too easy. There are so many. And again, in typical WatchMojo fashion, number 1 isn't even worthy of being number 1. Which is infuriating because they're never going to mention the couple that should be on here, which is infuriating.
It involves latex gloves, police tape, and evidence bags. Please spare us the honeymoon photos.
Until then, you stick with me and don't you dare die. Right, babe?
Number 6, Ritsuka and
Meh.
Sobi. Lovely. Now, some might just call me old-fashioned, but if I came across an abandoned and abused 12-year-old boy who just so happened to be part cat, I'd hand him over to the proper authorities.
This anime is very
Not
weird.
Take him home and
I've thought about checking it out of morbid curiosity, but never do because yaoi isn't really my thing. I know that's probably ironic coming from a trap, but I've never been a biggest fan of the yaoi genre.
secret organizations and other crap like that. This is still a story about a guy in his 20s stating his love for an underage child. And the series wants us to find their relationship touching.
Of course.
It's good. No, I'm not going to be able to look at my cats in the eyes for a week. When you think about it, cats aren't always walking around naked. I mean, I'm kind of surprised this doesn't happen more often.
You better appreciate that cat of yours because that's the only pussy you're going to get in your life.
My friend Kyle is not going to like this one. He really loves Seven Deadly Sins. If only he were here. Oh well.
So you tolerate seven deadly sins, right, Kim?
Let's stay together forever, okay?
Ah, yes, the reincarnated trope. If employed properly, a couple that finds themselves drawn together with multiple incarnations over vast eons can come across as both engaging and beautiful. This is not one of those times.
Elizabeth, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm just doing a wardrobe check, okay?
We've got nothing against the dragon's sin of wrath, or the fact he's obviously eager to make sweet advice with the princess, or at least we didn't until we learned that he knew all along that Elizabeth was the reincarnation of his deceased lover. This means he watched her grow up from the time.
Why is this a problem exactly? The reincarnation of his already deceased lover. I don't get it. This seems like grasping at straws just to fill up a list. Yeah, I guess you could say it's kind of creepy to fall in love with someone and then have them die and then watch them grow up again. But at the end of the day, it's his lover. And from what I understand, he doesn't even do anything to her until she grows back up into her older self again that he fell in love with. So again, this feels like grasping at straws here. Okay, then. I guess that's that.
Right.
No comment.
Yep. Kim.
Hold on a second. What?
So you tolerate the seven deadly sins, right?
I don't tolerate it. I've never fucking seen it.
All right, then. Okay.
Damn it. Someone was trying to join, and for some reason I didn't see them.
That was probably Sussy. I saw her private comments.
Yeah. And why did nobody tell me then?
I tried to remind you, Kim. Remember that when even Ross did?
When
I mean,
did you
yeah,
try
I
to
tried to
tell
tell you, Kimi.
When, though?
My
Dude,
God,
almost
Kim,
an
do you
hour
have some
ago when
sort
this
of
guy was calling
amnesia?
you an idiot.
That doesn't tell me anything. Why didn't you just say, hey, someone's trying to join because clearly I sent them the link?
That's what I... God damn
My
it.
God, Kim, please, do you have some sort of amnesia or what? I'm sorry, because of the insomnia, that's why.
I mean, dude, weren't you even fucking listening? I kept telling you, dude was getting antsy.
What? No, I don't remember you ever saying anything about that. Unless somehow I missed it, like when I was feeding my cats or something, but I don't know.
If you probably had amnesia, Ken, and if you already knew, then then it might be best for you to have a little bit of contemplation, so you can actually get your memories a little bit back for focusing a lot better. How about that?
Also, that's not how amnesia works. There's a difference between amnesia and short or long-term memory loss. Amnesia would mean I completely forgot everything. I wouldn't even know why it was.
Sorry, okay, I'll use the term short-term memory loss. How about that?
I just call it mad
Just
cow.
like-
I mean, I'm just very confused because I sent the link and then they never showed up in the stupid thingamajig.
Okay, so
and now I'm just very confused.
I think the problem was, like, they were here, but you didn't let them into the chat.
Well, I never saw them, so I couldn't add them to the chat. That's the problem.
Like,
I never saw them in the thing.
Like, you didn't check the private chat?
You don't add them from the private chat. A
no,
little
like-
square will pop up.
I don't even see the little square of their avatar.
See what I mean? That's why I was so confused. I was paying close attention. I never saw their square. So I don't know what's going on here.
Let's be honest, Kim. It's no one's fault. Just don't keep. No one's gonna keep. Just don't keep provoking that it's our fault or stuff like that. It's just nobody's
I
fault.
wasn't
It's
saying
accidents
it was
happen.
anyone's fault. I was just confused. That's it.
All right then.
I was just wondering why people didn't just straight up tell me, "Hey, someone's trying to join."
Well,
and if they did, and if one of you two did, it wasn't really well communicated to me.
Okay, so we'll try and communicate that better. Let's just make sure we don't repeat this mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, so we cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm just depressed because they never joined.
Hey Kim, being a little bit depressed. Temporarily depressed isn't that bad than drinking a full energy drink as a whole, like a Venom energy drink, and eating frequently eating McDonald's food, and then you got a fucking disgustingly painful stomach, chronic pain, and then you got the fatigued body like me for about 2 days until I feel a lot better with that strong medicine I had. That's how I feel today. About
Maverick,
2 days.
you okay?
Yes, I actually had a fucking chronic pain in my stomach after drinking a stupid energy drink named Venom. Fuck Venom. Kids, don't drink energy drinks. Kids, don't drink energy drinks, please.
So are we ready to get back to the video?
I don't know.
Cam, that's at least you ain't experience how I feel of that stupid Venom drink.
Also, Kevin, just stop. Seriously. Stop trying to start shit for no reason. You do this all the time.
Kevin, please stop. You're now cool, and then you're trying to backpedal, please.
Who gets these ideas approved? On second thought, I'm rooting for the demons.
To live in a world without you beside me. I just can't bear it.
Number 4, Ren and Haru, super lovers. Is it really too much to ask for us to just get a heartfelt story between 2 gay lovers and leave it at that?
This one's a bit too obvious. The only way they could have made it more obvious is if they mentioned Pico.
Newfound sibling via some hands-on teaching. You'd think that Haru coming across as more
This
like
anime has been compared to Boku no Pico on several occasions.
The frequent assertions that they are indeed brothers takes care of that. Is it too late for me to do some self-imposed amnesia? Number 3, Haru
Ugh.
Sora, Yosuga no Sora. I suppose.
Again, you're not even trying watchMojo.
That these two decided to give in to their urges and do the nasty.
Can't believe it.
It taught a valuable lesson about how if you don't lock your doors when attempting the downward dog, you're liable to be caught in the act by all the
The
other
more
girls.
annoying enemies I saw, the more migraine and aneurysm it gets. Let's keep flowing, blood flowing.
And this stream is now screwed.
Who seems oddly perplexed that his housemates would have an
What do
issue
you mean?
with
How? I still see the comments.
bank bus rated version of Leapfrog with Sister Dearest in the hallway. No.
Kimi, what's going on? Why is the stream screwed?
Papa to kiss in the dark.
Oh, it was just that scene because it was starting to get a little hentai-y, so I'm like, oh dear.
Oh,
watchMojo is gonna get me taken down.
watchMojo, you can go fuck itself. You had to edit that. You had to cut that part at your best or censor it at best, so then they won't have to terminate your video. To be honest.
I have no
Cam,
regrets.
Either edit or cut the clip of your stream. That's the best I can think of. Cut the part of it.
Yeah, it's not exactly that simple because there's no editing tool for that.
I am going to try and get through this synopsis without bombing.
Fuck you two. Very limited.
Our two romantic leads, a grown-ass man and a first-year high schooler, are involved in an intimate sexual relationship.
Let me guess. Same verse as the first, right?
They're also father and son. But, oh no, there's trouble in paradise when Mira finds out that he might actually be adopted and not being boned by his actual daddy.
I understand why Smart Busters hated anime as a whole.
It's okay, though, as after the most needlessly complicated family tree is explained, Kyosuke turns out to be his uncle instead, and all is well with the world.
What?
Yeah. Thank you, Smart Busters, for talking shit about anime, just to let you know, because we get anime like these.
Number 1.
Ugh.
Kodomo no Ji.
I hate you, Todd.
Oh. Todd, do me a favor and shove that fucking banana up your ass like Amazing Atheist.
Can you stop being cringy? Thank you.
Sorry, I thought it would be funny. Just trying to be funny. So.
Points for trying.
Well, I know. It's just that you got to be careful because you keep constantly getting yourself in trouble with other people. Oh, dear. I don't know where to start with this one.
You want to take another break?
Teacher and student relationships in anime aren't exactly uncommon, and a lot of the time they're used as a narrative tool for all manner of outlandish comedy and dark drama. There is, however, a tricky tightrope one must cross when crafting such a series. No matter how gripping the story, how tender the romance, how hilarious the interactions, it will not work if the student involved is, 7 years old?
And once again, you lie. This can be easily confirmed with a Google search. Main character is not 7 years old. I never understand where this information comes from. It doesn't come from the manga, it doesn't come from the anime, and it doesn't even come from the wiki page. So I highly doubt that he actually looked anything up. Maybe in the flashbacks, but even then, that's giving them too much credit because her age is not specified within the flashbacks. The most you can do is you can just subtract a couple of grades and assume that in the flashbacks she's 7. But here's the thing. In the flashbacks, Aoki doesn't even show up into the story at that point. Rin's mother is still alive at that point in the story. So it doesn't add up.
is she like her mother but ageless syndrome, kind of like that of it, or what?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Kind of like that Batman episode, that baby doll. She's like, ageless
Oh yeah,
syndrome.
I know what you're talking about. Like she can't physically age.
Yeah, that part.
No, she is not ageless.
Okay, I've been regrouped. All right, I'm back.
裏切ったら許さないんだから
Oh, sure, these two don't do the unthinkable, but that doesn't mean there aren't plenty of innuendos and a clear focus on how Rin is way too eager to be taught the birds and the bees by her teacher. Someone passed me.
It's more so she's already aware. That's the whole point of. And by the way, rather you agree with Todd or not, this is bad because he really only makes one point. And the point is easily debunked. The character is 7, so therefore bad. That's not much of an argument. He doesn't really offer much of substance to say about this. But there's so much context removed. It gets so exhausting sometimes.
Honestly, yeah. Also, the thing I hate about Dragon Ball is the shitty animation, but it's so bad that it's basically redneck shit.
Yeah, don't act like the West is any kind of darling. I would argue that the West is worse in many regards.
Remember, the West fucked up Japan very badly. I despise the West so badly just because of the fucking atom bombs that I permanently hated America. And I would consider it, don't call it America's. Call it the hemisphere instead. Fuck America, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this just went from 0 to 100 quick.
Yeah, that was a bit unnecessary. I was just talking in terms of media.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sometimes I just got just flashbacks of aneurysm that I just got so pissed off what America did back then. But I understand what you said.
Thank you, Ren, for specifying.
Yeah, it's just one thing I constantly point out is when Western audiences try to act all high and mighty about like, oh, only in Japan would something like this happens. In Bridge to Terabithia, a very beloved Disney movie and novel, the main character is actually in love with his teacher. Oops.
The fuck?
Sorry to ruin your precious little fucking childhoods.
Not gonna lie, Japanese animation is way better than most of the fucking cartoons. I mean, the only ones I can actually consider good in cartoons is the Samurai Jack, Invader Zim, sometimes the Helluva Boss, but what else is there? It's just that I can name more stuff I can actually name of. One of my favorite projects that Johnny Vasquez made from Invader Zim, he makes a comic called Johnny the Homicidal Maniac before Invader Zim as a whole. Yeah, go read that out, Kim. It's very cool.
Yeah, isn't that like the avatar you used when you joined the stream? Wasn't that Johnny himself?
My avatar?
Yeah.
Of which one?
It was like the first one you used, the
Of which one? The
monochrome
MS
one.
Paint or the red? Oh yeah, that's the inspiration I use. Yes.
Oh, because I will admit, it definitely looks familiar.
I'll show you the one. Here it is.
Yeah, that one.
That's
That one.
the inspiration I got it from. One of the most badass inspirations I got it from. Yep.
Cool. Just curious.
Yeah, I'm about to update my own OC. It's either a Persona or a Skull Suna, but I'm just gonna combine them all and say, hey, fuck it, I'm just gonna combine them two instead. Like what Magnus would told me, or Monster would told me about that.
Hmm.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, that might be enough watchMojo for now. I think that's like 12 videos so far.
I'm still Insomniac for some reason.
Lol.
Well, I mean, I got nothing better to do. Oh.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll think of something if I can.
If you're about to end the stream, at least we can still VC chat if you want to, right?
I mean, I think.
But yeah, I can't with some people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kim, just to let you know, the reason why I like your content so much is that your voice accents kind of reminds me of Mr. G Star 321. You both kind of sound similar at some certain aspects.
Not familiar with that person, so I don't know if I can confirm that or not.
I'll just send you the link, but you both kind of sound similar, to be honest. Except you were an American and the other one's Australian, but both sound similar at best.
Let's see. Ugh.
Except he sounds a little bit deeper and is 30 years old. You, on the other hand, are half older than me. Because I'm about to be 22 soon.
Ah, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fuck.
What?
Sorry. Just thinking about a few things.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you actually had an aneurysm too, it's fine because we all had aneurysms at the end, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you have a headache, fuck it, stick around.
Yeah, I know, because I usually had it for out of context reasons. Like randomly. That's why I take contemplations, but even that, I need someone that can massage my freaking head. Just like how much I want to massage Kimi on his shoulders that badly just to relieve his stress, because that's how I actually feel. I felt so freaking like I feel like I'm pissed off that I can crack my knuckles like that. This is how it feels.
Actually, you're not gonna believe this, but I just randomly got sick last week.
Is it the energy drink or no? Like me?
No, I think it was a combination between test anxiety and just everything I ate that day.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I was perfectly fine when I got off of work. Or then, literally the next morning, I had to call in sick. It was just so weird.
Yeah, Kim, I'm glad you don't take energy drinks because these are the fucking abominations that give me the chronic pain in the stomach, the massive fatigueness. It made me feel like bone-like and weak and anorexic, but feel so fatigued, like I got like that badly until I got cured. Now,
I just admit when it comes to drinks, I'm not very adventurous. Yeah, I'm in my 20s, but I have no desire for alcohol.
Well, I take a sip at sometimes, but the alcohol doesn't really harm me that bad as energy drinks. Fuck energy drinks.
I think it just depends on the drink itself.
Well, if you drink it as a whole, it could be bad as the energy drink, just to let you know.
Yeah, if there's if I get a hold of a Monster or something, not just drinking in sips.
I don't know about Monster, but I do know Venom's a piece of shit. Fuck those energy drinks. I hate them so badly. I tried them once and I will never try them again. Oh god, dear lord. One of the worst anime couples of all time is that Devil Girl.
Dear watchMojo, kiss my fucking ass. You are objectively wrong on everything.
Yep.
Fun fact, Kimi. My friend Blackwolf showing me your top 10 worst anime lesbian and list. was actually how I found out about your channel. I just kind of stuck around on my own accord.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, like I was trying to find a way to show this because I don't have access to the ability to show images so easily on StreamYard. But yeah, even if Todd Haffercorn was right, which of course he's not, this is objectively way worse than anything you will find in Kodomo no Jiken.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen like just kind of point. I don't know if this makes it more weird because I don't have a Twitter. I have visited your page a little bit just out of curiosity, and yeah, I gotta say, Kodomo Jiken seems pretty wholesome.
Yeah, it is very wholesome. Yeah, it does tackle some taboo subject matter. I will not deny that, but it does so very maturely. And it genuinely makes an effort to focus on the drama of the romance. In fact, they make it perfectly clear in the manga that the characters are in love with each other because they love each other for who they are. Their age is irrelevant to both characters. There's even a line where Rin tells Aoki, "You were born too early," and then Aoki in a later chapter responds with, "You were born too late." Lolicon is not even a factor for Aoki. He finds the ideas of pedophilia to be repulsive and even ends up getting into it with the pedophile principal.
Oh, so you mean Kodomo no Jiken is more of an anti-lolicon anime, right?
Essentially, yes. I don't know if I'd say I don't know if I would say anti-lolicon is what Watashia was going for, as I cannot confirm this for certain. But I do know that lolicon is heavily criticized throughout the anime and the manga.
I mean,
especially by the main character, Aoki.
They should know that lolly and lolicon are different terms and concepts, right? Despite how similar they sound, right?
Yes. Lolly is just simply a type of character, like tsundere or yandere. It's just a character trope at the end of the day.
And I try to debate these fuckwits on Twitter that they say that lolly term is bad, and I try to debate them with my Google search screenshots that they're different terms and concepts that I actually screenshots, and I show some screenshots of what people try to debate of stuff like that.
Yeah, no offense, guys, but I'm kind of glad I don't use Twitter.
Oh yeah, Twitter is a garbage fire.
How I bury people? Whoever keep talk shitting me or keep annoying me the fuck out of me, I mute them at best. But if they try to report me or threaten to report me or even or about to report me, I block the shit out of them like that, just like that. Before they try to report me, you threaten to report me, I block your ass. Any of you on Twitter, get the f out. Yeah.
Feel better now?
Yes, I feel better now. Fuck, yeah, especially those fuckwits that subscribe to. That follow Jeremy and stuff like that, and especially the Earth Anarchists and other shit. All of you can get fucked. I mute all of your asses, especially the laser eye loser fuckwits that I actually bury you all by muting you all or blocking you all if you're about to blacklist me or even threaten to report me. If you report me, I'm about to block you. If you're about to report me for the littlest reasons, I have the right to block you.
Well, you do you. Oh, again.
Yeah.
It's just reasons like that why I like being alone.
Yeah, I just like to own everyone on Twitter, and I use webums and editing skills. I make fun of anyone who keeps owning me on Twitter. I'm more of a drama reaper at best than a drama magnet. I'm a drama reaper. I end the drama just like that. And even if people got butthurt, they can eat more than just shit. They can eat a fucking hard, hot, molten rocks for all I care.
So let's see. Well, honestly, I kind of wish I can keep this conversation going, but don't really have much else to say.
No, don't worry. I'll figure something out.
Kim, just to let you know, I actually like the Hobo with the Shotgun movie. One of the two characters are like that. I thought they were the two main characters, like that girl and that hobo, but no, they're just robots. For a minute, the ones that killed the nurses and stuff like that. I actually like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just to let you know, I see those guys, those burglars on Hobo the Shotgun before he got the shotgun. One of them wears the Big Hit Killer's mask, and the other one wears possibly a CZW shirt. No offense, but yeah.
I mean, I guess I could
Nope,
talk about.
never heard of him.
I mean, I guess I can talk
Young
about
Defiant,
one.
basically, Young Defiant is like Core Majero, but much more of just a watered down Core Majero person. Just so you know.
I guess if there was one underrated movie I've seen, it would probably be Grave Encounters.
The underrated movie I actually like, honestly, would be 9 from the movie of 9, Tim Burton's 9. So that was the first ever mature animated movie that I've ever seen that is a CGI. It's like way better than any other kids movies that overly cartoony, simplistic shit. I mostly prefer the art style, kind of like Raya the Last Dragon or other stuff. That I want it to be much more of a like a teen/adult audience, more of a mature style. That not the fucking not the poop humor, sex joke, college adult crowd. No, I'm talking about not the crappy Seth MacFarlane types. I'm talking about the mature ones, like the movie 9 or stuff like that. Something like Invader Zim or something a bit more mature, like Devil May Cry or something like that, sit in an animated movie form, kind of like that. I want always the freaking animated movies that I've seen. I hated the little dinosaur, whatever, that Pixar movie. They had the gorgeous backgrounds and they had that stupid, overly cartoony dinosaur.
I don't know if I could describe this movie as underrated because for as long as I've been a horror fan, Wreck has been a very celebrated horror movie and is often considered a horror classic. So I don't know if I would describe Wreck as underrated because, again, it's always, for as long as Wreck has been around, people have said it's one of the greatest horror movies ever made. Not only that, but they also say it's one of the greatest found footage movies ever made. And they always use Wreck as an example of how to do found footage properly. So I'm not sure it's underrated. It seems to me that it gets a lot of praise and respect.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. And I mean, I like to think I'm kind of a guy who's easy to appeal to found footage horror movies. Like, I do enjoy movies, even though they're not all scary, like, say, Frankenstein's Army or Chronicle. Oh, but
found footage is not inherently a flawed genre. When it's done effectively, it can be very effective, especially when you add that sort of first-person perspective that you don't always get in horror movies.
Right. Yeah, but again, I think what makes Grave Encounter so special is that if nothing else, it's literally like no other ghost movie I've seen.
Oh yeah, Kim, just to let you know, I had about 3 months before about to move. Just like 3 months before my birthday.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, I know all about Wreck, Kevin. I've seen so many videos on it, and yeah, it's pretty interesting. I would say for a foreign horror movie, I'm surprised how good it turned out.
Yeah, but what about VHS, Kim? You know that movie VHS?
Yes, I've seen VHS. I've seen the entire trilogy.
Oh, cool. I remember that part. It's kind of like the ABCs of Death type of horror movie, like kind of like that Wreck style.
Yeah, it's an anthology.
Yeah, it's like an anthology. I've heard of that, John.
It is an anthology.
Let's see. Trying to think what else. I guess. I mean, I don't know. Most I can think of other talking about is basically that aforementioned Versus series from like a few hours ago. I brought up. Yeah. Up where
maybe. I mean, I'd pull up another watchMojo video, but honestly, I'm burned out at this point. I should have found that video sooner because by the time we got to the Kodomo no Jiken one, I was just so freaking burned out, and I just had no more in me to rant as hard as I would have earlier.
With all due respect, Kimi, I don't think I can do another one.
Yeah.
At least not at the moment.
So it's because what's frustrating with Kodomo no Jiken is it's always the same shit whenever people try to criticize it. And here's what I find fascinating about Kodomo no Jiken. Whenever I see people review it, even though they always talk about how much they hate the concept, they're always forced to admit that the characters and the writing and drama is really good. Like, it's almost as if quality is not determined by controversial subject matter. I mean, if we judged media based on it being controversial, your favorite movie, TV show, or video game would be completely screwed. Odds are you like at least one piece of media that's controversial in some capacity or has something considered taboo in it.
Yeah, Kim, just so you know, remember what people said that they hated anime or furry profile pics or what they say cartoon handicaps or stuff like that, and then that one person or anyone that, if you actually are saying that, anyone who on Twitter or stuff like that while watching this YouTube video, and you actually had those laser IPFP.
Here's something to put into perspective. There was once a time where showing homosexual relationships was considered taboo and unacceptable. I can remember one time I watched this documentary from the 50s about, and it said how like homosexuality is like a disease and something like that. It's crazy. And it's interesting to think like how far things have come. Like we've went from like, if you even so much as showed like a gay person, like you would be censored and be considered unacceptable. Your movies would get like R ratings and stuff like that. And now it's far more commonplace to the point where hardly anyone bats an eye at it. So my point here is that just because something is taboo or controversial, and controversy is so subjective anyway, it's always based on some kind of stupid collectivist agenda that makes no sense in the grand scheme of things. Like all the soccer moms that would try to ruin our childhoods by trying to ban our favorite video games because they were too violent.
Actually,
I remember there was once a time where the Doom game was considered controversial. Nowadays, we kind of laugh at it, but back then, there was like serious discussions about whether kids should be playing Doom or not, a game where you shoot demons.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, my mom was
when I was a kid, I actually watched Rambo 4. And I actually see the village rampage. Not only see when I see the people getting killed, but also children as well in Rambo 4. And that scarred me as a kid, but also really pisses me off.
I mean, believe it or not, one time I got in trouble when I was a kid because I had my stepdad buy me the Ghost Rider video game. And it was the Game Boy Advance game.
Oh, I had that one growing up. Yeah. I also had the PlayStation 1. I also had the PlayStation 2 game, too, for a little bit because of my mother. But sadly, I think she got rid of it because she didn't like it or something.
Kim, I hope you still had the PlayStation 2 because I got all the PlayStation 2 games. If you want to play them, that's fine by me.
No, I got a PS2. I got almost every retro system, at least a lot of the big ones. I don't have some of the more obscure ones like the CDI and the 3DO, though I want to someday, just for the sake of having them.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to get a new PS2.
Also, Kim, just so you know, if you had the PS2, do you also like Crash Bandicoot, the Jack and Daxter, and other recognizable good games, or Soul Reaver, stuff like that? Those are the good PS2 games.
Yeah. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, I hate the idea that if something's taboo, it's bad. I find it so freaking frustrating.
Yeah, I guess.
And it makes me want to write stories with taboo and controversial subject matter because I think it's important. Like, rather you enjoy anime like Kodomo no Jiken or Orimo and think that things like that should be depicted, I think it's somewhat important for for the sake of freedom of expression. And sometimes these works of fiction can lead to interesting discussions and debates.
Yeah, so is the term taboo is like a glorified word of haram, kind of like that, right, Kim? It's like they say everything is taboo or everything is haram or something like that. It's like they keep putting too much stupid rules and stuff like that. It's kind of like the level.
Remember, we live in a generation where Call of Duty is considered controversial. Let that sink in.
Well, again, nothing is sacred.
Yeah. And it's just bullshit to me. Here's my thing. Here's what I say. If you're going to criticize something like Kodomo no Jiken, if you don't like it, it makes you too uncomfortable, that's fine. I've seen some anime that make me uncomfortable. For example, the anime whose name shall not be said. That anime makes me incredibly uncomfortable. It was one of the most difficult anime I ever watched in my life. And I never want to watch it again. So I can get that if it makes you feel uncomfortable, but what needs to be understood is what makes people uncomfortable can be subjective. I've seen people that have been made uncomfortable by really stupid shit.
Yeah, Kim, just to let you know, one of the worst taboos that the teachers think and punishing me for it, they always keep an eye on me that they don't mind letting me play only cool math games, but the problem is they force me to play only math games of cool math games, nothing other else, and it really pisses me off because cool math games used to be cool. Now I actually got pissed off about cool math games because they forced me to play only math games of cool math games that exclusively. I just hate it so badly because like I just want to play more than just math games of cool math games. I want to play other games of cool math games, kind of like that.
I wouldn't really count that as a taboo, though.
I can consider it, though, because that's what I think of what they think. That just wouldn't let me have fun, though. It just keeps super restrictions. I can consider it, though.
For your own good, don't try to look for it. Trust me, you will regret it. If you are the type of person that gets disturbed by things like Kodomo no Jiken or Orimo or Koikaze, you are not going to handle this anime. That much I can assure you.
Wait, so it's worse than Violence Jack, right?
Yes, it is objectively worse than Violence Jack, because Violence Jack is the easiest way to make something controversial. Cannibalism, extreme violence, it's the most lazy kind of taboo there is.
Yeah. I mean... Oh, shit, my brain stopped.
My brain is micro.
This anime tackles far worse things. Imagine an anime where girls get raped every 2 minutes. I shit you not. You can count almost every 2 minutes, sometimes even less. Some girl gets raped, and it's very graphic. Even though it's technically labeled as an ecchi in massive quotations, it has full frontal nudity and full-on sex scenes.
Oh,
Jesus.
And it's not a hentai. That's the weird part about it.
It's more of a snuff. It's more of a snuff than a hentai than at best.
Yes, I shit you not. It's technically labeled as a supernatural action ecchi, but it's written like a straight-up hentai. There are entire scenes dedicated to just sex scenes.
Wait a minute. Is it Uratsukudushi or what is it that, it's like what fan server refused?
I mean, hey, man, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's supposed to be, it's literally called The Anime That Shall Not Be Named.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Like I said, don't even bother trying to find it. If you do, you're just going to regret it. I mean, I know there's all that morbid curiosity and the Streisand effect, but it's just, if you've seen any of the couple AMVs I've made or the couple times I've spoken about characters from that show on some of my top 10 lists, I hope it will be enough to keep people away. Some of the stuff in that anime is so bad, if I tried to show it here, I'd be flagged and striked down so freaking fast. That's how effed up it is. A lot of the stuff I showed in my videos was the mild stuff. The stuff I actually could get away with showing.
Man. Yeah. Man, that's tough.
Yeah. Just want to focus on something fun and not something gruesome now.
Yeah.
What you said, Ken. For now, what I'm gonna say is I need to get back to the PS2 topic, just so we can avoid this controversial subject matter. At least the battle was what you said. I want to say that. Can we talk about our favorite PS2 games, just to get things a little bit better out of our skin and some of that? Because I want to say my favorite PS2 games are like the Twisted Metal Head On that I want to play, or Twisted Metal Black. It's kind of like that, or maybe Twisted Metal Small Brawl. If you know Twisted Metal as a whole, Kim.
I don't think I've ever played a Twisted Metal game before. I may have, but I'm not quite too sure.
You didn't even play
I'm
Jack
mostly...
and Daxter or Crash Bandicoot, Kim? Yeah, Ross?
Well, I was gonna say my favorite PS2 games growing up was the Sly Cooper trilogy, and I'm going to say it. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I played the two. I played the Sly Cooper too. What are you gonna say?
Yeah. I was gonna say. I mean, you guys want me to go on a rant? Because I'll give you a rant.
Okay.
Yes. I will never forgive Sony for approving Sly Cooper, Thieves, and Time.
Oh God, dear Lord.
That was a mistake. Okay. Hey,
So they fucked up the lore, right?
Yes, they fucked up the lore. They fucked up the characters. The villains were underwhelming, and despite the fact that that it's based around time travel, you don't really even go to that many different periods and times. Sly's ancestors, who do you think would be the most interesting to experiment with, are just cliche and uninteresting characters. And for the love of God, the whole game, just style and tone, it looks more like a rejected Nickelodeon cartoon.
Yeah, the art style, it is. I mostly prefer the cel-shaded art style of Sly Cooper. It kind of reminds me of those edgy tribal tattoos, or even Arc the Lad Twilight of Spirits, that same PS2 game that I played. Used to. I need to have a copy of again.
Yes. I mean, if nothing else, I can forgive if the Devil May Cry reboot.
Well, at least they had Devil May Cry 5, but
yes,
I mostly wish to get Devil May Cry 4 because it kind of reminds me of those biblical gothic religious stuff with angels and stuff like that. It kind of reminds me
it's
more
kind
of
of
a
like
mature
that
version
with
of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it's kind of like that with the original trilogy as well. Although I did manage to get some. Although I think I'm only saying that because recently I saw Reboot Virgil.
Yeah.
Like the guy who makes these videos calls Reboot Virgil Steve.
I mostly call Reboot Virgil the fucking Paul brothers. Fuck that Virgil.
I personally call him Virgin.
Virgin, yeah.
And basically, somebody actually made a video not too long ago where he's fighting against V from Devil May Cry 5.
Oh yeah, V. I actually kind of like V. He's way better than that fucking idiot named Kylo Ren. I mostly call V if Kylo Ren was
very unlikely.
Yeah, well, I mean, except unlike Kylo Ren, V is actually a pretty interesting character.
Yeah.
Wait, are you? Please don't tell me I just heard you all trying to compare V to Kylo Ren in any way.
Oh man.
No.
We're just giving V an endearment. We're saying that it's way better than that fucktard name.
We're saying that
Kylo Ren. If it's done right, I mean.
No, not even that. It's not even that. The fact their appearance was just pure coincidence. Like V is an actual character. He has an actual story arc you can actually get behind.
Yeah.
And you want to learn more about this guy. Alright, so seeing him basically spoiler, basically beat the shit out of this botched reboot character was pretty cathartic.
Botched reboot.
So when V transforms into Virgil in unexpected Deus Ex Machina way, kind of like how Roxas turned into Sora, it's kind of like that way, like the both same concepts, kind of like that.
Not a comparison I would use.
Oh, okay.
It was because Roxas doesn't turn into Sora. Sora was basically hidden away while Roxas was basically just kind of out there, I guess. I'm describing this terribly. Basically, Roxas is really more of a clone. Oh, it's where V is actually the literal half of Virgil.
Oh,
cool. So yeah, I guess if there was only one complaint, basically because the only problem is that this fight is not animated; it's narrated. Yeah, like maybe it's just me, but I personally do not care if there even is animation or if it's narrated. Like, if it can just give me a good visual, at least in my head, of what's going on, then it works. Like, I've seen other YouTubers with the same show who don't even give us a battle at all.
Yeah.
Like, in fact, one of the things I was thinking about making for my DeviantArt page was my favorite episodes of Versus series from the original creator, Free Topics Gamer. But right now he's basically working on his final season and of his version of the show. Oh, and since of course my opinions kind of keep bouncing back and forth, I'm just trying to wait that out a little bit.
Yeah. Kim, just so you know, I'm not trying to make you mad, but remember that last time I was using Twitter, that Kimimorra Otaku parody account?
Yeah.
It used to be a parody account of your behalf. Now it's more of an archived account. I try to make it into more of an archived account now because I'm sorry for what I did. I try to make it more of a hyperbolic parody version of you of your behalf, but now I changed my mind to make it more of an archive style. How about that, Kim? Just so I can make it more like to make it more commercialize your Patreon stuff, kind of like that for your commissions.
I see.
I also archive the stuff if you want to. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to give you the benefit, Kim.
I'm constantly trying to improve my DeviantArt page.
Yeah.
Because I want to be able to get more commissions, because I'm sad I don't get as many commissions as I thought that I would. I get them every once in a while, but not very often. Maybe it's just because, I don't know, maybe I don't know if I make it clear enough on my DeviantArt that I make commissions. I know DeviantArt has a little thing where you can sell commissions, but I'm not sure I fully understand how it works. And I don't know how I feel about like selling certain pieces of artwork on DeviantArt, because I don't know, something about it just feels like it can come off as like a ripoff, or maybe come off as like somewhat egotistical. Like, my art is so great that I am going to charge you money to own it.
No, I kind of see what you mean. I mean,
that's probably a bit of an absurd way to think, because I know there are plenty of artists that sell like drawings or paintings for money. There are people that have entire Patreons dedicated to their artwork. I don't know.
Kim.
Yeah, well,
speaking of your DeviantArt page, one of your bios says them and their, even though you don't believe in pronouns. Why do you put them and their for the reason why?
I didn't do that, and I fixed that. That was there by default. I didn't notice it when I first made my DeviantArt page, and for the longest time, I didn't notice. So I fixed that a long time ago.
Yeah, because for some dumbass reason, that's
your
the default.
DeviantArt page needs a bit more. Yeah, your DeviantArt page game needs a bit more content. I'm sorry, but it needs to have a bit more you to it than that freaking Twitter account Steve, or should I say, and Kimimorra. I hate that badly. Which is why
I'll do what I can, and I upload my artwork to DeviantArt as frequently as I can. Also, you have to understand, I'm very unfamiliar with the website, so I'm still learning new things about it.
Yeah, well, guess that's one thing we have in common.
Accounts of you, when I actually make an account of your behalf, I actually put hashtag unofficial account. That's why I put the username called Kimimorra Otaku, mainly for archive reasons. Yeah.
Well, at least you have the decency to admit it's not being run by Kimimorra. Or
Yeah, but after that first guy that tried to pretend to be me on Twitter to try to get money out of my fans, and I had to expose him, it's probably a good idea not to do that because I've already had to deal with jackasses that try to pretend to be me.
Yeah.
But that was before you. But that was before.
Sorry, that echo. I keep telling him to do something about it.
Yeah, it's probably just not easy to figure out.
The echo. I try to lower the volume.
It's not a problem of volume. The problem is that you have a echo.
But I put on echo cancellation.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Hey, Gamey, I know it's not much, but what do you think of some of my work on my DeviantArt page?
I haven't gotten a chance to like really delve deep into your page because I only really come and go on DeviantArt. I wouldn't really say it's a website I use very often. Maybe if I ever get more interaction, or if I get a lot of dang it, I can't talk. Maybe if I get a lot more interaction, commission requests, I could potentially use it more often. But right now, it's just something I kind of just upload onto every once in a while.
Gotcha.
Just to like have a place to have all my artwork.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, just so you can, I put the hashtag unofficial account before you were having an argument with me. That's why.
Cool.
Like it.
Yeah.
It's used to be parody purposes, like a troll account, but other than that, it's now mostly for archiving.
Yeah. And again, Kimi, I don't really have much to offer on my page. I'm at least hoping maybe somewhere down the line I could add some new stuff.
I mean, I'd love to be able to make commissions more often because I actually do love doing my 3D art stuff. I do have fun with it when I'm able to do it. Speaking of which, I do need to remember to finish one of my commission requests, which was a weird one. Somebody wanted me to make the Punisher, but with the Batman logo for some reason. Not sure why.
I don't know. Maybe it's his favorite crossover.
Maybe. It's definitely not something I get very often.
I'm just still okay.
Yeah.
So, Kim, do you ever draw your own art? To be honest, even the first time.
I've tried, but I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, well,
I have shaky hands, so it's difficult for me to have steady hands.
Yeah, well, I got a pretty shitty drawing on my page.
Oh, I feel very sorry if you can.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
I always wanted to be able to like draw all kinds of 2D artwork and stuff like that, but sadly, it due to my shaky hands, it makes things far more difficult than it needs to be.
I just can't draw worth a shit.
So, do you need some exoskeleton glove for your hands, Kim, or no? Something to make it a bit more a better grip. Kind of like exoskeleton hands to put it in your hands, kind of like that.
No, I need to be able to keep my hands still, but I can't. The problem is I need to be able to keep my hands still, but it's very difficult for me to. That's the problem.
I feel more bad if you can. I just wish I can actually help you of that. Maybe you can actually just.
I mean, if you've ever seen me, this may seem like a random thing to bring up.
Actually help you.
This may be a random thing to bring up, but if you ever seen me hold a gun, you would know what I mean by have shaky hands. If you ever seen me hold a gun, my hands just shake like crazy. The other day, I was doing some target practice with my crossbow, and my hands were so shaky. Even with a laser sight, it was difficult for me to keep my aim still, and I didn't hit any of my targets.
Well, shit.
Well, I feel very sorry for you, Kim. I wish, you know what? Now I feel like I wish I can to defend you more than you defending others, because I wish if I ever was your roommate, I'll just take care of you by either becoming your roommate or something like that. I just need to keep an eye on you on someone whoever harms you, because the way you're very like disabled kind of makes me feel sorry of you. I wish I can actually defend you in some way, because even though that you're with a gun and a sword, I still wanted to defend you just because of the way of your disabled, really bad disabled hands, Kim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully with that.
I mean, still, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird here for me. Probably live in the only home in Texas that doesn't have a gun.
What I always tell people is, I don't even like guns, yet I own one.
And yet
I'm
you
more of
actually
an
shoot
ancient
in your
weapons
hands that I'm afraid you
enthusiast.
accidentally shoot
I
them.
think guns are loud, obnoxious, a bitch to maintain, and are just not really as good as a nice sword. There are just too many things that can go wrong when using a gun when compared to a sword.
Yeah.
It can jam on you if it's not cleaned well. It can backfire on you. Recoil can knock you out. You have to if you don't have any bullets, you're essentially screwed. Whereas with a good old sword, even if the blade breaks, you can still use it as a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kim, if you
And
were
all you need to do is
survivalist,
just keep the blade clean and non-corroded, and it can keep going for a long time. You never have to reload it, and as long as you have good stamina, you can take down potentially dozens of people single-handedly.
Kim,
I was kind of thinking
if you
maybe.
were a survivalist yourself and you actually had the weapons, do you mostly wear a tunic or a kilt that you were if you were a survivalist? What Magnus told me. That's Crow. Yeah, Crowmando. Like if
In
you were
fact, in a lot of the
survivalist.
works of fiction that I write, most of the main characters carry around melee and or bladed weapons. Every once in a while they carry around guns, but more times than not they have melee weapons.
My uncle gave me my tomahawks as a gift.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
having some redneck relatives does have its perks.
I have 3 knives and 2 bats, 1 lead pipe, and a golf club.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I basically got a machete, 1 bat, and 2 knives.
I have all kinds of stuff. If I'm the type of person that if the end of days ever comes, I'm going to be like that dude from Sweet Home who had a suitcase full of food, except I would just have a bag just filled with weapons and like if I was in like a group of survivors, like one of those group survival situations, I'd like pass them out, grab whatever you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta finish Sweet Home, especially since I'm halfway through. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. I've rewatched it almost 3 times. By the way, I discovered a dub does indeed exist.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I found that out while just watching it on this random Asian website. I didn't even know there was a dub, truth be told. But it does exist. I don't know if it's very good, but it exists.
I'd say it's kind of decent.
Now, I have all kinds of manner of crazy weapons. I even have a straight-up frickin' club. Just a good old-fashioned wooden club.
And I thought that club looked like a freaking tusk or a horn, kind of like that, I thought.
Interesting.
Well, that's how I found out about Sweet Home, through all those videos, like how to beat the monsters in Sweet Home and all that, because I watch a lot of survival videos like that. I love those types of videos, like how to beat X. And that's how I discovered Sweet Home. At first, I thought it was just going to be like some cheesy Korean monster movie, and I ended up getting way more than I bargained for, but in a good way.
Yeah.
I thought I was getting a cheesy B monster movie, and I ended up with a freaking masterpiece that I did not expect. Sweet Home is amazing, and if it does not get a second season, there is no justice in this world, and we deserve the end of days.
I'm scared that there's really no telling what the series like. Like, I'm scared it might go down like the Tokyo Ghoul route. Fine first, but then just falls off
As long
the
as the
wagon.
same people are involved, I think they should be fine, and they got a great source material to work with.
Yeah. Okay, just so you know, if you had your own battle royale, would it most likely be blood royale, kind of like that? Because if I had my own battle royale style blood royale, it'll be most likely either Twisted Metal Black mixed with CZW, Celebrity Deathmatch, and even horror aspects of fictional characters like Lucy, Sweet Tooth, Spawn, some of that.
She's only a She's only a tsundere in one Zelda game so far. For the most part, tsundere has not been a part of Zelda's personality, and I don't know why they decided to like make her a tsundere in Breath of the Wild. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Same with her British accent. I don't know why they gave her a British accent. I didn't even know there even was British people in Hyrule, but I guess now there is.
Well, I mostly think
I mean-
of Hyrule people's accents. They mostly sound like either Italian or French. Mostly the realistic part, what Hyruleans would sound like.
Like for so many years, when I finally heard that Breath of the Wild was going to have like more full-on voice acting, I always imagined how Zelda's voice would sound, and I never imagined that was going to be the voice that would ever come out of her mouth.
Yeah, I think the only let's see, I pretty much give up on making my own versus series. At least one thing I like to do, maybe just turn into a fanfic. Like, is basically maybe bring back the a character who I thought was story was a little too short-lived. And I know neither of you have probably heard this, but one guy at least like seen a crossover fight, right? Like would probably be this one forgotten character named Talon from the Batman comics. So, or at least was like the one spinoff character that I've seemingly so far been the one to remember.
This is why it's probably best that they just never have Link ever talk, like, just for his sake. There's so many things that can potentially go wrong with that. And Nintendo would just be best to never open that Pandora's box. It's best that they just keep Link as a silent protagonist.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. If Link ever talks, it would be Tom and Jerry movies levels of badness.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with... I have no problem with, like, if the canon explanation is just Link's a mute, I have no problem with that.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Anyway, sorry,
I'm
guys.
Say this, tomboys are so fucking overrated. They really are. The fact that tomboys have been worshipped for so many years, but femboys and traps would always get shit on, pisses me off. It's that kind of double standard that enrages me. I'm sorry, but fuck tomboys.
So yeah, sorry guys, but it's 4 a.m. and I think it'd be best I at least get some sleep.
Oh sure, go for it. I'll probably be ending the stream very soon anyway.
Cool. So thanks for having me on, Kimi, and again, sorry if me joining in seemed a little sudden.
No, it's fine. It was my fault for not confirming you showing up a lot sooner.
Yeah. Well, no harm, no foul. I guess. Good night.
I mean, in an alternate reality, I could see that working, but the problem is, it's too little, too late. The damage was already done with the Zelda cartoon, and they cannot undo that damage.
All right, later, guys.
All right, later, Ross.
Bye.
See ya, Ross. And now there's 2.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If they ever announced that Johnny Young Bosch was voicing Link, I would be interested, but it's just that I remember the Zelda cartoon, and then I think back to it, and I'm like, no, it's probably just best that Link never speaks ever again.
Yep.
Even then, it would still probably be best that even if they did manage to get Johnny Young Bosch, it would probably still be best that Link just mostly speaks in like single words or maybe very, very brief sentences and just very rarely ever speaks.
Yes, indeed.
But I do got to remember to send that watchMojo video to my friend Kyle, because I know for a fact him putting Melodis on the list is going to piss him the fuck off in the same way they pissed me off by putting Rin and Aoki on there.
Extremely indeed, yep.
Yeah, I'll definitely consider doing another episode of this, but maybe dedicated to What Culture or the Mary Sue or something cringy like that.
Yep.
But that might not happen for a little bit because the next stream I'm going to be going after Mueller.
Why do you have a grudge towards Mueller, Kim? Just to let you know.
Did you just say, why do I have a crush towards Mueller?
No, grudge. I mean grudge.
Grudge. I wouldn't say I have a grudge. It's more so Mueller made an oopsie.
Oh, okay then.
Also, I'm not going to lie. I am mildly annoyed that I have made several requests to be on the EFAT podcast, and I have been all but ignored. So that's fine. I'll bring the content straight to Mueller then.
Well, that makes sense then. We all had our idols, and then we all had our grudge towards them in the later end.
Because, seriously, I mean, I know I'm a smaller channel and they have long lists, but come on, not to mention, I know sometimes they've had people that they've responded to show up on their podcast, so maybe that'll work. I mean, it sucks that that's what I got to do to get his attention because I've never been able to get this dude's attention.
Yep.
I managed to get the attention of Rags, but that's about it.
Okay then.
And Rags was kind of a bit of a dick when I showed him one of my pieces of artwork. He mentioned something like, don't use the anime style or something like that, like implying that the anime-looking style is a bad thing or something like that. I'm not sure where he was going with that.
I do understand that. Kim, just to let you know, you really hated the laser IPFPs badly, like me. I hated the laser IPFPs just because all of them are so freaking trendy. The cryptocurrencies, the Jeremy followers, and other shit that really pisses me off. The laser IPFPs of IRL and non-anime.
I mean, I've thought of it, but it would be very difficult to do. It would have to be some kind of like anniversary episode for the podcast, and I would have to have like a lot of content. Like maybe I could like dedicate like an episode of like ranking every death battle ever, since there are episodes within the hundreds or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
But even then, it all really depends. I mean, I could cheat by just responding to every watchMojo video ever made, but that wouldn't really be all that fun. Plus, it would get repetitive very quickly, as you've seen.
Kim, are you gonna do a ranking on cartoons as well on the early and mid 2000s, kind of like that?
We'll see. I'm going to try to get some more episodes uploaded tonight. Now that I got the review out of the way, I can focus on some more smaller videos I wanted to upload. And I'm going to try to get started on the Blood Royale trailer, which will take the place of my channel trailer instead of that old opening I had to stop using because of the stupid music being copyrighted, which is bullshit.
Of what content of Blood Royale would be if you're gonna have their own hosts or stuff like that? Would it be like Death Battle Wes and Boomstick style as well, or no? If you want to introduce me or something like that? I mostly want to make fun of the characters that are too mainstream or annoying or something like that. I just want to bury all of them that are not my taste.
And I'll try to get another Blood Royale log uploaded. I've been busy. I've been trying to recruit a new member to the crew. It's been this guy who's a real whiz with calculations, but it's been kind of a mixed bag. I've been trying my best to develop a good relationship with this dude, and hopefully I can get him to join, but who knows.
Should I be the
Because I'm very nervous because Blood Royale is going to be very, very calc heavy, and my calculation skills are average at best. They're not bad, but not great either.
Should I be the boomstick of it, but much more of a potty mouth of colors? Like the mostly shit talks towards the bad characters like no.
There is not going to be a boomstick equivalent. I'm not even going to be fucking around with shit like that. Almost everything Death Battle does, I'm going to do the exact opposite of.
But it needs someone that can just bury the characters. Someone that can just talk shit about the terrible characters like Naruto. Something like that. In a burial style.
You do not need that. That is completely unnecessary.
Oh, okay, then that makes sense then. I'm just saying that just
Blood Royale is intended to be very serious, very straightforward. It's meant to be what Death Battle should be, but
just like Deadliest War, right?
What Deadliest Warrior used to be before getting cut short.
Well, that makes sense. Yes, well, that makes sense.
The only type of humor that's ever going to show up is maybe a little silly reference here and there, like maybe with Rin versus Misaka. I might put a nice little thing in like the text when I go over her weaknesses, mentioning that Rin Tosaka doesn't know how to operate a Blu-ray player. Maybe as a nice subtle little joke, but that's all it's going to be. Maybe I'll like slip in, like how you sometimes in my reviews, when you see me give my score, I'll slip in a little joke there that's mildly related.
Yeah.
Or joke Blood Royales, which I've been going back and forth on if I should have the first joke Blood Royale be like very zany, wacky, and over the top, or have it be a little bit more straight-faced with two ridiculous parody characters. Because sometimes there is humor to being a straight man when having such like ridiculousness happen around you. I don't know. I've been trying to like figure that out. I've been playing out these fights a lot in my head to try to figure out how they should go. Earlier today, I was listening to one of the songs from Justice League, and I was thinking in my head of how Link versus Gilgamesh could play out because that's going to be the season finale. And I was listening to this epic song from the Justice League soundtrack, and I was trying to think of like, what is a moment that I can use to make it epic? Because Link versus Gilgamesh is going to be a huge fight. It's probably going to be the longest fight of the season, and a lot is going to go into it.
The animation I want to see in Blood Royale, I want to see really good as like the Kratos versus Ryu Hayabusa style animation. Because another thing is, I mostly wish I can actually see Sub-Zero tear Mustafa Ali's head off just for a joke Blood Royale. That would be cool.
Well, I've been kicking around a lot of different potential joke Blood Royales. Like one thing I have considered, I'll probably save this for a log though, when I go over the different kind of matchups I've been considering. But I did consider something that would be very crazy, but could potentially work as a joke Blood Royale. But I think I'll save it for a Blood Royale log rather than just saying it here, because not all my fans are going to really feel like going through a 6-hour-long stream just for this one piece of information, if that's all they care about. And odds are there will likely never, ever, 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 ever be a Marvel versus DC matchup on Blood Royale. Ever.
I mostly wish the King of Fighters style. I mostly wish the King of Fighters versus DC or Marvel. Kind of like that. King of Fighters versus Marvel. The Super Championship fighters versus superheroes. Kind of like that. It's kind of like Street Fighter, if you know King of Fighters.
I don't think I will have Yang versus. I've considered doing remakes of famously bad death battle ideas, but with the proper result. But here's my thing: why should I have to fix death battle's mistakes? It's one thing for me to do death battle. It's one thing for me to pick up the ball whenever death battle drops it. It's another thing for me to clean up their messes for them. They need to clean up their own messes. That's what this comes down to. If I could ever get on the Death Battle podcast, although that's very unlikely, but if I ever could, I would tell them straight up, you need to clean up some of your messes and take some responsibility for some of these bad episodes. Even though these episodes are just for fun, some of these episodes are bad and have led to genuine fan wars. I, as a Bleach fan, when Naruto vs. Ichigo first came out, the Bleach fan base was being absolutely bullied and harassed by the Naruto fan base. And it was very annoying. Thankfully, they backed off a little bit, but it's so frustrating that Death Battle will sometimes be very irresponsible.
Yeah.
And there's only so much the whole it's just for fun excuse can get you, because sometimes there are fans that get very competitive and do take this very seriously. And no matter what you try to say, Death Battle lying is not okay. It is not. It's one thing for Death Battle to fuck up because of incompetence, but when they blatantly lie and intentionally screw over a character, that's not right.
Of course.
It's not fair to that character. It's not fair to that fan base that you're intentionally screwing over their character. Sometimes for views. Sometimes they do it intentionally just to piss off a fan base that they know is going to retaliate in the way that they want. Which is why when I made that really old video telling the Ben 10 fans to stop, I was telling them to stop for their own good. That's why I used that scene from Star Wars. That's essentially, even if it was mostly for laughs, that's exactly what Death Battle was doing. Death Battle was Palpatine, and Death Battle wanted to bait the Ben 10 fans to give in to their hatred and strike them down. That is exactly what they wanted. Yeah, it's a little bit over the top and silly, but that is what Death Battle will do sometimes. They and their fans can try to deny it all they want, but the intent is there. Oh, absolutely. The term Naruto tard or Narutard has been around for quite a while because the Naruto tards are some of the most infamously hated people in the Versus community. I know so many Versus members that just there were three types of people they could not stand: the DBZ tards, the One Punch Man fan tards, or Saitama tards, I suppose would make more sense. And the Naruto cards. They would get so much shit. And they would be regularly crucified by members of the Versus community because we could not stand them.
It's just, Kim, the Sonic Fags and the Naruto tards actually had the most shittiest cosplays of all time. It's downright lolcow tier. Yeah, Sonic Fags and Narutards.
Yeah.
You know the term Sonic Fact, right?
As a Versus debater, it's frustrating to deal with some of these fan bases because they watch one episode of Death Battle and then they think they know what they're talking about, and then they go after Versus debaters like me, my friend Sam, or something like that, and then we end up destroying them, and then they end up feeling bad about it, and that's not what we want to do. But that's what happens so many times. Seth can cite so many times where some guy will just watch Death Battle, think they know what they're talking about, say something stupid, Seth destroys them, and then it makes them feel bad, you know? And even Seth admit, like, he doesn't want to do that, you know? But sometimes these people bring it on themselves. Like, you should, if you're going to come into the versus community, know what you're getting into.
Of course. Yep. Honestly, Kim, I just, man, Kim, just so you know, if you're going to bring much more hate towards you, the Clash Wars, I'm gonna say this just so I can like to see the spicy hate views. Do you prefer strawberry milk or chocolate milk? I just mostly see because
I don't like strawberry milk or chocolate milk. I don't like either.
That's cool because I would like to see the hate comments. No offense. I just like to see the spiciness of the hate. No offense. I kind of like the hate though.
Truth be told, I don't care enough about strawberry or chocolate milk to even care about hate comments over it. It is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say I won't say I like hate chocolate milk. It's just that it's not something I drink very often. And strawberry milk I absolutely do not like because I had a bad experience with strawberry milk when I was in elementary school where I had some strawberry milk from the school and it tasted so bad, I swore I would never drink strawberry milk ever again.
Oh, yeah. Unpopular opinion, I kind of like strawberry milk, but honestly, I mostly prefer the almond milk because, let's be honest, I actually had some dairy problems of my stomach. I hate the dairy milks. I most prefer the almond milks. So yeah, Kim, if I were ever your roommate, would be best if you also bring those almond milks because I had dairy problems I deal with.
Yes and no. I will not be doing Squid Girl versus an Inkling because that seems a little bit like a mirror matchup to me. Like, haha, they're both humanoid squid girls. I just don't know if that's very much to work with. If I'm going to have Squid Girl on Blood Royale, I'm going to try to have fun with it. And I'm not going to do the obvious thing, you know? I just feel like Squid Girl versus an Inkling would be too obvious. And from what I understand, the Inklings, for the most part, are treated a lot more seriously than, say, Squid Girl. Where they, like, devote very hard to the whole, like, Squid Girl being, like, this incompetent, useless invader. That's borderline harmless.
Of course.
Honestly, I would say Rin Kokonoe is probably more dangerous than Squid Girl. And Rin doesn't even have any powers. Outside of that one time in one chapter where she turned into a magical girl.
Mm-hmm. Kim, I got a strange but weird, but a kind of interesting idea. Would you actually put a Blood Royale style or your own anime based on us, but much more of a Battle Royale style anime that is kind of like a Deadman Wonderland or Battle Royale style? No, wait, Death Battle style that fights like that. There'll be the list of fighters like you, me, or Core Monster Mando, or even the Dark Khan. It's kind of like our own avatars fighting each other. It's kind of like that Deadman Wonderland style.
Probably not. Plus, it wouldn't be fair to any of you because my avatar is far too powerful. And I'm not saying that because I'm like arrogant or something like that. Like the way I have written Kimimorra as a character within the mythos that I have written for her, she is extremely powerful and borderline unkillable for various reasons. She's not completely unstoppable. She can be defeated to an extent, but you have to be extremely powerful to even pose a threat to him.
Can she be defeated by resilience and persistence, kind of like the Joy Wheeler beating Wing Dragon of Raw style? If I ever use my character, kind of like that.
Well, here's what I will say: if you're gonna try to overpower her, obliterate her, or anything like that, don't waste your time. She cannot be killed by conventional means.
But what if I defeat her, of my own character, defeat her in the Joy Wheeler way, kind of like that?
Like here's what I'll give you to put into perspective. Her sword alone was made through becoming one with the void and converting its power into a blade. Not only if you are killed by the sword will you be erased from, not only does it cancel out any kind of healing factor, but if you are killed by this sword, you aren't killed, you are straight up erased from existence.
So
Game
you're kind
over.
of like Fiction Rumble, right? Kimmy, the Fiction Rumble, that he thinks he's the most powerful person, kind of like that.
I do not believe that my character is or will be the most powerful character in existence, because that's not the point of Kimimorra. Kimimorra is very powerful, but there is a reason why she is so powerful. There is a thematic, story-relevant reason that plays into Kimimorra's character arc for why he is as powerful as he is. He's not just powerful just because I'm some 10-year-old saying my character is better than your character.
Well,
No, there's a lot relevant reason for it.
Well, my character is reasonably powerful for the temporarily overpowered reasons. Kind of like if you piss him off very badly, or you're trying to make him emotionally pissed off, or something like that. Kind of like Devilman, Amon Apocalypse style. He would get so pissed off, like he can have a lot more resilience, persistence. He can actually fight back in the most hardest way possible. He might even fight to the death, but he can still manage to be alive. But in a horrible agony, he'll still fight back and manages to defeat him or actually kill him. Kind of like that.
Like, let me put this into perspective for you, but I don't want to spoil too much about the script, even if it is unfinished and there's a lot of different concepts I'm going with. What the first big baddie that Kimimorra ends up going up against within her mythos and story is the literal embodiment of death, Azrael himself.
So wait, just to let you know, I want to see the ultimate mashup that I wish to see if your character can defeat the Jeremy Satan like person, kind of like a Satan person that you can actually kill him or something like that. I just hopefully can see that matchup as well. Just to let you know. I only view him as Boraicho from Mortal Kombat mixed with Shang Tsung type of Satan character, like that. I view my character as more of a Punisher style of Jonathan Homicide Maniac. So yeah, I would glad to see your character obliterate the Satan-like Jeremy character, kind of like that.
Here's what I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
Kimimorra with eye patch on can easily obliterate the Naruto universe.
I see.
Yes. Kimimorra with eye patch on, without giving away too much, gets into a fight where the moon is pulled from orbit by her own power and thrown right back at her, and she had to completely obliterate it.
Yeah.
And this was with the eye patch on, which is actually a seal for her power.
Mm-hmm. Like, I gotta be honest, that
just simply taking off the seal alone releases enough energy to destroy multiple planets.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. When I talk to Mando, Crow Mando, stuff like that, Magnus, it's very interesting that you are mixed with lust and wrath. I could be mixed with wrath and envy. Shaders is mixed with wrath and gluttony, and that Jeremy, a shit guy, is mixed with wrath and pride. It's kind of it's interesting because your character could be in line with wrath and lust. How about that? Wrath and lust.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on Bleach being able to do that much better. Due to Bleach's absolutely broken speed, though, Bleach could absolutely frustrate Kimimorra by trying to blitz him, but even then, it will only do so much because Kimimorra can also casually move at FTL speeds, even with the seal on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't count on Bleach being able to do that much better, with the exception of maybe characters like Aizen, but even so.
Yeah. Like, I gotta be honest, Kim. are you gonna give me a hint of what power level or what universal level of your character is? To be honest, I just would be interesting. At least.
Well, there's still multiple different rewrites happening, and the final showdown could go down in many different ways. Some of the powers of certain characters are still being worked out. So who knows? But I can tell you, I do have at least an outline of a beginning, middle, and end. And it does end with a climactic battle between essentially a god equivalent.
Okay then. Kim, just so I know, people like to think of themselves villains. Like Call Monster, she thinks of herself as a villain, but she's more of a jackass type. That's what she said of herself. What villain are you? Mostly a villain, anti-hero, anti-villain, or hero type? Mine mostly a anti-villain or anti-hero. I'm mostly like that.
Kimimorra's story arc is wanting to try to redeem themselves by saving someone from a fate that he believes is unjust and goes against the laws of heaven to do this, which results in banishment and being hunted down by the archangels, eventually even getting the attention of the devil. And all he wants to do is just do the right thing, but sadly, unknowingly to him, he ends up indirectly upsetting the balance of life and death and good and evil through their actions, which leads to all kinds of consequences. And eventually, Kimmy just decides, what's the point? If the system is this fragile, then maybe it was meant to fall, and just basically continues to try to protect this person and help them defy their fate by any means necessary.
Kim, does my character could be the ghostwriter of your anime? Kind of like that? Could my character be like the ghostwriter of your anime? Kind of like that? Because it's like a skeleton or even a furry, kind of like that? Or even a hybrid as well. The ghostwriter of your anime, kind of like that. If I was ever your character. Yeah. Would be interesting though.
Kirito wouldn't be able to do anything against my characters, I'll tell you that much. Kirito wouldn't even be registered as a threat to Kimimorra. Like I said, has a sword that not only cancels out healing factors, but straight up erases you from existence. Good luck.
Kim, just so you know, if my character was in your anime, would my character be like the ghostwriter of your anime, kind of like that? Because I don't know. I thought because I want it to be like how your character feels, like more of an anti-hero type or anti-villain, like that.
I mean, my character is meant to be more of a interpreted kind of thing, but it's depends. I mean, you could look at it as an anti-hero, but the thing is, there are no real generic black and white concepts of good and evil in any of my stories because I don't like black and white ways of thinking.
Yeah.
I like to go out of that. So for the most part, a lot of the characters are more morally ambiguous.
Yeah. Would my character be more like the Johnny Cage style of good?
In fact, for the most part, Kimimorra's mythos is based on a lot of my real life experiences, and even some of the characters and or villains are loosely or blatantly based on figures that had a huge impact on my life, albeit positive or negative.
Could your characters also be based on people you meet on in the internet, kind of like people on me or the Dark Con or Cool Monster, or even that piece of shit Mag? How about that? I just want to hear the clarification. I hate using that overused word, but I still had to use it still.
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, I'd like to go on. Maybe I'll save this for another time, like just for fun, like going over some of what lore I have established for my character. Maybe I'll write up maybe I'll release some of my treatments on my DeviantArt, giving context to my character. I don't know, but I think I'll stop the stream here. I was going to stop it at 6 hours, but I wasn't paying attention to the clock, so I'll probably just save this conversation for another time. I hope you all enjoyed this episode. Let me know if there's any other topics or channels you would like me to roast or talk about. And maybe sometime down the line, I'll come back and take a look at WatchMojo again.
Yep.
And I'll try to see if I can get some more videos uploaded by tonight, maybe another Blood Royale log, or hopefully maybe a trailer for Blood Royale. I don't know. I got to get that figured out. There are so many videos I need to get finished.
And I need to take some sleep. Right?
Yeah, now that I actually have time, I'll try to dedicate that time to getting up more podcasts and streams and videos to kind of make up for the lack of videos because of how much time I spend at my job. We'll see. And for those who are curious, I do leave the link to my DeviantArt in my description from here on out. So if you're interested in finding out more about that, it is linked in the description. But I'll see you guys around next time. And I will say this, we have broken a record, at least for my channel. This is currently the longest stream I have ever done. However, the current world record, I think, goes to EFAP right now, who have done 11 to 12-hour streams. Maybe someday I'll get there, but right now, we ended up beating a record for the channel. Granbull, I'll see. I've been thinking about making another video or stream dedicated to him. I've already made a video about like his top 10 death battle ideas. I don't know. I'll see. And Granbull will, whenever I make my video or stream, I haven't decided if it's going to be a podcast episode or a video, but I am going to be doing a tier ranker of all the famous versus debaters, and Granbull is going to be on there. Since almost anyone can be a versus debater, I'm going to mostly be sticking to any versus debater that has any kind of reputation in the versus community. Even people that are technically considered more small in comparison to people like Seth or Death Battle or something like that, as long as they have some kind of reputation within the community, they're fair game, and Granbull absolutely will be mentioned. And we'll see how he holds up as a versus debater. Although I'm sure all of you probably fully expect him to be in one of the lower tiers, given what we've seen from his abilities. Yeah, I'll see you all around next time, and odds are I might pop up on my Discord to talk to some of you guys. Matt Pat, don't worry, I have plans to deal with Matt Pat. I'm just trying to figure out the right video to go after, because a lot of the videos I wanted to debunk have already been spoken about. Like even his video of the Viking versus the Samurai, Shad got to it before I could.
Would you roast Put It By Kim or no?
So don't worry. The problem with Matt Pat is if you've ever seen the YouTuber Manga Comment, I highly recommend him. He's made a reputation on debunking Matt Pat, and more times than not, usually if there's a bad Matt Pat video, odds are he's gotten to it long before I have. Yeah. And like I've said before, I usually won't make a video on something unless I feel there's something I can add to the conversation. And most of the time, anything I would have said against Matt Pat is something that would have already been said by Manga Common, and I don't want to really feel like I'm just parroting what other people have said. I don't like doing that.
Kim, would you roast Belly Deafening and Put It Pie just to let you know?
Yeah.
Would you?
I mean, this is... Shoot, I keep getting caught up thanks to my ADHD. I would recommend leaving some suggestions in the comment section of this podcast or maybe other videos. But yeah. I'll see you guys around hopefully real soon. Maybe I'll try to do another podcast tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah. Peace.